What's going on, football fans? Y'all are here. We've made it. We have made it to the draft.
We
Um,
have
yeah,
indeed.
exactly. No,
We
no
have
necessarily
literally.
preamble tonight. Because as I was telling the gentleman, we're going to be on this thing for far too long. So as of right now, um, we are joined by my co-host, obviously Jonathan Holder.
Hola,
Uh,
Who?
everyone.
that's right, John, yeah, who? John Yates from Out of Your Falcon Mind,
What's going on, folks?
and then
What's going on?
Fleek from New Millennium Falcons. What's
What's
going on?
up? What's up?
What's
What's
going
up?
on, man?
Hey,
It's gonna
not
be
too much.
yeah, it's gonna be good tonight. It's gonna be fun.
Oh
We got a
yeah.
Mike will be
uh,
here momentarily.
that's fine. Yeah, we're going for the folks who are in right this minute. Like we're gonna have people coming in and out throughout the night. And so as they show up, if they show up, then we will add them to the stream and we will keep going. But so we finally made it. What is like you were saying earlier, Fleek? Like, what's the thing that drags on to you so much about the draft season?
It's the conversations, man. We have the same conversations about the same 10 players every single day. Like,
There's a there's a point where it feels like people forget that there's more than one round,
oh
right?
yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Yeah, no. Wherever you pick at, that's how many players there are in this draft. There's
right?
8 players in this draft.
And that's all of them. That's all you can get.
That's it.
And,
Yep.
Um,
and if you don't get one of them, then you're just SOL.
that's right.
Yeah,
You're out of
you're
luck.
done.
But okay, John, what has been your favorite part about this draft, this particular draft cycle? Uh, has there uh, has there been something that has stuck out to you that you've enjoyed?
Man, I have like a love hate relationship with the draft cycle because it's the same. I mean, like Fleek said, it's like I get excited because number one, I'm excited for us because all of our needs kind of line up with some really damn good players this year or some really
Right.
good spots. Like we need an edge, we need a corner, we need a receiver, and they're deep at some most of those positions. So like that, I'm excited about for us. But like Fleek said, this is kind of the like whether you want Turner or whether you want Latu or you want Verse or you want to trade back or you want Quinyon Mitchell or you want a Waters, it's like whoever we get, don't overreact. Whoever it is, folks,
Right.
because
Yeah.
you don't you the guy hadn't even stepped on the field yet. If you normally, and I'll say this, normally I don't like get in the chat, but when Terry did Fontenot did his press conference the other day, like I was in the chat for just a little bit. It's amazing how many folks know what these players are going to do.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
yeah. It's
Hmm.
like
done.
just like no, and I'm like, damn, really? Like y'all are
Well, I mean, once
that is,
it like once Adam gets on, we can determine whether somebody's going to be. He can determine whether somebody's going to be Hall of Fame or not by the visor they wear,
Oh
right?
yeah,
And,
that's
and the
true.
really
numbers they pick, right? Right.
Yeah, this is
Those
true. This
things
is true.
determine. So apparently, who was it? Like Ray McLeod or McDonald's not going
yeah, yeah, yeah.
because he's got number 34, so
Right.
he's
Of course.
like
Yeah.
might as well go ahead and cut
Yeah.
him, right?
Yeah,
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 might
he's
as well.
done.
Yeah.
He's
I was
done.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. No, it's like, I mean, I want to, like, I'll be, if we stick at 8 and we go Turner, great. But if we go Latu, okay, cool. If we go Verse, all right, cool. Like,
So be it,
all those guys have good things about them. Like, I'm going to
right?
trust that they did their work and that they are confident enough, and that's the guy for us. That's it.
I have a question,
Yeah, man.
John. There are some names I didn't hear you say just then. There are some positions I didn't hear you bring up
What was
Oh,
just
that?
then. So I know that you're good with either of those 3 guys, but let's say like Romo Dunze or Malik Neighbors falls to 8. I know the history. We all know the history. We know the weapons we have. But we also know that either of those guys probably gonna be elite or borderline elite early. And you have Kirk Cousins. Would you be upset if Terry and company decided to overpower the offense by taking one of those guys at 8?
I wouldn't be upset. I would, I would, I'd be a little annoyed, but I understand it. But
Yeah.
at the same time, I want to see how the rest of the draft falls out. Like if we address those other needs that we have with some like good guys, because eventually we're going to have to take a swing at an edge, like an alpha edge. We're going to have to,
Yeah.
we're going to have
have
to
to
get
do
over
something.
our PTSD of Vic Beasley and Tack McKinley and all the other swings and misses, Jamal Anderson, that we've missed on over the past however many years. But and that's not to say that these three guys are going to be, they could all be duds. We don't know. I mean, like, it's, we just don't know. But no, I would understand it because of the quality of the player. And like you said, like, wide receivers are one of the few positions, not that you can project into the next level, but they have certain skill sets that it's kind of hard to miss on those. You know what I mean? So like, and especially with our offense, and like I said, if you just want to make it 35 points per game, type of offense, and let the defense do what it can, then all right, cool. I mean, like, that's fine.
So,
I mean,
John, what would your response be to that, Jonathan? On if they were to take Malik Neighbors or Roma Dunze, or for whatever reason Marvin Harrison's sitting there, and they decide to take him at 8 instead of Latu, or instead of what Chris is proposing here, if a wide receiver drops, they just answer the phone and take the trade. So
that's an option too.
Right, Jonathan, what do you think what would your reaction be?
If we took a wide receiver?
Yeah, if we took a wide receiver day.
If we took a wide receiver, and obviously if we're talking, especially if it was like Marvin Harrison Jr. somehow fell to 8 in our laps, and we took him, or even Malik Neighbors, like, I think those two guys are pretty much off the board for us. I think they'll be there. But at the end of the day, if it's a Dunze, if it's Malik Neighbors, if it's one of those guys, I have no problem with that, because everybody's so in their feelings about, well, we got to go defense. Defense needs help. Defense needs help. We need to, like, supercharge the defense. Well, you also need to supercharge that offense. So, like, as long as we get a weapon, whether that's offensive or defensive weapon, whether that's Malik Neighbors, Adunze, or one of the 3 edge guys, or even Byron Murphy II.
Mm-hmm.
You get one of those guys that you feel is going to be a weapon, whether it's offensive or defensive, and that's the best weapon that is on your board at that time, then I have no problem with that. I remember when we drafted Drake London, I thought there was no way in hell we were ever going to draft a wide receiver. But we did. And it really, really surprised me. But at the end of the day, like, he's been a good wide receiver. He hasn't quite gotten to the potential we think he can get to, but hopefully that works out this year.
Yeah,
but I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Willie Doc come in with a $2 tip, which we appreciate greatly. Willie.
Hey,
Hold on, Willie.
Caught me off guard. Hold on.
Oh, there it is. He says, "Blessings, y'all. This will be an epic stream." That's what we're hoping for.
Yes, sir.
We're hoping for some fun. We're hoping for just an all-around good time. I made the comment a couple weeks back, like, all the people that I wanted to do a draft stream with were streaming. And I said, well, dang nabbit, like, I wanted to talk with, I wanted to have Fleek on, I wanted to have John and him on, I wanted to have, Adam and everybody else on. Like, these are folks that I wanted to, like, spend this night with, so to speak. And but then I was like, well, crap, why don't we just, slam it all together and put it out on everybody's, channel. There's no reason not to. And
no, we all have a good time. There's no reason not to do it together.
Yeah.
And
last year,
look, man, yeah.
I was gonna say last year, man. New Millennium Falcon and Out Here Falcon Mine, we did a collab, and when I tell you that Bijan Robinson pick, oh my gosh, it lit the whole chat up, man. That was so fun. Like, I'm so ready for the night. I'm ready to relive that again.
I posted that video today of the reaction, and it was
I saw Damsky do it. He's like,
yeah, that was the thing. Like, we were like, we all found out before he did, so we were trying to, like, we were excited. We were trying to hide it a little bit, not to give it away, and then, like, he's trying not to look. So when he finally let loose, and we could all let loose at that point.
Right.
It was great, but it was but that's like, we should go ahead and get that out. But so that should happen tonight. So whatever happens with our pick, Sour Pickle, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Sour Pickle?
We all have to kind of, like, temper it a little bit.
Right.
until
We,
everybody
what we
Yeah,
need to
yeah.
figure out, and we'll figure this out within the first like couple picks,
Right.
Yeah.
who is at the tail end
Exactly.
of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
chain,
yeah.
right? Because we're
Yeah.
all streaming, we're all on different, areas and stuff like that. So we'll figure out
Yeah.
Yep.
who's on the tail end, and then we'll go from there. Let's go ahead and check in with some more folks in the chat. Carrie's joined,
Carrie, what's
jumped
up?
Going on,
in.
Carrie?
He says, Falcons fan, I'm excited for the show tonight. Draft is finally here. Let's go. That's what's
Let's
up.
go.
Let's see.
Oh.
King says if we don't take Rome, I bet the Bears will overload him with Moore and Allen. Oh yeah, especially at 9,
And-
third pick at 9. Like,
And you see, oh my bad, JR. Go ahead.
no, I'm just like right now, just kind of blitzing through some of these, especially while we're waiting for things to kick off.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kenny says, "What's up, fellas? Let's go Falcons."
Going on,
8th
Kenny?
pick.
Kenny, what's up, bub?
Let's see. Oh, Sour Pickle comeback says, "Hey Johnny Yates, what's up? P for P and Fleek. What's going on?
What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man?
It's interesting. Like, okay, I have like full transparency, right? This is the first time I've ever done like a multi stream. So on
Yeah.
my end, I get to see who's chiming in from Out of Your Falcon Minds channel
Mhm.
versus like who's chiming
Oh.
in. So that's interesting. So I'm
That's
trying to make
cool.
sure I get a, mix it up quite a bit.
Yeah, don't leave our guys out, damn it. Come on.
That's right. That's right. Reggie 2K says, "Let's go."
What up,
What's going
Reggie?
on, Reggie?
Positive Day says, "I think we can trade back and still get Turner, but we can't go back too far. We'd have to go to 11 or 12." Now that brings up an interesting thing that kind of broke early this afternoon. That for the first time, I think since the Jared Goff draft, the Rams have a first round pick, and there's big rumblings that they want to get up into the top 10 or up into 10, targeting probably either a pass catcher or Brock Bowers. And so obviously with the connection of Raheem Morris, and a lot of that staff just coming from, there was an immediate connection with the Falcons. So Fleek, how would you feel about trading all the way back to 19? Because that's kind of a little further back than in my mind I'm willing to go, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That was my initial reaction. I thought, 19, it depends on the compensation we get back, for one.
right. Yeah, of course.
I know the popular thing I see is a lot of people going to ask for 52, so an extra
Mhm.
second this year. And I think 99 they have, so that'd be an extra fourth.
I think so.
So,
I think you're right. Yep.
and then, in a third next year, some type of package like that. If I'm going to move all the way back to 19, this is just me. Maybe I'm a little bougie. Maybe I just want my team to be successful. I don't know. I want a first next year. That's 11 picks in the first round. That's premium. That's a premium asset.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because either
Why not?
one of those receivers are going to be there. Brock Bowers will be there. That 3 edge rushers will probably be there. We'd be risking losing a lot of value in that pick.
Going all the way back to 19, we would.
Oh, and not even to mention, Terry been kind of smoke screening out that we might like Michael Penix a lot. I don't know. Hey, I'm here at 8. I like him. You like him, Raiders? Who likes
Right,
him?
like
Denver,
who's
do
gonna-
you like him?
Yeah,
Yep.
who's going to give me that first next? Because this
I'm
something
telling you.
that somebody floated to me, and Jonathan, I'll float this to you, is like, do you think they're more open to trade back with the potential looming of losing draft picks next year? Like,
I mean, I think they are, but I also don't think because I also think that they're perfectly perfectly fine with staying at 8. There's a guy you've probably seen him floating around, his J Ben on Twitter.
yeah,
Whatever you think of the guy's attitude about different things or whatever, he's been pretty good about in his predictions on what's going to happen and so forth. He's saying that Falcons haven't been wowed by any trade offer out of 8. So, unless any offer changes last minute, they'll stay at 8, take a lot too. So that's what he's hearing.
Right.
And I think that's I think would they be open for some trade? Absolutely. But if it's not the right compensation, then yeah, you're not gonna just do it just to do it.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. And also to kind of go back to the wide receiver point right quick, because I did want to say that I would be okay with it. And it's just because in like the NFL now, I mean, points in offense is king.
Oh yeah, you gotta look. We just spent 2 years not being able to consistently score 30.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As much as
Consistently, we couldn't even do it like
we didn't do it at all last year.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
18
Right. So
18.8
you see what I'm
points per
saying?
game
Like,
last year?
right. And that's like as much as it pains me, like, because I was a Arthur Smith guy all the way, as
Oh,
much as
sure.
it pained me,
Me
like
too.
his offense didn't work.
No, it didn't.
Like, and because he bet on the wrong horses as far as the signal calling. And
True.
are you seeing that crowd? Is that what you're
Oh yeah,
Dude,
I'm
that
like,
crowd is
oh
nuts.
my gosh,
that
It
crowd
was
is nuts.
crazy.
so many people.
They showed out, dude.
That's crazy.
So, but anyway, yeah, it wouldn't bother me in that aspect because you've got to be able to score in this league. The rules are pushing you towards like offense over defense. You need a defense that can hold, but you got to be able to score, and you got to be able to score in bunches.
Yep.
So
And see, the important part too, if you're gonna play that game, is you gotta have some playmakers on your defense. You have to have an opportunistic defense. The teams that go deep into the playoffs and win Super Bowls have offenses that are always humming, and they have guys that can create turnovers in moments and can get to the quarterback in moments where it matters. That's how you win playoff games. Is
Yep.
you have to have game-ending plays.
yep, no, you're 100% right.
No, we just went on. We did a little Matt Ryan tribute show Tuesday night, and we were going through like 2016 and looking at the defense. I mean, they were, I believe it was 16th in yards allowed and 25th in points allowed that year.
Right.
But the offense was just so ridiculous that.
Well,
and we took the ball away. We were good with we took the ball away a good amount of time. So
he looks ready. So we're just gonna go ahead and see what happens here.
All right, let's
There
see.
he is. What up, Mike?
What up, Mike?
Come on, man.
Yo, my
Oh,
guy.
look,
I'm
we
ready
got
to
the
go,
captain.
man.
We got the captain in the chair
look
there.
at Biscuit.
Now I say
Yeah, he
Biscuit's
is.
up in there,
You ready?
ready for the pick.
Dude,
Hey, Biscuit.
Kane is being so good right now because he's here with me. We're by ourselves. He's asleep right next to me. This is amazing.
Oh, that's yeah.
Oh, this
Nice.
is amazing.
When you get to
Oh.
yelling about this pick, he gonna wake up.
Oh,
He
I know.
gonna wake up. Oh, I told my kitten. I don't know if cats like football, but I told my new kitten. I told her she's gonna have to watch this pick. I told her
That's
she can relax for 1 through 7. But I said when that 8th pick comes up,
All
come
right,
over here.
Somebody asked, Ronnie Brown says, hey, can the chat be cut off so we don't see the pick before you announce it? That we're just gonna have to. Hopefully, everybody's nice in chat. I guess you could
Yes,
say.
please relax, y'all.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
Maybe
Let's-
once we.
Let's, if we can, let's wait until, and we'll have to say this again beforehand, but until we bring it up here, let's not bring it up in chat.
Yeah, let's try not
Yeah.
to.
Try
Yeah,
not
I
to.
mean,
we'll
yeah,
see.
if-
We'll
Not
see.
to.
I think last
Yeah.
year, I think our chat pretty much, Fleek. If you're, I think they pretty much, a lot of them just like turned us off, like not turned us off, but like just watched.
Yeah.
If they didn't
Just
come back
watch the
in-
video. Like,
Yeah.
don't look at the chat at all.
Yeah,
Just watch the video.
No, Mike is.
Chat dies for a minute, and then it's like, did everybody leave? What happened?
Right, what happened?
There's a
Okay.
there's a solid chance that Mike didn't plug in his laptop and it just went off.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Happens
No,
all-
that's
happens
fine.
all the
That's fine.
time. Yeah.
All right, let's see if our
I'm not that guy.
next guest is ready. If I can get a thumbs up, maybe. I don't know if you can hear me or not. No. All right. Well, whatever. We're adding him to the stage.
Whatever.
What's up, Savion?
Yeah.
What up, Savion?
Let's go.
My God.
Oh my God, Bo, what's happening, man? I'm
We here.
sorry.
Let's go.
I'm
I'm
so
back.
sorry.
I'm back.
What's up, Mike?
What's up?
We
Baby,
here,
what's
big
up,
dog.
man?
Man, I'm so sorry for being late, man. I was working on
Oh.
some stuff, man, but I'm here
You
now.
good? Hey, dude.
Oh,
Dude, you pumping out the content like crazy. Every time I
Yeah,
look,
hey,
you got a new
Very.
article dropping. So
for real.
we'll give you some slack. We'll cut you slack.
Man,
I
my
appreciate
share
it,
button's
man.
going crazy right now.
Yeah.
My Millennium brother, how you doing?
Oh my God, my boy. How you feeling, my boy?
My boy.
Hey,
So we got Sour Pickles to Savion. And then,
We framing them
Uh,
number 2 jerseys or what?
oh yeah,
Shout
we
out
go,
to
look,
him,
hey,
man.
hey, I'm rocking it tonight, Mike.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yes, sir.
I had
There
to
you
rock
go,
that
JR.
number 2.
Yes,
That's right.
sir.
Fleek, I cried, buddy. I cried like a sucker.
You know what? Hey, Mike,
It's crazy.
Mike, man to man, let me talk to you,
I
right?
cried, man.
I was at work, bro. I was on aisle 13. I remember.
For the
Where
rest
were
of
you
your
I
life.
got-
that day Matt Ryan retired?
I got that notification, and I was like, wait, because the first thing I saw was like, thank you, Matt Ryan, dear Atlanta. I'm like, okay, he wouldn't just be doing this for no reason. What's
Yeah.
going on? So I clicked the video. I ain't gonna lie, I fast forwarded to the end because I'm like, is this a retirement? And it was. So then I went all the way back to the beginning. And I watched it, man, and it was so tough to like, cause I thought I wouldn't react that way, cause he'd been away for a while. He did with the 1 year as a commentator, but just him talking and them showing the clips of him as a rookie and then him
Man.
as a vet and an MVP, it was just like, oh man,
Yes, sir.
like the love
John-
that we will always have for Matt Ryan,
Dog.
it can't even be described, bro.
There was a brief moment because me and John had decided that we weren't going to do a show on Tuesday, just because we were going to be on for the end of this week. And there was a brief moment that I was like, okay, we're going we need to do a tribute show. But then I saw a lot of other folks doing. I was like, okay, it's covered, it's handled. I said I'll do my tribute on draft night by wearing my jersey. It seems like John did the same thing. So
John told me, man, text message like, man, we got to speak about Matt, and that's all I saw. And the sorrow, I thought he died. That's the first thing I said.
no.
The sorrow. I'm like, we'll talk about Matt for what? And then I read the whole message and like, oh, he retired. And I don't know why I heard that bad. I was just crying at the gym in front of people.
Oh,
Dude, you
Lord.
should learn. What was that time that you thought Liam died? Remember that?
Oh Lord.
No.
Why do you go straight to death?
Yeah, I know,
He
right?
said he was
Mike, who
sick
hurt
and
you?
he like couldn't
Who
breathe. or
hurt
something.
you?
That's what it was. That's what it was.
And I had to pull over. I was distraught. But
Yeah.
I was like,
Mike,
what?
bro, there are other steps before we hit death, bro.
I know,
Hey,
right? We
yo,
gotta go
I
straight to
jumped
death.
right to the worst. Man, I'm traumatized. I'm from the hood, dog. I think the worst
I understand.
off the rip.
Yeah.
I
texted
think
him.
the worst thing first, and like then I dial it back.
There you
Well,
go.
yeah,
No, that's
because then you're at least ready for the worst, and then if it's not,
Yeah.
hey,
he just
No,
had
but
like a bad
the,
flu, man.
Life is
social
better
media
after. He's got a
for the
solid
Falcons have made my week, man. Because all the Matt Ryan content, he got like a mic'd up, where he got all his mics
Oh, yeah.
up. He got every touchdown. If y'all
Oh,
haven't
that
watched
was
it, you
a-
gotta go watch it.
That was an hour and 20 some odd
Yeah,
minutes.
man,
Just
I watched
straight
it
touchdowns.
I watched the whole thing. He also has a film review with Shockley
Yeah,
on
I
the
saw that
channel
one.
too.
Oh,
That's
I
a
didn't
good
see
one.
that one.
Yeah, he broke
Dre,
down his 3 favorite plays.
Dre, true
Hey,
statement.
man.
Mike's so morbid.
Mike's so morbid.
Just straight to morbid, bro. Like he
No, it was
Dog, I
straight-
was
he-
hurt,
he
bro. I
didn't know.
love Matt Ryan, dog.
He didn't know, man. Like
Yeah.
I texted him and I just said, hey, Liam's got like 100 and something fever or whatever. I think, and like he never heard that before, so he literally was like, oh God, like he must be like. He told me he's like I was about to go meet y'all at the hospital. Like I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, no, dude, he's chilling on the couch. Like he's
Yeah.
fine.
I don't
He's
have
gonna be
children.
We
Bro, I
did,
don't
yeah.
have kids. So when you tell me somebody got a fever of 109, I'm thinking like a building that's on fire, but a person. I'm like 109 for a human. I'm thinking, oh, he about to die.
Oh, we done.
That's the first thing I thought of.
For the folks who are in the backstage,
No.
give me a thumbs up when you're ready if you can hear me.
No.
Nobody wants to give me a thumbs up.
because we
Let's
don't
have
know how do you give the thumbs up?
Damsky
I had
just,
no idea.
All you have to do is this.
has
If you
anybody
do
watched?
this-
Oh, you mean like the
Damsky
human
says he's
give you a
ready.
thumbs up. My
Oh,
bad.
there we go.
I don't
We're
know
at
how
it.
to.
But
I don't know
Has
how
it-
to
all
do
you have
it.
to do is this.
Damn ski.
No, I didn't
Yes,
realize. I
sir.
thought you meant like
What's up,
like
brother?
No. Like I can physically see you in the backstage, right? I can see everything.
Shit, my bad.
All you gotta do
my
is just
bad.
hat. And I'm like, okay, cool, we're ready.
okay, yeah,
Can y'all hear me?
no,
Can
no,
y'all
that
hear me?
makes sense.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you not hear us?
All right.
Draft
You
day
got a little bit
damn
of
is
feedback,
crazy.
but we'll deal with it.
My bad. You want me to turn down my TV? I can turn down my TV.
Yeah, there's
We don't
something.
want you to do anything, Dempsey. As a matter of fact, just sit there.
I was gonna
Yeah.
ask if y'all can hear my TV, I'm gonna just mute myself and I'm not talking. Or
you're
should I?
good. You're fine. It's good.
All right.
That's smart. I should probably do that.
Johnny Yates,
Accidentally
it's
dunked on a kid on fucking thing. Jesus,
Johnny Yates. It's 2 Hall of Famers in here. But this is
There is.
unprecedented.
There is.
Unprecedented. I love
Yeah.
it.
Well, hopefully we'll have maybe 1 or 2 more folks show up tonight. We'll see how it goes.
Hopefully, we have a Hall of Famer get picked at 8.
Now, hello.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Yes, sir.
We won't.
Yep.
We won't know until they select a visor. If I understand, a number in a visor is
You're
how
right.
we determine.
Are
Correct.
we going?
If
We started?
yeah, it's
Oh, Jared Goff.
and Jared Goff out
I'm
there.
just gonna say I was planning on going to this thing, but I'm glad I didn't. Do you see that? That's
Dude, that is a
Bro, it's
Dude,
that is
bad.
a
Nuts.
madness.
no,
That is
not for me.
madness.
Imagine me and little Croy dog there. Me and little Croy. What's that?
Somebody
You would have
done
lost Croy and all that. You would have lost.
And
I
all
know.
that commotion.
Let's see.
Croy was.
Commotion.
Croy would have been a casualty.
We're bringing out all the ghosts right here.
Looks like it.
All right.
Man,
Travis
it must
Williams
be.
All
says,
ghosts, no Super Bowls. Am I right?
yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'm just joking. We're Falcons fans. We can't really.
Nah, I'm about to say,
Hey, you relax, sir. You
Yo,
I got a
relax.
question,
that
y'all.
big Mike over there? Is that big
Yeah.
Mike over there?
Oh,
He
yeah.
with his guns out. He with his guns
Yo,
out.
damn, Mike, you're looking good today. Damn,
Man,
Mike.
I've been on steroids, man. I've been
I've been on steroids.
you know, it's
Hey, young, got a question, y'all. Matt Ryan, Matt, first ballot or
Huh?
second ballot? He's going
I
in
told
the
you.
Is he first
Oh,
ballot or second
You don't
ballot?
want my. You don't want my answer. You don't want
My
my answer.
honest
I don't
answer.
think first ballot. I don't
I don't think first ballot.
I don't think
either,
first ballot just because
Unfortunately.
As good as he was for the Falcons, he
Yeah.
is going to
No,
have to wait a little bit because of the fact that he was
Baby,
never
don't do
a
me
top
like this,
5.
baby.
He's gonna have to wait for the fact that he was never a top 5 except for like 1 season, maybe 2. But the fact that he was only a top 5 quarterback for maybe those 2 seasons, he's gonna have to wait a little bit. He should still get in.
I still say second ballot. Second
yeah,
ballot.
You still say second ballot?
yeah, like second.
Nobody
maybe.
say first.
It can't be
If he,
first.
hey, look, had he won in 2016,
He'd be first.
then
I
it should be
agree.
Be first, probably.
Super Bowl MVP,
I agree.
MVP, like that would have been.
MVP, the fact
yeah.
that you're the face of a franchise, you're the greatest.
Right.
You're the
That
greatest
long.
player
Like, he would
of
have been
that
first,
franchise. You would have been first, but the
but
fact that he
the
did
fact
not
that we
win that,
didn't.
yeah.
Yep, that's it. And talk about another potential Hall of Famer. Toby D's in
Toby
chat
D,
tonight.
what's up, buddy?
What up,
Toby?
Toby?
Hey, what up, Toby?
What was the
on,
first
brother?
question, Mike?
What a
Um,
game, man!
Oh,
What a
Mike-
day.
Mike was asking if you felt like Matt Ryan was a first ballot or second ballot Hall of Famer, and most of us said second at earliest.
he's
So-
he's gonna take a bit.
Okay, Dan, so
He's
you
gonna
can
take
go.
a bit.
He's gonna have to sit a bit, I think.
Yeah, but you know what? I think there's other arguments people make about other quarterbacks that aren't on Matt's level. Matt has I feel like Matt has a lot more statistical like
He's got-
achievements than those
I was
guys.
gonna say he's got
you know
he's
what I'm
got
saying?
statistical and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
as
like
far
and
as,
like he owns like a lot of league records if you look
Right.
at it too. So like I heard somebody say he should just be in the Hall of Good, but I feel like
Hall
I'm
of Very
doing him a
Good, yeah.
disservice. He was an MVP, right?
right.
Hey, look,
Bro, I'm gonna
if,
kill this bird. Hold on a second.
if
That's a bird.
Joker said I'm gonna kill this bird.
yeah.
That's
If-
a bird. That was a real life
if-
bird.
Yeah,
if Brian
apparently.
Greasy, if Brian Greasy and Dan Fouts are in, then Mike Ryan gets in.
But
I like
don't you
that.
think that that's a different
like
era though?
Yeah,
It
but
is.
either way,
It
either way,
is.
like his numbers now, like we went through it the other night on the show, man. Like it's
Right.
they're outstanding, you know. And it
Oh, no,
literally-
I agree with that,
and
like,
and
the
it's
amount of
literally that
comebacks.
one damn Super Bowl. That's it. Like then that's like, and it wasn't even his fault. You know, like he.
So
I mean-
if you want to look at it, you got to look at it the fact that what did Matt Ryan have to get to these Super Bowls to get this success? And the fact is,
Yo,
he
I have a
kinda
fucking clock
carried
here, right?
these-
What
He
are we
carried these teams.
Hey, this ain't a family show no more. Is all I'm trying to say.
What are we-
No,
Oh,
it's not.
shoot.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah,
Yo,
It's
if we're doing that,
It's a
I
joke,
probably
yeah.
should see myself out.
No, you're
But
fine.
no,
You're
um,
fine.
But no, like once you
Yo, Johnny Yates is here too. Yo, what the hell? I didn't even see him out there. What's up, big
it's a
dog?
great, bro. It's a great day, bro. It's a great day.
Bro, I
Yo,
feel like I'm getting
Johnny
jumped
Yates doing the
I feel
curls
like
under
I'm
the
getting
desk
jumped
right now, eh?
You have to. I got the dumbbells right here. Got the kettlebell.
You
with
got-
it.
Johnny H just crushes fucking sexy.
Damn, what kind of
Matt
bird is
Ryan
that,
did
bro?
more with less. He did
Huh?
more with less.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You calling
come
Julio
on,
Jones
man.
less?
I'll say this. If you look at probably 9/10 of his career, he never really had an offensive schematic guy.
That's all I'm
Other than
saying.
Exactly.
We talked about, dude.
Yeah,
We talked about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
agree
mean-
with that. Yeah, and like I feel like JR only met me on like when I was like, yo, we gotta get rid of Matt kind of thing. But I'm
Right.
like, you gotta understand, I'm so detached from like players that I just want to win, right? And like seeing Matt Ryan go down the hill, it sucked. But I was also
First of all,
like,
that
I want
hurt.
to win, right? So like
Yeah.
that's where I was at. And now we're not in purgatory anymore. We got big old Kirk
I heard
O'Kane,
you say
but-
that, damn ski man. We would not be cool if I was.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, probably not. But Mike, you got to know it's all love. You know me. I'm just all football. That's all I care about. I just care about ball. I'm sorry, Mike. I you know what? If I had my Matt, I do have a Matt Ryan jersey.
Oh yeah,
You
damn
know,
ski.
from high school to now, you kind of you gain a little bit when you have kids.
love
You know,
No,
Mike, you might
no, come on.
I love it.
No, you don't. Let's
He
see.
still fit it.
Dr. Ganja says Ryan's a Hall of
Yeah.
Famer. I think we all agree that he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
He's
for
a Hall of
sure.
Famer, but he's going
just
to
don't
take some
know.
time. That's
Now,
all
Tyler-
I ask.
Tyler follows it up that he was one Devontae
That's all I'm
Freeman
saying.
block
I said
away.
we blame Devontae Freeman. Man, let's jump him.
But
Let's jump him.
let's
It's his
wait,
fault.
he ain't that big. We could take him, right?
That's what I'm saying. I met him before. He was
I
about
don't
my
know, man.
size.
Especially with the
5'8",
steroids.
5'9".
Especially with the steroids.
Right,
I
right.
thought he was gonna be the next Barry Sanders. I swear
What's
to God,
up
I
there,
did.
Mike? Mike
Mike, what
B
up?
says, "What's
Oh
up,
man,
fellas?"
I love that picture with freaking Bijan, Tyler Algier, and
Oh,
Kyle
the
Pitts
yeah,
doing
yep.
the airplane. That's a dope photo, man.
It's a very good photo. That's when we actually thought the season was going to be something.
Yo, why are we
Uh,
taking 5 minutes to do this pick right now?
No, dude,
Because
I
who
said the
knows?
same thing.
It may not be. It could be Jaden
No.
Daniels, guys.
Look, I said I tweeted
Savion,
out. I was like,
Savion,
look,
if that's what we're doing the rest of the night,
Man,
I'm out of here.
wait, hold
You're
on,
out.
bro.
You're out.
Wait, bro. It was supposed to be a joke, bro. Come back. Stay
Dansky's
here.
like, I got other streams I could be on.
Come on, everybody knows that it's going to be Brock Bowers. Number
There it
one.
is.
Everybody
Big
knows
boy
it's gonna be.
Brewski.
I'm not
Everybody
doing
knows
that
it's gonna
Georgia
be
shit.
Malik
either. I'm
Neighbors,
not
bro.
doing that
Come on.
Georgia shit.
Jonathan, hit me up with a
Yo,
air horn.
Fleek is backstage. He's trying to get in. He's trying to.
He says, "What's up, everybody? Let's go." Is he trying to get in? No, okay, there he is. Sorry about that, Fleek.
It's
My bad.
okay. It's okay. I
I'm
just
over
wanted
here
to
asking
react.
for
I
thumbs
just
up.
wanted to react to Brock Bowers going to Chicago.
Yeah,
Oh,
Where's Trey?
Well, you better get used to it. This is happening at 9. What?
Where's Trey?
Yeah, where's Trey?
Yeah. I don't
Oh, I
know.
don't know. You know,
He
Trey
never-
be on the West Coast. Ain't no
Trey
telling
on
what
the
Trey
West
doing.
Coast, bro. Trey,
Whoa.
Trey
Never did,
might just be getting off work.
Yeah.
That's true.
Come on,
He
Trey.
never did respond, so I didn't know if he was going to show
Join
up
us.
tonight or not.
Man, Trey might just be getting off work, man.
Maybe.
No, seriously though,
Oh.
like to Dansky's point, like what is the point of us doing this?
Oh, the
I don't know.
pick
The
is
pick is
folks.
in now, though.
I
You
said the
see
same
Big
thing.
Marv?
Savion
Hit the Ohio when he came in.
hit the O. So what was that thing that he didn't sign or hadn't signed? What was-
It's just so like
Yeah,
it's basically like an
okay.
NIL for the NFL, like basically,
Oh, okay.
so you
I
can
got
use
you.
his name.
So he
But
didn't
he
want to be
probably
a part of the
has.
NFL. That's crazy.
Yeah,
He
Yeah.
can't be in Madden right now and stuff like that.
he's so
Oh,
good
okay.
that he's just gonna create his own league.
Got you. He's going to create his own game. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Like,
but
he may look. Caleb may go on to be one of the greatest quarterbacks that ever played the game. He might.
Mhm.
Everything, not everything. There's a lot of stuff about. I don't care about him painting his fingernails. I really
Right.
don't care about that. Okay, paint the fingernails whatever color you want to paint them, as long as you're on the field. Don't really care. But at the end of the day, there's just been like weird stuff that's come out from his
Between-
camp.
Yeah,
That's
between
just
him and the stuff with Marvin Harrison, this is a new
Right.
trend that I don't think some of the older folks are like myself are necessarily used to. But I think this is something that's going to continue.
But that's
And
the
the
but
nails?
and it is and it's
No,
true.
not
It is.
not just that. I'm talking about like the way they are conducting themselves.
I got you.
So here's the thing with that. Caleb Williams And I think I saw something like, his dad and him have been like, training for this moment their entire lives. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that, the other players that are doing this haven't, but it's like, they get to this point and now it's like, okay, we train to be the best player in this class. So, I'm going to try to get as much out of this as possible. And, they might have, stepped on a couple of toes trying to do that.
It's a different world. It's a different type of mentality.
It's a very different world from when I was growing up, from when you were growing up.
Because in a lot of ways, it's more personality driven than it's ever been, in my opinion. Like for a long time, like you looked for
celebrities already.
Exactly. And you were looking for like a corporate guy, right? And you don't
You're not going to find that
anymore, right? But like it's been trending that way for a long time in the NBA. I think it's finally starting to bleed over into some other
into the NFL.
I hope it doesn't do it too much, because I think that has, in my personal opinion, has really.
You're showing your age, John.
It's just the problem is that the NBA is no longer about a team. The NBA is about. Do you have a LeBron? Do you have a Steph Curry? Do you have this guy or that guy? It's not, hey, let's put together the best team we possibly can. And even if you do, if you don't have that superstar guy who's not going to get the calls from the refs, who's not going to do all the things that happen because you are a superstar, then you have no shot.
So here's the beauty of football, John, and why that's not going to be a problem here. This is the ultimate team game. The quarterback can't do anything unless the receiver runs the correct route.
Or unless the O-line blocks for him.
The receiver can't do anything unless the quarterback gets the ball to him. The quarterback can't get the ball for him, like JR said, unless the O-line blocks for him.
And also,
everything works as a unit. So if you are that self-centered guy, if that is you to your core, you're not going to be successful in the NFL.
Even the defense, man, got to be good. If you're a star on offense, you still got to play defense.
You still got to play exactly.
So it's the ultimate. It's the best sport in the world.
It's the best sport in the world.
That it's such a, like every position matters. It's such and that's what draws me to this sport, is that you can't have. Yes, you need superstars. You need the Patrick Mahomes.
You need that talent.
You need the talent, but it's got to be more widespread. And, the guys who are the ones who try to make it about them, they tend not to last as long.
Right. And that's what I love about the NFL, the fact that it kind of weeds those guys out. It weeds those guys out because, confidence is one thing. Having that confidence, being able to say, I worked this hard to get here. I'm that dude for getting here is one thing. But being able to get away from that and saying, okay, now that I'm here, what can I do? How can I make a difference to this organization? How can I make a difference to this franchise that has been withstanding longer than I've been alive? So
Johnny Football.
You have to be able to get away from Johnny Football is a great example.
Right. Yeah, no, it's perfect.
Johnny Football literally was was all about himself.
Yeah,
and he even admitted
he was all about. Yeah, he was all about himself. The brand. I will say this:
what's up, brothers?
I like the dude's jacket.
100%.
We look sharp tonight. I'll say that.
Well, I mean, he knew he was going to be the first guy off the board. I got
you on that.
Yeah. Speaking of stars, y'all, I just got a question, and it don't got nothing to do with this. Who is the girl that had played for Iowa?
Caitlin Clark.
No. Her name is Paige, I think.
Oh,
Paige Beckers from
Paige Beckers.
From UConn.
Dog, man, I'm trying to foul.
Oh no!
When I tell you I'm trying to foul, hey, goodness gracious. No. I'm trying to foul her. I want a technical foul. I want to get ejected. I want to foul so hard, man. She Paige is what Paige her.
The views expressed here, not necessarily those.
No, they are not.
in attendance.
I like her.
They are views of Africa Mind for a reason. Okay?
Views expressed
Oh,
here are not
hey.
necessarily
Oh, man.
those.
Look at the greatest of all time, Nick Saban. Wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
you
on
on
Oh
the-
yeah,
ABC
you guys
there?
are.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you guys are ahead of me. God
I say,
dang it.
I'm looking at one of the greatest of all time, is Daniel Jeremiah. He's pretty slick looking with his.
Are you guys, how much time's on the clock for you guys? I want to see if I'm behind or.
I got
2:32.
2:32.
You guys are
240,
232.
Yeah, I'm
where
at.
you
I'm
at,
at.
Savion?
Boy,
Huh?
I'm at 306.
Oh, I love the cup, Dan. I
Ooh.
love the cup,
The
buddy.
pick just got in for me. The
That's
pick is
slick.
in.
The
Hey,
pick
I'm
is
The
that's
pick
in.
is
slick.
in.
Oh
I'm
yeah, we're all
like
over the
237
place.
right now.
Oh,
I like it, buddy. That's slick.
Let me go on the NFL.com. Maybe that'll help me out. Lord.
Okay, so it looks like I get the picks first, so I'm not gonna say nothing.
Well, we gotta yeah.
Well,
so-
okay, so
So
we gotta sync.
I-
We gotta
I-
sync.
Did
We got him
everybody
first last
pick
year.
who they're picking?
Please got
Huh?
him first last year. Remember what kind of cable you got?
Did
man?
No, I
everybody bet
literally-
who they're picking? Or what?
What
No,
type
I
of-
literally-
man, please.
I literally have an antenna and I have Channel 2 Action News
That's-
like ABC on.
That's the reason why, because
Yeah,
we're
'cause
all
you-
streaming it.
yeah, we're all
Yeah.
streaming it, so you have a delay for the
Oh.
stream.
He got the direct feed.
Oh, okay.
The pick
Must
is
be
in on
nice.
my side.
Gotcha.
All right, so real quick, outside
Yeah.
of Fleek, because he may already know it. Who do we think is going number 2? Do we think Jaden Daniels? Or
Jaden.
do we think
I don't
It's gotta be
or
Jaden
Drake
Daniels.
May?
I
I
think
think it's gonna
Jaden
be Jaden
Daniels.
Daniels.
I haven't seen it yet. I think Jaden Daniels. I haven't seen
That's
it.
cap.
Me
You
too,
already saw
Jaden
it.
Daniels.
Oh, God.
I think the
That's
first three are
cap.
pretty chalked. I think it's Caleb, Jaden, and Drake.
Drake.
I think it's Brock Bowers.
Brock
Bro,
Bowers.
I'm not doing this Georgia
You know,
stuff
I'm not-
all night.
I'm not
Okay,
even a Georgia.
fine.
I'm not even a Georgia
Fine.
fan. I just think it's hilarious.
It's Kool-Aid McKinstry. Happy?
Kool-Aid
There you go.
McKinstry. There it is.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Well, the pick is in. Let's see what it is.
This got to
Chris
be
is over-
Daniels.
Chris is over here talking about
It's either-
Rabbit Ears for the win.
Yeah.
since
It's either Jaden Daniels or Drake May.
It's gotta be.
By the way, they made a mistake if it's not Drake May, but I know it's not Drake May. That dude's gonna be special.
Why is that a mistake all of a sudden?
I just think Drake May is gonna be the next not
Drake May
Josh
is gonna be
Allen,
nice.
but
Like he is
he's gonna be like Herbert without the arm strength, maybe.
Yeah.
I like Jaden. I don't think.
All right, I think you're the last to get it, Savion. So
I'm almost positive I am because I'm still looking.
Oh no.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
It's
I'm
Jaden.
the last to get it. It's Jaden. Okay.
So did
Unless-
everybody say who they think is gonna be the pick at 8, or if we're gonna trade back? Did we go through that already?
No, we haven't done that. Go
No,
ahead. You
we
kick it
haven't.
off, Damsky. What do you think?
Me?
What do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So let's do either. Are we gonna pick or are we gonna trade back? And if we pick,
Okay.
then the
Pick.
player. I
Pick.
think we're gonna trade back. I do think
think-
we're gonna trade back.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Man,
So
he said that with too much confidence. He got some inside information.
all right. So Mike, what do you think?
Pick,
What do you think
pick,
we're gonna do?
for sure, pick,
Alright.
for sure.
Who we picking? Who we picking, Mike?
See, that's a
Oh, Mike froze a little bit.
Is Mike
Look
Frost?
at him.
Yeah, he
at
froze a little bit.
Dallas.
Dallas Turner. Okay.
Yeah.
Savion, what you think?
Oh, we
picking or we
trading
trading?
back.
Trading
trading
back.
back.
All right.
Trading
Fleet.
back. I think we're trading back.
Trading
Y'all
back.
know,
John.
hold on, man. Y'all know something. Last week, nobody said this. What is
But
happening?
that's the thing, though. We got to because there's no.
We got to. We have to.
We got
No.
to. There's no.
You're scaring
point.
biscuit,
There's-
buddy.
Well,
Yeah,
so
I know.
this is my thing. This is my thing with a trade back. If we're not gonna pick a receiver, like
Page.
the receiver that falls,
Did I put my
if we're truly going for a defensive weapon, whether it's an edge or a corner like Quinyon Mitchell, I feel like we can get that and pick 12 through 16. Now, trading back with the Rams, I don't know, but like
That's a long way to go. 19
That's
is
a long
long
way.
to go.
You think
like I said,
Dallas
I
is
want him
still-
first next year.
Please,
Right.
Dallas still on the board at 12 through 16. Dallas is still there, you think?
I think
Dallas
Latu
is
will be.
still-
I think
I
Latu
got
and
you.
Verse would be.
But that's the
I
thing.
think
That's
Latu
the
will
thing,
be.
though. Latu at 12. I don't know why that feels better than Latu at 8. Like you don't have that.
See,
top,
I
It
don't-
does.
you don't have that top. You don't have that
I
top 10
guess it's the-
distinction.
yeah.
You have that top 10
Mhm.
distinction on Latu anymore. It's that okay.
Yeah.
This is more of a bet that I'm taking instead of it being
Yeah.
this is a bona fide guy. Granted, it's still in the first round, so you still want him to be a bona fide guy, but because of the fact that he's got that. I mean, hell, that's his spine. You know what I'm saying? That's his spine.
Yeah.
That's got to be fused. That's fused together.
Yeah, that's true.
So it feels better to come back. Let's say to 12 to 15. If he's there at 19, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It makes you feel better to say, hey, okay, we did take a chance on this guy who has the upside, but it just makes sense.
All right.
Yeah.
John Yates, what are you picking?
Yeah, I think we went through some of the trade back scenarios.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we can't hear you. Yes.
That's my apology. Sorry, I thought it was me.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. You want to know something? We love you, Damsky.
Was nobody else? Is nobody else talking but me? It's like, am I bugging?
I was talking.
We're all talking.
We're all talking.
Everybody else is talking. Oh, I can't hear him.
Yes.
But no, was in the middle of something, literally.
All right, Yates, what you got, bro?
I think we went through some trade back scenarios. I think if we're going to like Savion said, 19's a ways to go back. I mean, I think Minnesota may be our best bet if that kind of falls the way it does. But I would like to move back, but I'm not convinced that that's what we're going to do.
Jonathan, what you got? What do you think?
There's what I want.
No.
There's what I want, and I know. There's what I want, and what I think is going to happen is we get our hopes up every year about either a trade up or a trade down. When we either have a high pick or we're trying to get up to a high pick or whatever, and then it either never works out or it doesn't work out to the way we thought it would.
Right.
I think we end up staying at 8. And I think if we stay at 8, I think that the pick is Latu. That's who I think the pick is at 8.
Okay.
I think ultimately we want to trade back, but I think we stay. I think we stay at 8, and I think we pick whichever. I think it's a pass rusher, and I think we pick him at 8. Like, as far as which one it is.
Come on,
JR, you got to be specific. Who we picking at 8, JR?
I think it's Turner. I think it would be Dallas Turner.
Yeah, okay.
I think he has more upsides, and
the confidence that I just grew because JR agreed with me. I don't think y'all know how much my self-esteem just grew. Go ahead,
I'm with him. I think if we stay at 8, it's Turner too. I think
if we move back in the top teens, it's Latu. I think if they really want Latu, I think they would rather, like you said, outside of the top 10 comes with a little less pressure.
Exactly.
Not as much. But look at how we view Beasley to
pick is in.
Tack.
You done triggered Fabian.
100%. No, that's true.
Look how we view Beasley to Tack, right?
Are we thinking Drake May here or JJ McCarthy?
I think Drake May.
If it's not
it
Drake
ain't JJ.
May,
it ain't JJ.
That's crazy.
It can't be.
That's crazy.
And, okay, it's Drake. And Josh Gillum.
Bo Nix in the later rounds or no?
Who?
You just said Bo Nix in like the later rounds or no?
Wait, you said Bo Nix?
Yeah, Bo Nix in the later rounds or no? You don't want it?
Or no? Or no?
Damn.
Yeah.
He didn't even think about it.
That joker said or no.
Yeah, I
Sean Payton in Denver is going to take Bo Nix. It's okay.
Okay, I would be down for that.
Yeah, Sean Payton in Denver.
I'll be down for
take Bo
that.
Nix.
But I didn't. So were we supposed to say who we thought we would take if we stayed at 8 and a trade back?
No. If you his deal was like, if you think we were going to stay at 8, who are we going to take? If you think we were going to trade back, you could just leave it.
Gotcha.
Where'd Damsky go?
I don't know. He's popping in and out.
No idea.
I'm waiting on the.
But yeah, I'm glad that
there
it
he
was.
is. He's in the back room now.
I'm glad that it was Drake May and not JJ.
Oh yeah.
John, that's a hell of a background you got there, John. Jonathan. He is oblivious. But that's a hell of a background you got there, man. I love it.
I had to find one just because, like, I didn't want to have to clean up my room every single time I did this. So.
See, that's why mine's put it at the same corner.
Yeah, right.
And That way I don't have to change nothing.
Yeah, Johnny Yates grabbed the jacket for us, buddy. That's the good luck jacket. We
Yes,
came.
sir.
Is that what it is? Got the good luck jacket?
Come on, Kane.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, okay. What are we good looking for though? Is what I'm.
Somebody
Where's Liam,
good.
buddy?
So somebody good. Okay.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for an impact player in
Yeah,
the top 10
player.
for one. Yeah,
Tavion.
player.
I agree with
MW.
MW says this is where it gets interesting. Some trades could start happening.
Yep.
And that's what I think is
Okay.
going to start happening. I think this is where
Tavion.
So,
You going
Talk to
best defensive player on the board?
If you're talking about
That's
at
what you
8,
would do?
I to me the best defensive player on the board is Johnny Newton out of Illinois. If that's what you think, I don't think that's what we're doing. I think we're going with the need-based thing, which is
I got you.
Dallas
what
Turner.
about Byron Murphy? There's been a lot of smoke around Murphy at 8.
There is a ton of smoke about Murphy, and I think that there's a bit of I think we've done our homework on him, but I don't think that that's our guy. I think our guy is Dallas Turner. I think we're gonna stick with that.
You guys
Damsky, you want to say something?
Yeah, but we can hear you.
Okay, I was just wondering that. No, you can go ahead.
But
Yeah.
I think if we trade back, Dr. Ganja's over here, give me Byron Murphy. I think that's one of the trade back targets, if that
Yep.
makes sense.
So I put an article today, which I'm sure nobody would like. Let's say that Terry Fontenot does do business with the Saints. You know what I'm saying? And
Right,
we
right,
go
right.
back to 14. We get a king's ransom. They go and get Joe Alt. Whatever. Would 14 be a good spot to say, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and just we need pass rush. Let's get the pass rush from the interior and let's go get Byron Murphy. Who would be against that?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be honestly, I wouldn't be against Byron Murphy at 8 if that's what they thought was their best route to disrupting and affecting the quarterback.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
honestly, the difference
Okay.
between 8 and 15, ain't that big to me. What you
Right.
got,
it's
Adam?
not.
Savion, did you say that Newton's your highest rated defense player?
I love Johnny Newton.
No,
I
I
love
know,
Johnny.
but did he grade out as your highest graded?
So highest graded.
You didn't answer my question there.
Highest graded is.
I don't let you speak, you fucker.
Why is he doing this to me, bro?
Do you hear
Why is he
the
doing this to me, bro?
backpedaling?
This
He's got
guy
the
is
difference.
your highest graded?
Yes.
Are you going to put that on the timeline right now?
Will I put on the timeline
relax.
that Johnny Newton is the best defensive player in this draft? Is that what you
Yeah.
want me to do?
Yeah.
That's what you want me to do?
Hey, I've
Hey,
heard-
right quick,
I
since
just
I'm ahead
hold
of
on.
everybody. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, do y'all want me to be the person to announce when a trade happens? Since I see it first.
No.
Not the Falcons. Not the Falcons. Not
Now
the
you kinda
Falcons.
made it
It didn't.
big.
It didn't happen.
Regular
It didn't
trade.
happen with the Cardinals. I'm just asking.
Yeah, thick as in. I
Yeah.
see it. This is Marv.
We appreciate you, Willie.
Willie,
Dowd.
thank you,
$100.
Willie.
He says, thanks for the great content and analysis, guys. Well, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to have some fun.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
Fleek, if it pops up and says a trade is in, I'm fine with it. I personally am fine with you being like, hey, there's a trade that's in. It'll show up a minute later for us or whatever, but we'll know about the trade.
Yeah, see, the
That's
and the
not
reason
big.
I ask is I will never say a pick, but the reason I ask is because if we know a trade is coming, we could talk about it for a quick minute before it
That's what I'm
happens.
saying. That's how you
Right.
say it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maserati? Is this him?
Oh, it's got to be. If they stayed at 4, it's got to be Marv.
Maserati.
Da-da.
Yeah, let's go, Marv. That's my guy,
he's-
bro. I'm so excited.
Yes,
to
sir.
see what you
He's going somewhere where he doesn't have a quarterback to throw him the ball.
No, he's
What
got
the
Kyler
hell
Murray.
are you on, John?
Kyler
Bro, regardless of that, Kyler Murray's a good quarterback, but he's got a great offensive coordinator in Drew Petzing. I don't know how long Petzing's going to be there. But schematically, this guy's going to tear it up with them. Oh, my God.
I mean,
And
they
like,
had to do
I love all the smoke just because he wasn't doing the combine stuff, and people are like, he's this, he's that. Bro, he's just a baller. That's all he does. He catches
But see,
footballs, scores
okay,
touchdowns.
how much, Damsky, how much do you think the way Caleb and Marvin have handled their business is going to affect going forward for other prospects in future drafts. The fact that it didn't affect them at all, like Marvin's
If
still
you're
first
like,
wide receiver off. You know what I'm saying?
I think Marvin's was a little bit more like conspicuous because Rome and and Na- Rome and Neighbors were very, very good receiver prospects that probably could have unseated him. But like the truth is, like Marvin Harrison by far is a generational receiver. Just remember that those other guys are going to be great, and I'm talking about probably top 10 receivers in the league. But Marvin Harrison's going to be the top receiver in the league. Like you gotta understand that that's the kind of talent he is. So he just bet on himself, and like honestly, I knew because of who he was that Mark. Like you don't understand the amount of hours this dude put. He put so many hours on the jugs machine at Ohio State that the company that makes jugs machines sponsored him. That's how many hours he was putting. Like he's a freak of nature. Caleb, like when it's like that clear cut that you're the QB1, like
Right.
I wouldn't even touch a
Well,
field.
see, and
I
that's kind
wouldn't
of
do no combine training, no nothing. Like
well. You also
there's no
you got to
point.
add
There's no point.
with you also got to add with Marvin the fact that his daddy, is a
Yeah,
Hall of Famer, and so
yeah,
there that comes with a different pedigree, right?
for sure, yeah.
And so he has that insider knowledge of the NFL and is probably still well connected. So
I thought how he handled his pre-draft process was really good, honestly, because he only met with the top 7 teams because
mhm,
he's not coming out of the top 7. So why waste your time interviewing with the Packers or something, right? Why waste your time to do that when
well,
you
the
fly
thought
out to Green
process is that
Bay and the
somebody
weather's
could come
crap?
up and do a
Yeah.
Julio
Well,
Jones
that's
type trade.
a good
You know what I'm
point.
saying?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, I get it, but like he's like I just think how he handled it was good. Like you
right.
gotta understand. Like I think people misconstrue what exactly these guys do. In a pre-draft pre-draft, I guess you'd say pre-draft
Mhm.
season. Like they're not doing real football training. They're doing combine
Yeah,
testing.
yeah,
They're
no,
doing
yeah.
strength
It's
training. They're
definitely a
doing
different
explosive work.
style.
It's not
Mhm.
it's not running routes. It's not catching. It's none of that. It's not refining skills. It's getting more explosive. Like you'll see guys like the one that caught me off surprise was Leatu Latu. Or sorry, Leatu Latu being the heaviest of Dallas Turner, Leatu Latu, and Jared Verse. That one caught me off surprise. So the other guys just trimmed down so they could run faster, right? So I
Mhm.
mean, those things like to me like don't really it doesn't really make sense. And Marv just didn't want to do all that. And he's a football player and did football things for the last
Uh,
3 months.
so yeah, so I don't necessarily blame him or Caleb for not showing up to the combine or
Well, they
not
showed up
doing
and did
those kind.
interviews. They just didn't
They
do
showed up. They just interviewed.
they just didn't do the
Well,
drills or
but
anything like that.
yeah, that's what I'm talking. When I say show
Yeah,
up, I mean like you're out there
like
throwing the
do the
football,
full,
catching. Yeah,
yeah, the full
they didn't
gambit.
show up for that part of it. Uh, if I, at the very least, though, I would sit there and uh, if I was Marvin Harrison, I would have interviewed for anybody that wanted to interview me in the first round.
I
Like
could
that's
I could
just
see that. I could hear that argument. Yeah, yeah.
because I guarantee you if you didn't if everything else was the same but you heard him taking interview had interviews with like I don't know 15 20 potential guys or whoever wanted to come and interview him he went and interviewed with him you wouldn't have heard anything else about that. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but it was a big deal because not only was he not going out there and running routes and doing the 40 dash and doing all this other stuff. Not only was he not doing all that, but he was like, you guys are not even good enough. This is not what he's thinking, but somebody somewhere is thinking that in his mind, he's like, oh, we're not good enough for you to even come talk to us. Like somebody somewhere is thinking that, and like I
Yeah.
said, and at some point, like you may have to get into a room with that guy, later on down the road in your career, and
JR,
Sir,
first impressions stick.
what you
JR,
got,
so
Mike?
I have a question for you. Do
What's up, bro?
you think that the NFL should take into account how they act like during the process?
Oh, he froze again.
Like the team should account for that.
Say it again. You froze in the middle of that.
Like, do you think the teams like should account for how they act during the process? How they, if they professional, if they
I definitely think that the teams themselves should act professional, but that's going to carry some weight for some people. Like especially if you're at a position that like a QB where you could be the face of the franchise, you have to take the weight of how this guy handles himself in front of the camera, right? Because they have to convey the message. You know, they have to be, whether it's a JJ Watt on a defensive side or a Justin Herbert or what have you. The different faces of the franchise, you have to take that kind of stuff into consideration, at least in my opinion, right? And you have to be comfortable with the way, like, how is this guy after a crushing defeat, and how is this guy after a resounding victory?
I got you.
It may end up being boring, as if he's the same guy. Like, as much as I love Matt Ryan, like, he was essentially at the podium.
Oh,
He was the same guy every time.
Shots fired.
And so, but then you take a situation like a Cam Newton, right? Lost the Super Bowl and essentially melted down.
Turned into a girl.
Right. He had a rough time at the podium. So then that discolored people's opinions. So that's something you have to take into account.
Yeah.
Now we got the
agreement. There you go.
what the fuck is that guy doing?
What a day! What a day!
Going on, man?
Now it's a party.
Now
Who invited Sirius Black?
Aaron came in with his pants off.
What you say, Fleet?
I said, who invited Sirius Black?
Well,
Hey, look,
I saw like 20
him
people
lurking.
on this live show, and I was like, let's make it 29. You know,
That's right.
Yeah,
Yo, do you guys see the Chargers information or no?
Yeah, they stuck. They're picking. They're
Yeah,
picking.
they're picking. I found
The
this
fact
one
that they're
interesting.
picking is
Aaron.
crazy.
Who is
I
that?
thought they were trading out. I thought they were trading out.
Hold on, Aaron. Is Matt Ryan a first ballot or a second ballot Hall of Famer, or is he not a Hall of Famer? Come on, Aaron.
he's not first or second ballot.
Yeah.
Wait a while, Mike.
He's gonna wait. He's
Shots
gonna wait.
fired.
Yeah, we've been trying to tell
Yo,
you.
this is gonna be offensive lineman, I bet you.
Oh yeah.
I hope, bro.
You think this is offensive line?
Yeah.
I hope so.
It's okay, Aaron. You've been wrong in the past. It's good. It's fine that you're wrong.
One time. I got
It's in one time.
This will be number 2.
This is JC Latham? Could you imagine? That'd be a good.
No, it's got to be Joe Alt, dude. Like he's the consensus number one.
I think it's gonna be
I'm going
Neighbors.
Joe Alt, right?
But he's a little.
Huh? It's
If they don't get neighbors, that makes the JJ McCarthy conversation that much more. Yeah. That much more interesting.
Joe Alt.
Told you.
Joe Alt. They took Joe Alt, bro.
So crazy, bro.
They really took Joe Alt.
Okay. So the Giants are up here at 6, bro. Do they take JJ McCarthy?
I mean, I would.
This draft is gonna. This is gonna be amazing. This is gonna be great.
I don't think the Giants are gonna take JJ.
I think they're gonna take
take
Neighbors
Neighbors,
or
You think
Doomsday.
they go Rome or Rome?
I think they go Doomsday.
I mean, I've heard conflicting things because if you look at their past history, they value speed, so you would think it would be Neighbors. But then you hear things like they've kind of been burned in the past, you know,
Right, yeah.
guys, and so maybe they'll take a Doomsday just because he's a little different than what they normally go for. So I don't know. It's a toss up, but I'm assuming it's going to be Neighbors, but I don't know.
Okay, so
I'll put this. If Neighbors is there when we pick, do you think? Like,
We
him
need to take him.
I want him to
Yeah,
take
we
him.
need to
I don't
take
think
him.
the Falcons are going to do it.
Yeah, I can't see them going a third, like, or fourth.
Yo, Neighbors?
Terry Fine though?
Their whole makeup thing, the emphasis on character, and I don't think.
Oh,
Malik's
that's true.
I forgot about
He's
that.
just
Yeah.
Like Rome's an A+ dude, and Neighbors is like a
He's not going to church on Sunday.
yeah, he's like a C+.
Yeah.
He's not a
Gotcha.
bad dude,
Yo.
but like, you know.
Okay, so you're saying he doesn't fit the ethos, is what you're saying.
That's
He
right.
does not.
That's
fit
right.
the
Does not
ethos.
fit the ethos.
Dude, Joe Alt looks like a 300-pound 12-year-old.
That is a
Joel,
That is a
like-
massive man.
Yeah,
It
with
is.
the face of a 12-year-old. It's wild.
Like, yo, he looked uncomfortable sitting on that couch.
He did.
Like that
Yeah,
couch.
Yeah,
that
bro,
was,
he's 6'8". He fucking probably feels uncomfortable sitting anywhere.
You know what I'm
Like-
saying? But that's what I was saying. Like this is a human being that's
Somebody
sitting on a
make
normal
big man
couch.
furniture somewhere.
Oh, Mike.
Well,
you
now
were
now he
asking-
can get
man.
it custom made, you know, so
You-
he'll
you were
be all
asking
right. He
about-
can.
the pre-draft, if they pay attention to that
We're gonna
pre-draft
go to
stuff.
rooms to go.
Randy McMichael, you remember him? He's on 1990 game.
Right.
He said today on the radio that he thought he was going first round, second round. Like that's what his agent was telling him, and he ended up dropping to, I think it was the fourth. And they told him, Miami told him it was because he was kind of came off like too brash at his pro day and turned a
That's
lot of
true.
teams off.
That happens.
Who was
yeah.
this?
That can happen. That was
Randy McMichael.
Randy McMichael.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yo, Randy McMichael was a damn stud back in the day. I like
he
him.
was, man.
Yeah,
He was I think he was the 8th tight end taken in that draft.
Yeah, he was a stud, man. I remember always drafting him in Madden fantasy draft.
I mean,
Crushing it with it. Couldn't
They
tell you a
got-
career stat, but he was crushing it back in the day.
they got to go wide receiver here, right?
They have
Like,
to go neighbors. They
You're
have
not
to go
picking
neighbors.
JJ McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy. Did it.
My God, that's JJ's music.
Daniel Jones traded to the fucking Broncos.
Oh,
Get all
Lord.
the former first round bust
Let's
QB.
go.
They got all the former firsts. How's
Yo,
that,
pick is in. No trades through shit.
I know.
How's that,
It's wild.
how's that QB draft looking now, Dansky?
So hold
What do you
on.
mean?
So
QB
The,
draft.
what, the one with Trevor Lawrence in 2021? No,
Oh,
was
it's
that, was
looking
that
good. Justin Fields. We should trade for him.
so hold on a second. Hold on a second. Does that mean that the Titans are open
That's
for
what I was
business?
wondering.
Are the Titans not open for business? With
got
What
it.
Joe
if, the
Alt-
Titans could go Olu. Like I heard Olu's like actually pretty good in league circles, so I don't know.
Is that Fashanu?
Yeah, Fashanu. Yeah,
Yeah,
from
Fashanu,
Fashanu.
yeah.
Okay.
This is
Or
crazy.
Talise Fuaga. Actually, I heard
Fuaga.
he might fall.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Fuaga
heard
is-
Fuaga might fall. He got dinged with an injury thing, I think, at the combine. I heard.
Was that the guy? There was a guy I saw that like really hurt his knee. Was that Fuaga?
I thought it was Fuaga, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Let's see what happens here.
Wow, this is so interesting.
We're actually kind of moving at a pretty good pace.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
they
they're
getting through there.
speeding this
They
thing
getting
along
through
this
these.
year.
They're getting through these.
You know what's funny? I was gonna ask Aaron what he was doing tonight to see if he was gonna pop in or
I
what.
just
But I
assumed
thought-
you'd be doing something.
I figured he was doing something with Locked On, so I didn't.
Well, I am the minute the Falcons make the pick, I am have to jump out.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's fine.
There we go.
So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pick is in.
That man said, "I still have bills to pay."
Yeah, yeah. Like, hey, I just appreciate you jumping on for a few minutes
Absolutely.
you've been here, you know? Get a true professional in here.
Yeah, they went neighbors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Malik Neighbors.
That's what I.
All right, so
No, bro.
what does Tennessee
All right,
do?
Tennessee. What's his name? Ron Carthen.
It's
Ron, yeah.
GM Ron
Carthon.
Carthen. Come on, man.
it's almost that time.
It
think
is
we-
almost that time,
I'm
bro.
getting
We might
nervous.
get
I don't
big
know why I'm
load
getting nervous.
tomorrow.
We're getting
I'm
nervous
not
because
100%
it's getting.
Yo,
close to
the
that
thing,
time.
I was gonna say, the thing is, like, JJ's still there, and potentially Rome is still there. Like, he should
Yeah.
be a hot spot.
All this
It should
movement
be a hot spot.
that people were talking about like hasn't happened so far.
it never
No, not
does.
yet.
Never
Never
does.
does.
This happens
Aaron,
every year.
Aaron,
There's
Aaron,
like a
who
million
are you
trade
yelling
rumors
at?
and nobody trades.
Hey, Aaron, who are you yelling at? On God.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Aaron is like, he's standing on business. He's been trying to tell
It's
people
true.
this.
He really
for a
has
month.
said that for like a month now.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Anytime anybody, so
Like
No.
Aaron Freeman has been saying this for a month. If not,
For
you
a
can go
month
look
now.
on the Locked On Falcons Twitter account. He's been saying,
yes, you
"Listen,
can.
guys,
Yes, you can.
just relax."
Wait, you mean to tell me Aaron runs that?
No,
No.
No,
Don't let,
no,
I didn't think
it's
so.
just-
Yeah,
No, it's just
It's
no,
some
it's the
random dude
admins.
that just
yeah, it's just some
Crash on
random
the
guy that runs the
Yeah,
lock.
it's the lock.
Some
It's the
guy.
Locked On interns.
Very similar sarcasm.
yeah,
yeah, similar.
very similar sarcasm.
Now Josh is saying Tennessee, they got Ridley and D Hop, so you think they go tackle, give Brian Callahan the his
That
daddy
is now that's funny.
Bill Callahan the
That
best thing in the world he
So
can work with, right?
I was gonna say I was listening to Rich Eisen's podcast with Tom Pelissaro yesterday,
Yeah.
and he was saying that if he was to put the one over under at 1.5, he would bet the under in the top 10. But he says there'd probably be more trades in the back 10 of the draft rather than
I could see
than
that.
the top 10.
Well, it
Because
costs so
of-
much
yeah.
to move up,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Just
for the
because
folks
of
that are
the
just
amount of
checking in,
talent.
No,
strange.
all
we
I'm saying
appreciate
is Tom
Well,
Pelissaro
strange.
probably bet is better.
What
I'll
it is.
put that on.
You're gonna put Tom
Pelissero's pretty
Pelissero
good.
up there?
Yeah,
He's pretty good. He's really
Yeah.
good.
I
Go
got
to
nothing.
Senior
All
Bowl
right,
next year, you'll
so,
be able to hang out with
okay.
Tom Pelissero.
What are you
Is that a
saying?
double cup?
I'm saying if you go to the Senior Bowl next year, you might be able to hang out with Tom Pelissero.
How about saying?
trying to. I'm trying. I'm really upset that I couldn't go.
Yeah.
Yeah, this year.
Bro, what do you mean?
This
I
guy's
was literally in your state and you didn't come and see me. What are you
That
saying?
was like a random
Twice. I was
thing in
there
people.
twice.
I don't know what you're talking
Could have
about.
met Cam Newton. If
Yeah, I
you
don't know what
could've-
you're
if
talking
you would have came to the seventh
I don't
server,
know
you
what
would have
you're
met
talking
Cam
about.
Newton.
You would have met Cam Newton.
Hey, first time I went to the Senior Bowl, I did get to shake Daniel Jeremiah's hand, so that was
That's pretty cool.
my
Nice.
one
I feel
claim
like
to fame.
I'm really good at networking, so I feel like I can work a room, work a field. You know what I'm saying?
Can you work the room? Is that your superpower, Damsky?
Yeah, I can work a room.
That's my guy. That's my guy. That's why he's the producer right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he's
I
the
don't
executive
do much
producer.
producing anymore. Leave that to big old Aaron Freeman. My first listen every day.
Yep.
Wake up and listen to Aaron Freeman.
Hey, I gotta
Aaron
say,
just called
Aaron
me out
Freeman-
the other day that I
Aaron
didn't hear
Freeman is my
this
alarm.
podcast earlier.
It's just funny though. 'Cause,
Freeman
like
is
every
my
day I get
alarm.
asked a question about what do you think about this, and I literally just talked about it on
It
the
was
podcast.
literally on two
It's like every day, guys. Like every take that you possibly can imagine. Is out there.
Joe V tipped us $5, which we
You know
appreciate
what,
greatly.
Joe?
He says,
Joe.
"Do you
Yes.
take?
Yes, you do. You
He
take
says,
it
do you
down.
take
Joe.
Odunze at 8? Aaron, do you take Odunze at 8?
Would I take Odunze at 8?
Aaron Freeman,
Yeah.
the GM.
Yeah,
Of course. I want chaos. I want Jarvis Davis to have a freak out on
Oh, yeah.
That is what
I'm all for it.
Hey, tell him I'm waiting for it too.
Pick is in for the Titans.
Pick is in.
For I don't know where y'all are
that
at.
means
so
we're on the clock.
that means technically we're on the clock.
Wow.
Chaos
Wow.
is
We're here. We're here. All right. All
are
right.
here.
We're here. We're here.
Let's
We
go.
Everybody
Come on.
lock in.
Come on, Minnesota. Come on.
Get locked
Come on.
on.
You know you want your boy.
I want 23.
Who is this?
And
Who do
11.
we got? Who do we think this is? Talise?
O
No,
lineman.
it's not.
It's gotta be O lineman.
It gotta be
Yeah,
O-line.
He'll be a
I would
receiver.
think so.
I don't know.
They need a left tackle. They don't have a left tackle on the roster right now.
Correct. Exactly.
I mean, like I said,
Gotta be
you
over.
gotta. You got
This
to
draft is awesome,
reward.
by the way. This has been fun.
This has been fun. It's been very chalk. Like nothing has happened.
Well, like as Aaron says, just relax.
Just relax. So here's the thing. I think that tell me if you guys think this too. The trades are going to start happening at about the teams at about 13, 12, 13, 14 because of the drop off that happens like when it comes to talent right there. What do y'all
Who
think
knows?
about that?
Well,
Like I said, I'm surprised that I'm surprised nothing has happened thus far, especially with like a Minnesota. But I guess at this point, Minnesota doesn't have anything to worry about. Unless somebody comes up here at 8, for a McCarthy.
That's
'cause
what
he's
you have to
still
worry about.
yeah.
Right.
Denver,
So-
maybe.
Denver, the Raiders. If they
Denver-
want to
Yeah.
QB, they're gonna have to jump Minnesota.
So here's my thing: if Denver is willing to give up Pat Surtain to take JJ McCarthy, which I'm not saying they are. If you're like I'm trying to think, if you're us, do we have the money to take on a Pat Surtain type contract?
Oh,
I don't know. I really
You know
don't
what I'm saying? I'm trying to think about like
It's beyond
what
my
they
math
could
skills.
offer us. Like what they could offer us to come up and get JJ McCarthy.
They don't
I
have a
know.
second this year, so that's not good.
They
Real
don't,
quick,
but that's what I'm saying.
Appreciate it, Bradley.
appreciate
Yeah.
you, Bradley.
Yes, sir.
and
Hey, Brad.
it says thanks for the show,
Yes,
everyone. Thank
sir.
y'all
What's
for
up,
being
Bradley?
here. We appreciate everybody who's in chat with us,
Oh,
whether
yeah.
it's on Twitter or
seen the
YouTube, whether
Titans
it's our
pick.
channel or Out of Your Falcon Minds channel.
I've seen the Titans pick. The Falcons are on the clock.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
seen the Titans pick
gosh.
as well.
You can go ahead and
Yeah.
tell me who is it.
Ha!
Yeah, just let me know
Who is it? Who was it?
It's
I
JC
just seen that. I just
Latham?
seen the pick,
Latham?
and it's
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
JC
It's
Latham.
JC Latham.
It's JC
All right.
Latham.
Yep.
Let's
JC
go.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Roll
Okay.
Tide, baby. Roll
He's-
Tide.
he-
Let's go.
Roll Tide, baby.
Latham. Roll
He
Tide,
said he wanted to be a left tackle. This is the place to do it.
Bro, this is like ideal scenario for Atlanta. I wonder what they're
Roma
saying.
Dunze, JJ McCarthy, Dallas. All three edges are
Like
still
you,
there.
yeah. Like
Oh
you get
my
what you want.
gosh, this is weird. I have a feeling we're just
listen to
gonna
me,
pick
there's
it.
no-
We're just gonna pick.
There's
We're
no
gonna
way
pick.
that we can. How are we gonna pick an edge when Roman Dunze is there?
That's what I'm saying. You have all this. This is weird. Either we have to take Roma Dunze or something. You can't just take, especially not verse.
Yeah,
You can't
folks.
just take verse.
Out of
right
all the
here.
picks,
can't. You
please
can't
don't
take
post this one in chat. Let us
Please.
react to this one.
Yes.
I
I'm not even looking at the chat.
I talked shit because I didn't think Rome was gonna be there.
Yeah, I thought the Giants were
actually
taking
either.
Rome, so
Yeah.
I was pushing neighbors. But hey,
Yeah. Like this,
If
I don't
Roma Dunze,
I don't
if
know,
you
man.
add Roma Dunze to this offense,
I don't know. Don't get me excited. Don't get me.
I'm just all right. I'm just letting you know.
Darnell Mooney's got to get off number one if we draft him. He's got to get up off number one.
already.
He's got to get up out of there.
This is
Just
wild,
watch Fleet
bro.
face.
This is
no.
wild.
Hey, apparently, I just now seen the Titans pick, so somebody ahead of me now.
No, dude.
I don't
No,
know.
like he's walking to the podium for me.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
if you're
this
if you're,
is
if you're,
wild,
if you're paying
bro.
attention to Twitter,
I was about to say,
you
yeah,
need to
I'm
see-
not
Oh,
looking on
oh,
Twitter.
Oh,
I'm
y'all,
not
have
looking
my-
on
y'all
Twitter.
are looking at spoilers. Come get
I
off
have
your
my
phones.
notifications
Come on,
turned
I'm
off.
not now. I'm not now. Calm down, Savion. It's okay.
Get off your phones.
I'm not-
Don't
I'm not
look
on
at
my
my
phone.
face. I'm not gonna make no reaction. I'm gonna be so stoic
Nobody
for like 10
said-
seconds.
Hey,
So
Savion,
Yeah.
I'm on Twitter on desktop, so I'm not on my phone right now.
That's right.
Oh,
I have a third screen over here.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
I'm sorry.
That is
Liam
dedicated to
And
nothing
worst
but
thing is-
Twitter.
I'm in the Aaron
Worst thing is I
Freeman
can't
boat
even
over
tell
here.
him.
I got Twitter up over on this thing over here.
Worst thing is I can't
Okay,
say
do we
get off your
do we
monitor.
think we trade out or no?
No.
I want to.
Hey, I think we should though. We should, or we should take Romo
We have
Dunze.
so much
But-
leverage, man.
Yeah, but Flip,
I want
here's-
Rome,
here-
bro. I want
here-
Roma
here's-
Dunze.
Here's the problem. Do I
Y'all are
if we can, do I think we should? Yeah. But also we don't know we don't know what people are offering us. What I
Yeah.
heard from J Ben on Twitter, and like I said, I've seen him throughout this entire offseason be pretty spot on. He's had a couple misses, but for the most part, he's been pretty good about what he said, like his sources are giving him,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
that is he's
Oh,
saying
don't
that
put
so
that-
far
Put me down.
they had not none of the offers were blowing the Falcons away for their
Okay.
number 8 pick. So
I'm gonna
Alright,
puke, bro. I feel like I'm gonna puke right now.
I just but see, this is my thing though. This is my thing. I didn't think I would feel like this, but see, now I'm gonna be agitated if we don't take
There's
Romo
so
Dunze or
many
like
things
because
that can
or
go.
trade back because it's just so much
But see-
right now. Like
but
there's
Fleet,
so
don't
much
get
on the board.
Fleek,
Just
you
what
can't
happened,
lock
too.
yourself into
All
one.
I'm saying is,
That's the
all I'm
thing.
saying is, Aaron Freeman said it time and time again too. You need to create explosive plays. Like you need to
have
be
to.
in the top 5, top 10 team to create explosive plays.
Who said that?
And if they're just like, hey, fuck it, we
Who
ain't gonna
said
pick the defense this year, why not? Like, let's
Who
have
said
a
that?
party.
Yeah.
in the
Sounds
end
like a
zone.
pretty
Well,
smart person. Who said
Bradley,
that?
I'm with Bradley though, so he says so hard not to refresh Twitter right now.
Don't you do it, Double B. Don't you
Don't
do it.
bro.
It's bro.
Look, oh, bro, the pick is in already, bro. The clock just started. The pick is in.
oh, then whoever we
Yeah,
pick,
Bro,
we won.
ran up to the
Johnny
podium.
Ace.
Bro.
Yeah, we sprinted to the
ran
podium.
They
up to the
man.
sprinted.
podium, bro.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at that guy.
hey, I know who the pick is going to be. It's going to be
Sleep over
JJ
here.
McCarthy.
Oh my god.
Oh wow! All
Say
right,
what you
my
want.
prediction.
Say what you
I'm gonna
want,
say
I'm not mad
it's
at that.
It's gotta be.
No way.
It's an edge or a roam. It's roam or an edge.
No way. I just saw something on Twitter and I don't believe it.
Oh no.
Man, Aaron, you gotta relax. You gotta relax. What's
It's
going
gotta
on
be
right now?
JJ. Oh my God, it's JJ.
Dr. Ganja says I'm actually
Don't tip
sick.
it. Don't tip it.
It's not JJ McCarthy. It is not JJ McCarthy.
Stop the cap.
No.
Stop the cap.
Nobody say anything else. Nobody say anything else.
No. Oh no, it's probably Sweat or something. It's probably the DT from Texas or something.
Yo,
Byron
did you
Murphy.
see Aaron's reaction? It's
Murphy.
bad. It's bad. Did you
Yeah,
see Aaron's
I
reaction?
don't
Turning
like
red.
Aaron.
Aaron is
right now.
it's bad, so it's not. Oh
I mean,
man,
some people might like it. I'm sure there are plenty of people that will love this pick, but I'm not a fan.
damn, it ain't Romo Doomsday then.
No, it's Quinyon Mitchell.
Aaron looks so
Yeah, give that
disappointed.
one away.
Oh, is it? It's Quinyon Mitchell.
I wonder if it's Cooper DeJean.
Relax. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Cooper DeJean at 8, baby.
Cooper DeJean, baby. That's the Swiss Army.
Or what if it's Quinyon Mitchell?
Aaron is finna cook. Look at his face. He's so ready.
Aaron
He's
just
finna cook.
Did you
Oh
see
my
somebody
gosh.
clip Aaron's reaction there?
What did
'Cause it was
Terry
bad.
do?
What did Terry do?
What did he do?
Because it can't be Dallas Turner. That's not a Dallas Turner reaction.
It's not Dallas Turner.
That's not a Dallas Turner reaction.
It's not even an edge, is it, bro? This is wild, man. What is happening?
Or it's Jared Verse.
Go ahead
Like
and
you said, you can't take Jared Verse at 8. I don't know.
let me go ahead and get this Dallas Turner article out the way.
I'm gonna just go ahead and mute.
Go ahead
Don't
and
say
delete that. Go ahead and delete that.
Dude.
I feel like John saw it.
John,
'cause
do
he
you
said-
know?
No, I'm listening to what dude is saying on
Oh.
work right now.
Bro, they
Oh my
just staring
God.
at the screen, bro. They not handshaking or nothing, man. They just looking.
Bro, this is like when you send a risky text
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
when you waiting on the reply, and you just see them little 3 dots. Like, I'm scared to death.
Guys. Guys.
Like, oh man, what are they gonna say?
Yeah,
Oh man, here he come with the card, y'all.
come on, Bisky. Come on, Bisky.
I can't wait to see
I can't do
how
it.
y'all
I
react
can't
to
do
this
it. I
pick.
can't do it.
All right, now
Oh,
Fleek,
God.
when you see it, you can't say who.
I'm
it is
so
either.
stoic. Well, Aaron already showed you what it is, but
No, I didn't. At least I haven't seen it. Whoa.
you.
Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Chill out. 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 Chill out.
John just got walked off. Aaron wanted chaos.
Bro, what are we doing,
They
bro?
just
What are we
can't-
doing,
They can't
dog?
do it, can they? They cannot. They can.
They did it. They did it.
They dropped his fucking quarterback.
Why y'all have? Oh my god.
Glad they're so happy in there. Jesus Christ.
Okay, all right, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and break this ice. All right,
Go ahead.
listen.
What you got?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I like Michael Penix. I like him at 43 though. I like Michael Penix, but not now, not here. You just gave Kirk Cousins how many $100 million?
Why do that?
Bro,
100
I roam the edges, the trade back, the corner, everything. Why did you sign Kirk Cousins? I get you want to sit Penix, but why did you do it now this way?
Because hold on a second. You signed Kirk Cousins because you need to get to the playoffs.
I didn't even have fucking words.
That's why you signed Kirk Cousins. You signed
But
Kirk
you can
Cousins
get to the
now.
playoffs.
There's injury history though. At 8, at 8.
Man, not at 8. Not at
I
8.
would have
Aaron,
tried to
what you say,
trade
Aaron?
back up.
Speak up, Aaron. He got the sick smile on his face. Speak up, Aaron.
I said this on the pod yesterday. Look, this is terrible for this football team, but it's tremendous content, man. This is tremendous. We get 3 months to talk about a quarterback controversy because every time Kirk Cousins makes a mistake, there's going to be people going like, let's put Michael Penix in, and we get to deal with this for the next 3 years
Okay.
of this thing. So,
Hey, who's that? Who's the guy that we all love that does the Twitter clips that he's always talking about the trenches?
Carlson called it earlier today.
Bro, he said in the pool, I think the Falcons are big game hunting for a
We
quarterback.
need so many things.
And I thought he was crazy.
Savion ain't even in frame. Savion ain't even in frame.
guys, I got to duck out. Enjoy
Yeah.
yourself.
Okay, Aaron, give him hell, Aaron.
Drag
Give
him,
him
Aaron.
hell.
Drag him, Aaron. Please.
Give
drag
him hell, Aaron. Tell him Fleek said something.
Man, that's
How am I
wow.
supposed to write about this?
Hey,
Johnny
hey,
Yates.
What do I say?
You
Savion.
awfully quiet, Johnny Yates. You awfully quiet. Come on, man.
I don't. This is the one thing that I thought could not happen. At 8.
literally the one
At 8.
thing. That was
Like,
the one thing I thought it was no chance.
You could sell me on anybody. You could sell me on an edge. You can sell me on a corner. You can sell me on a wide receiver. I mean, all
I
those
don't know.
things.
I gotta write about it. I don't know.
I mean, you like Fleek just said, you just paid Kirk $180 million. You assume you have what, a 3-year window with Kirk to go after it, to go get a Super Bowl, right? 3 to 4 years max. So
Now, hold
why
on.
not
Now, I
load
do
up
have
the
a
team to go
question,
do
though.
that?
To be fair, I have a question for all of y'all because y'all watch college. Could it be that the quarterbacks coming out in like the next 3 are all ass?
But see, here's the deal though, with that thinking. This time last year, nobody cared about Jaden Daniels.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You see what I'm saying? Like nobody cared about Jaden
I
Daniels.
didn't even know the
And
fucking
he won the
reaction.
Heisman and went 2nd overall. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna
Just
grab a beer.
because
I'll be
this year,
And the Bears are
Listen,
going to walk away with
listen.
Romo Dunze, I bet. I bet
Oh,
they're
yeah.
going to have Caleb Williams and Romo Dunze.
I'm gonna put it to you this way though. Here's my
Yep.
thing, okay? JR, this is my thing.
yo,
Hold on, let me just set up to speak quick. Here's my thing. The Falcons paid Kirk Cousins. We know that. We can get out after 2 years. That's fine. Whatever. We know that. Even if you didn't like the quarterbacks next year, it's whatever. For me, it's the thought process. If you were gonna take Penix at 8, anyways, you might as well have just gone through the growing pains of him starting this year instead of him
Yeah.
sitting this year, right? No, but listen
And
too.
save that
Here's
money.
the thing too. So when you signed Kirk, you said, "Bang, our flag is in the win now column." How does Michael Penix right now help us
Yep.
win right now?
no, dude, I'm with you
He
100%. This was
That's my frustration, and it's like,
yeah,
okay, so now you're going and okay, oh, we know there's 6 other rounds, we know that,
right.
but the expectations, the first edge that we would have drafted to get 10 sacks would have been through the roof. Okay,
Yep.
so now we're gonna put that on the guy we're gonna draft in the 2nd round, who Lord knows who it is.
Or are
Like
we
my
gonna
thing
give
is,
up?
we didn't even fit a fucking need here, and I'm not
No.
even saying we needed to draft need, but you could have made a plus, like you said you were going to do with Rome Dunze. But here's the counter argument to all of this thing. The counter argument is we have Zach Robinson in house, and he's one of the best QB evaluators in the game. That's the count. That's if you're hanging your hat on something, you're hanging your hat on Zach Robinson, saying, "Hey, man, this kid is special. This kid is going to play for you for the next 15 years." That's what
All
you're
right.
hanging your hat on.
I
If that's what
I
you
get
believe.
that,
What-
but
what-
I'm with you on the whole
Let me ask you
concept
this
of
though, Dan. Is it an edge still still who you like, who you think is quality, who you know will still be available? Is that what they think? Is there an edge of quality? I'm not saying he top 10. Is there an edge of quality that you know to still be available that they banking on? He's still gonna be there, and we can get
In day two, Mike.
yeah. Next pick.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's a couple guys that I like, and hell, man, they could shock us all, move up and draft like fucking maybe
Latu
Latu
or
falls to
something.
the injuries,
I hope
and then
so.
everybody's happy. Everybody's
I'll
happy
be
at that point.
okay.
Dude,
I'm
no,
just saying,
no.
like,
not to give up assets. No, I would not
JR
be
said
happy.
no.
I don't
You
know.
don't,
yeah.
no, you don't get to give up assets now. You don't
Yep.
get
That's
to
what
do
I'm
that,
saying.
my bro.
This
You
is-
don't get to do that. This does not make sense.
You know what?
There's
You know
no-
what? You know what I just thought about?
It just don't make
Maybe we're gonna get Doctor first next year or something. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're trying
you
to
let
get ahead
fear-
of that
so you
crap.
let fear get in the
Thank
way
you.
of this.
Yep.
That's
I
what
don't
that is.
think I'm not saying it's
Is Penix
right.
generational?
No, I don't I don't
Hold on.
Is Penix generational? Somebody.
Hold on. You're
He's
saying,
not.
Savion,
No,
hold
he's
on,
not.
Savion.
Oh,
You're,
oh, go
you're
ahead, John.
saying fear as if it's an unknown. For all we know,
but that's
the
what I'm saying. They
Falcons
couldn't know.
the Falcons already know what the penalty is going to be next year. And if it is a number one pick, they wouldn't be able to get whatever quarterback they were wanting to get. They would not be able to do it next year.
That could be it, Jonathan. I ain't gonna lie to you. That might be like a good one.
I don't know. Like,
Savion is
and on top of
distraught
this,
right now.
What Damsky said earlier, I will say this: if you bring in Zach Robinson and you know what kind of evaluator of talent he is, if he comes in and says that this guy, whether it was Penix, JJ McCarthy, or any other guy that you could have more likely have gotten at 8, okay, without having to trade up, if he comes in and says this is the guy that I want. This, out of all these guys, this is the guy I think is going to be the guy. And he's there at 8 for you. Then I don't necessarily see a problem with the pick, because again, Kirk Cousins, he's the answer this year. He's the answer next year. May not be the answer past that.
yeah, but
Okay.
past
Okay,
that,
but-
like, okay,
but
if you're
see-
gonna go that route, go JJ McCarthy. And the reason why
That's
I
what I'm
say
saying.
that is
So
he's
then, what did you
21
bring?
instead of
What did you
24.
bring Kirk Cousins in here for? If you're not,
You
going
shouldn't
to
have brought
bring
Kirk
him with
Cousins
too much
here.
talent in. If
You
you're not
shouldn't
going
have brought
to
Kirk
surround
Cousins
him-
here.
If you're not going to surround him with what you think is going to be, if you're not going to push it like it would seem when you bring in a Kirk Cousins, if you're not going to push it all in like it seems when you're going to bring in a Kirk Cousins, when you pay somebody $180 million, then I'm dumbfounded. I'm not
You know what?
And I get it, but also like literally what was it 2 or 3 days ago, Terry Fontenot gives an interview where he basically says to people like the current roster that we have right now, they feel comfortable with going into the season with the roster they have right now. That is what he says.
Right. Hold on. We got some folks throwing some money at us, and we got to respect that. The talented Mr. Ripley says, one thing I know, and two things for sure, the Falcons going to Falcon shake my damn head. Why a QB? I think that's kind of where most of us are at right at this junction. Yeah. Like, why a QB? I understand
it was not
what
expected.
you want to do, but this was crazy in that aspect. And then Bradley with $5, we appreciate it. Says, I get it, but this is opposite of win now unless we trade back up for an edge or a D line at least. Again, the draft is not just one round. We all know this. We all preach this. But when you get sucker punched like this, in a sense of, like, I would have even pushed back at Michael Penix to the top of the second round at 43. Yep. Like, I really would have.
Was he going to be there, though, JR?
No.
I mean, if we like, there are other talent evaluators in this league. There's no way, and I mean no way, that the Falcons are the only team in this league that thought he was a pick.
No, there's rumors
that had him top 15. No,
yeah,
I understand.
There's rumors that Minnesota was very high on him. They just traded probably for JJ McCarthy, so he felt like if they really wanted him, they felt like he probably wasn't going to be there. Dr. Ganja with $1.99 says there better be a trade for Henderson, ASAP, or Hendricks, the pass rusher out of Cincinnati. I done said about 3 different teams right there. I'm so daggone
You
flushed.
really did, yeah. I was going to let you
Okay.
go to
All
4
right.
and 5.
Okay. Can I give? Can I?
One minute,
real
please.
quick.
Question.
Save you
Is he the quarterback of the next 15 years? Can y'all, because man, y'all watched him in college. I don't watch college.
15 years, he'll be 40. So maybe.
Well, like 10 years.
10
But
years.
like, is he like the next Matt
Look,
Ryan? I'm talking about franchise quarterback.
I'll put it to
Y'all
you like
watch him.
this.
I wouldn't know. I'm asking.
I'll put it to you like this. Like, he's got as good of a chance as anybody outside of Caleb Williams. Okay? I'm not even saying Caleb Williams is a sure thing. Like, he seems to be more of a sure thing. But outside of that, in my opinion, like, he's got the arm strength. He doesn't have nearly as much mobility, but he's got more than people give him credit for. Like, if you want to talk about the plus sides and upsides, he's got it up here. He's a good anticipator, but the real problem with him is when he gets pressure in his face, everything kind of falls to crap with him. At least that's what it's been in college. And now you're spending a first-round pick on that. Like,
can he run?
Not really. Like,
No.
he's more of a maneuvering in the pocket versus
Like
breaking
Tony
down.
Romo.
Right.
Outside of it, he's a very he lives in the pocket. He works from the pocket, which is fine because we have the offensive line to do that. Right now, we do. But
Caleb McGarry,
in
he will be
2
gone
years-
by the time Penix plays, right?
Probably.
I hope so.
Probably. More than likely.
John
Dre
said, "I hope."
Harrison, we appreciate you. Says maybe
Mr.
Penix was
Harrison.
the picks because the Falcons fear they won't be able to choose a succession plan next year due to the
That's
penalty
what
for Hammond.
Jonathan
That's what I'm
said.
thinking.
And if that's the
This
case,
is a
then
great point, honestly. Maybe they know something that we don't know.
all I
Terry.
want to know, all I want to hear is what Terry has to say at this juncture. Because the people who have been champion Terry as a great GM, like, everybody feels like it's now his team, so to speak, with Arthur Smith gone and Rich McKay out of like daily operations. I want to know now what people think of Terry's first move. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's where
This is also Raheem Morris's first move.
Y'all don't trust Terry.
This is Zach Robinson.
So okay, wait. Let's just think about that though. Raheem Morris just tied himself to Michael Penix Jr. low key.
Yeah, sure did. You
So-
spent a first round pick on him.
Not low key at all.
Top 10.
It ain't low key whatsoever. Now Travis,
There's JJ at 10.
yeah, and Travis says if the Ravens wanted him at 13 or were looking to move up, that kind of
Minnesota
forces the
just
Falcons pick him at 8.
Minnesota
Or
just took JJ McCarthy.
I just don't think
you watch
were
college, man. Are you impressed or not?
What?
Dansky,
Mike,
you're muted.
Mike.
I can't hear you.
You're muted, Dan.
Dansky, the mic is not on.
He's not talking.
He's
to
not
us.
talking to us.
Oh, sorry. I was just telling my son to come say what up. QB1.
So I got a question,
Hey, what up?
Dansky. You watch college, right?
What
Little
up,
Dansky,
Q1?
what's up?
bro. Hey, bro, we need you to hurry up, man. We obviously gonna pick any. We
Yeah,
gonna
Hey,
pick
like
quarterbacks
Dansky,
today.
you watch college, right?
Dansky just watches football.
Little
bro, so
Dansky,
yeah.
what's up, man?
What up?
Rise up, buddy. Rise up.
What up? He a Cleveland Browns fan.
Cleveland.
Yeah, yeah.
I got a question for you, Dansky. All right, man. You watch college, right? Man, like, is Penix a generational talent or no?
Pardon?
No,
He
he's
said
I'll
pardon.
answer
He
for
is so
you.
polite. Nah, that's the manners. You said pardon, buddy. 10 cool points for you. But I'm asking your dad, man, is Michael Penix a good player?
I don't even think I know him.
There you go.
Well, yep.
What a great
Are
day.
you going to be famous one day?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
You got to
There you
love
go.
that.
There you go.
Of course.
All right.
Wow.
Which sport are you going to be famous in?
Oh,
Which sport are you going to be famous in?
On football.
Okay. What position?
QB.
Are you going to
yeah.
play for the
Nigga.
Browns or the Falcons?
Browns.
No, come on, buddy.
Okay.
Nah,
Come on.
bye.
We need you down here, bro. We need
He just
you.
said,
Man, I love it.
Well, we got some
Johnny
folks
Yates.
in
I gotta
chat.
ask my main man Johnny Yates. Penix is
No,
John.
he's a really good. No,
Penix.
he's a really good quarterback. He's a really good quarterback. Like I'm not like. I think it's just caught us all off guard. Like that's the thing. Like we weren't expecting it. So it's like we were expecting a defensive player more than likely, or maybe wide receiver or something like that. Again, because we were all thinking we're trying to win like now, right? The next couple of years, 2 or 3 years. That's what we're thinking. So we're trying to like beef up whatever we got. But if they're playing a long game, all right, fine. I mean, I'll get over it. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I've been wrong before. I'd love to be wrong about it. If he comes in year 3 and blows it up and goes crazy, cool, man. I'm down.
Oh, dude, I'm willing to eat crow.
Absolutely. That's the thing. Like, folks get on the Twitter and on here and think like, oh, y'all are wrong or whatever. You've been wrong. Like, I don't.
5 QBs went in the top 10.
Yeah. Like, I don't care about being wrong, man. I'll be wrong 1,000 times. It's like big deal. Like, I'll just say I was wrong. I mean, like, it don't hurt me at all. Like,
we got a few folks who like to pick. Reaper says, I like the Penix pick.
I just trust Terry, man. I gotta trust my man.
Let's see. There was
yeah,
another
just caught us off guard. That's all.
To Big says, by far, Penix has one of the best arms. I put in one of the best because I don't think it's better than Caleb Williams, but he says he has, the best arm in the draft. And then CK is trying to remind us, remember, even Pat Mahomes wasn't looked at as
a good
the guy.
point.
He's not wrong. And look, since
like I said,
Terry has stepped in the building, he's been talking succession plan. And so when they signed Kurt, they obviously viewed Kurt as, 2 to 3 years
bridge.
Right. Like a really nice, fancy golden plated bridge.
Yeah, there you go.
But a bridge nonetheless.
Yeah.
And look, Terry has said more than once, like, that they want to, like, win now and build for the future. And so, like, this is that. Whether we like it or not, they must.
I think y'all gonna like it. Like once the shock subsides, I think y'all will come around to it.
Look, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Mike. Until he steps on the field and actually plays, like I can't see myself like making good on this throughout the summer. Like, how am I supposed to sell this as a, like, I feel for Savion. Like, all I got to do is talk about it. Savion's
got to write about it.
He's got to write about it. That's different. I don't care what anybody says. Like, Savion's got to write about it. Same thing, like, and then Aaron, I feel for Aaron. Like me and John, like me and John Boy and you and John Yates and y'all, we do this for fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we do this because this is a hobby. We do this because we have a passion and just enjoy it, right? If I get too pissed off, I ain't got to do a show for 3 weeks.
Same here.
I can be like, I'm on vacation. Y'all can get bent. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, I ain't going to, but that's like legitimately, I could do that. It doesn't pay my bills, right? Matter of fact, this don't pay no bills. And so, I don't have to if I don't want to. But guys like, Aaron and those folks, like, that's why I think in a lot of ways, that's why you end up being cynical, because you have to be. Because when things like this happen, like, what choice do you really have, right?
I mean, in this case, like, there's no way Savion had a pre-built story.
No.
Savion, you didn't have no template for this one, did you?
He had wrote the first paragraph, and he got to erase the whole thing now and start over. He already wrote the introduction. He got to start all the way over.
King 7 says, man, let's just stop. Stop. If we try to make ourselves happy on signing a bad pick, this was horrible. We need to stop. And there's part of me that's like, I'll be interested to see, like, how people defend Terry going forward, right? And Raheem.
I will say,
ask you something, Savion. Savion, what do you think, if you have to guess, is the mental process he was going through to make this pick?
So I'm with Jonathan that something had to have come across his desk saying that, yo, listen, next year, this whole tampering thing, you got to wait from it this year. We're dropping the hammer down next year.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that I can think of that would suffice to say, like, to start to rationalize this pick. I can't.
Like I said, there's two reasons why. One is exactly what you just said. The other is you like I said, you've got, and Damsky said this on Twitter. Like you've got Zach Robinson. This guy is a known, like this guy knows what to look for in college quarterbacks, and was like one of the very first guys that said Patrick Mahomes is going to be the guy in the NFL. Like he was one of the very earliest guys to say that. And if you go back and look at a lot of his history when it comes to the evaluation of college to NFL quarterbacks, this guy's been pretty spot on. So,
Yeah.
Jonathan, is it a chance? Yeah, is it a chance? Zach said you got. I'm telling you, you got to grab him, and I know what to do with him. I'm telling you, you got to do it.
And if that happened, okay, and then I can see why you go ahead. Maybe it's a combination of both. Maybe they're like, this is the guy. We take him at 8 if he's there, and also on top of that, we might as well go ahead and do it now because we're not going to get a chance to do it.
Daniel, I could spin anything positive though, but come on, y'all. Then it kind of makes sense then.
There was a ton of
Davey, come on, Davey, come on, man.
Daniel Flick,
Tavion is not.
Hold on. We're running over each other. What you got, Fleek?
Well, I was gonna say Daniel Flick tweeted out that Adam Schefter reported that Raheem Morris fell in love with Michael Penix and they felt like they couldn't wait. So that's a big part of it. Raheem Morris has tied himself to Michael Penix Jr. He loves
Raheem
him.
Morris. Jimmy Lake was at Washington while Michael. Excuse me. At least I think he was.
No,
he wasn't.
He was
right?
gone.
So I'm just trying to understand it. I just don't.
John, what were you gonna say, John Yates?
No, I was gonna say I mean, it's a lot of speculation that the Raiders are probably going to take him at 13. So if you wanted him, you pretty much had to take him at 8 because unless you had a trade partner to go back to that level, which I guess they didn't. So if that was your guy and they were dead set on it, like Fleek just said that Raheem fell in love with him, then I guess that's why. To us, it looks like a reach at 8 because of just like it just looks like a reach. Well, no, he wouldn't. Like I said, the Raiders probably would have took him at 13, okay. So it looks like a little bit of a reach. But like I said, man, if he turns out to be the next Mahomes, then nobody's going to care and everybody will be happy. And but we won't know assuming Kirk's healthy for the next
2 years.
We won't know for 2 more years, at least 3 more years.
Yeah, that's the bad thing.
For year 3, that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's the only thing I said is like if you're trying to win now, like I thought that's what the pick was going to be kind of based around, and you playing the quarterback later on, not like something that's going to help you 3 years from now. Now if Kirk goes down, then great. You have a pretty, hopefully we think high quality backup.
Not great, but yeah.
No, I'm saying yeah, right.
No, at this junction, one of the only things that will like make this a little easier to swallow is if they come back up to grab somebody.
Yeah.
If and Will McFadden was talking about. One thing I clocked when ESPN showed the Falcons draft room is that Terry was making a lot of leapfrog arm motions when talking with owner Arthur Blank, potentially a trade back up into the first round. Like, I don't know. Like, yes, I can logically look at a lot of it, but I'm with Joe V. He says, then why take Cousins?
Because again, you take Cousins this year. You sign him right now because you need a guy to come in and stabilize that quarterback room. Because regardless whether you brought in Penix or McCarthy or even the guy that I thought if we were going to go QB was going to be 3rd round, maybe 4th round. And
right, Spencer Rattler. Right.
Okay,
right.
That's where I thought we would probably go. But no matter who you brought in was going to be a guy that was going to sit behind, unless somehow – Caleb Williams falls into your lap, then you're like, we're trading out of this pick. We get whatever. But at the end of the day, there was going to be a guy that was going to sit behind Cousins while Cousins stabilized the quarterback room, stabilized the offense, stabilized the franchise, and then that way, when you hand it off to Penix, you're in a much better situation.
Did y'all see Brian Finner?
But the thing is with me, Kirk Cousins just said that he wants to retire a Falcon.
Yep.
And he wants to play
He did say that.
4 years as a Falcon.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
man. So
man.
I don't see
The Broncos just took Bo Nix, bro.
I told him.
At 12.
Wow, this draft is fucked.
Okay, so the run on quarterbacks was immediate, bro.
Bro, we're on a
Hey,
60%
no.
success rate with
Use that man.
quarterbacks right now in this draft.
I mean, I
I
thought he'd be a
told
good
man,
fit
Bo
with
Nick's
Tom
gonna
Payton,
be
but
that
not at this
dude.
man.
Yeah,
Tom
this
Payton's
is
gonna
the
use him
thing.
effectively. He know how to
You were
use the
saying about
quarterback like that.
that trade up thing, like a defensive play, like a corner could fall, like Terry Arnold, somebody could fall.
Finneran just tweeted, "There's no way they just picked a QB. No effing way. This is a joke. 4 years, 160 million for Cousins, and now this nonsense. This is a fucking joke, right? I can't believe it. No. I have to get off here for a while. I'm so sick. Makes so many holes on defense. Makes no sense."
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever,
This is
whatever,
crazy,
man.
bro.
Like, get like that's fine. Like you want to feel that way, that's
But
fine.
if Zach,
The defense. They have enough on defense right now to start the season. Okay, they're going to add more to it. There's more to this draft. There are edge rushers in the second and third rounds that I think can be impactful edge rushers.
Jonathan, you can
In the
drive
third
a
round?
car.
That's
You could drive a car
second maybe.
with your feet. It don't make it a good idea. Okay, you could drive a car with your feet,
Mike-
but that don't make it a good idea.
Mike, give us a hooker analogy for this one. Let's go.
A
A
hooker
stripper
analogy.
analogy.
Yeah, what you
Give
got?
me a stripper analogy.
A stripper,
Lighten
please,
up the room.
I don't do hookers. Please, I want
No.
to clear it up. 'Cause he just
Mike's got
said
class
no,
here.
no hookers. Okay.
No, okay, give me a stripper
Stripper
analogy.
analogy.
Mike.
Hold on, I gotta think of one. So you go
All
ahead.
right, we'll come back.
Oh,
No, I mean,
man.
ultimately, man, like I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it. Like it's not that.
Oh, I got one.
No, it's
oh,
not
oh my God, I'm
that.
sorry,
It's just-
John.
Go. Hit him with it, Mike. Hit him with it,
What you
Mike.
got, Mike?
It's times where you in a strip club, right? And you see a girl and you say, damn, right? And just say you got a limit because you don't have your car with you. If you're smart, you don't bring your car in the strip club. You go and
Golden
you
rule,
get
right?
cash,
Yeah.
you leave your card at home. Okay. So you go in so just say you bring $400, $300. Just say I'm gonna do $400. So you got $400 to spend, right? So you're in a strip club and you see the baddest stripper. Ooh. I've had this happen. It's heartbreaking. Just say you say, ooh, she the baddest one. I'm gonna spend my money on her. And you get this one stripper. Just say you spend $300 and like, man, $80. You got $20 in your pocket. You about to leave. And then like the shift changes.
Oh,
And you look across and you see Jesus Christ. Look at this, right?
I'm not sure
But
Jesus
now
Christ would
you
be in a strip
say,
club.
I got $20 left. Why? And you want to punch this stripper in the face. But she look ugly to you now, and you thinking, why would I have done this? I could have just been patient, right? I could have got this. It's the closest thing you took, and that is the most frustrating. But I will say this about Penix, and it's what John just said. If it ends up playing out to where he is the quarterback for us for the next 10 to 12 years, no one's mad right now.
Of
Yeah.
course,
That's
like
the
yeah,
thing.
of course,
The
yeah.
only
That's
thing
it.
I'm
That's
gonna go with
exactly
Hey, look,
what
hey,
Davey
look.
just
We wouldn't be
said.
talking about Beasley if he produced double-digit sacks every year.
Yeah.
No,
So yeah, like
Oh,
if
you
he's
don't know
Sure.
for 2 years or 3 years in case Kirk get hurt. But I do agree with all y'all to say that you don't pay that man that amount of money if your intent is to draft a quarterback. That is kind of fucking stupid.
Las Vegas took Brock Bowers.
oh, okay.
Bro,
Wow.
And Bo
I
Nix
don't
is off
even
the
know.
board.
I could not tell you what this next pick's going to be. I
I have no
this is
clue.
not even
Oh,
chalk. After the first 3 picks,
Man, who knows
Hey.
now?
Mr. Townsend Ripley asked for $2. He says, "Does this mean Calais Campbell comes back?"
Come on, Colette. Gotta. He has to now.
at this point, we might ask John Abraham to come back.
Brother Hosea says, "I hate to say this, but it seems like the NFL is rigged with legal gambling, and the game has not been the same. How insane! No pass rush since John Abraham. Yeah, it's a weird thing to." And I wondered, like in a sense, I wondered because this was the first time with Terry Fontenot that we were going into it with a glaring need. And was he going to stick to BPA? And I guess for him, he did. So I guess kudos to sticking to your
Well, so
I ain't gonna lie to you. It ain't one scout. It ain't one scout in the NFL that had Michael Penix above some of them players that was on that board. Shouldn't.
This This is how you get fired.
Should not.
As the general manager, this is how you get
That's
fired.
it. That's,
It's
yeah.
not. Well, I mean, if you miss too many picks, regardless, that's how you get fired as a GM. If you pick this
If
guy,
you
if
winning.
you pick this, if you pick right, so you pick this guy now, you win with Kirk Cousins now. 2 years from now, Kirk Cousins he gets moved on because we can get out after a couple years. You now bring in this guy in a potentially a much better situation than when he would have arrived this year, with more, with better, more mature weapons, more mature offense. You get to put more into the defense. So in 2-3 years from now, when he steps in, he's in a much better spot than he would be this year. Okay.
Well, and that's true. But this is the conundrum with that too, because I also was thinking, okay, well, if Michael Penix steps in right after Kirk Cousins, and when we're finally done, or not done fully, but where we're leaning off of paying Kirk Cousins as much and can kind of like get rid of him in a way, right? Not get rid of him, but
Damn,
like have him.
you gonna kick him off
Sorry.
the boat.
Well, you just drafted a quarterback at 8. You just drafted a quarterback at 8.
They're taking
Like,
it away by themselves.
It's no way.
They're talking to you. Terry
if-
Fontenot is speaking to you.
He's speaking directly to us. Like, there's no way Kirk Cousins plays that 4th year. There's no
He
way.
can't at this point.
He can't. And but see, the thing is too,
He's not
right?
in the third year at this point.
You also
third year.
put
I don't see
yourself.
him.
Yeah, he's not probably getting a 3rd year. Because if he does get a 3rd year, let me tell you what happens. You put yourself in a position to where if Michael Penix does ball out 1 year, you almost dang near got to lock him up right then, like how the Eagles did Jalen Hurts.
Mhm.
Right? When he had that one season. Not saying Jalen Hurts isn't going to be that same guy going forward, but like you're banking on that one season and then you're going to give him a contract probably that year or the next year. And then you're hoping that he's as consistent as you see him being. But you're still kind of just hoping, like not hoping, you see something in him, obviously, right? But you're banking on potential still.
Well, of course,
okay.
everybody that's making a pick that has made a pick so far is looking at the guy they're picking and they're saying, we believe that this guy is going to be the guy at whatever position we picked him at. So everybody is looking at the potential, right?
Hey,
We even took a stab. We already
Damn,
got fired.
John! Come on, John Henry. Hey, so I got a question for my main man, Johnny Yates. Johnny Yates, what happens if he has to be out for 3 games? Say he hurt, but kind of hurt, but he just 3 games, and Penix come in and ball out for those 3 games. Then what happens?
then we got something to talk about, don't we?
I mean, for us, it's going to be awesome because
That's
we're going
great. Have you gave him all that money?
I know. He's
the backup.
I know. Maybe, but on a side note, the Saints are about to take Roma Dunze here, aren't they?
Probably. Because
Odunze went to the Bears.
Oh, you're right.
Went to
My
the
bad.
Bears.
They're going O-line for sure. I bet you. I haven't
They
seen
got
the
to.
picker,
They got
but,
to. Here's another thing we
like-
haven't talked about. Hold on. Here's another thing we hadn't talked about. Say we ball out this year. Is Zach Robinson going to be around by the time Penix plays?
I didn't even think about that, JR. Great
Can
point.
I say something?
You said,
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Fleet.
I didn't even think about that, JR.
I'm starting to feel as if Penix might be playing in Kirk Cousins' 2nd season at some point.
I agree with you.
Because what you just said, JR, think about it.
I'm just
How
saying.
long if we are winning? Because if we're not winning, Terry Fontenot probably isn't going to be here by the time Michael Penix plays.
Maybe neither is Randy Morris.
Like, so we have to do something. Like, if we don't win this year, Michael Penix for sure will be starting in year 2.
No.
That is a heck of a contract that you are giving to a potential bridge quarterback.
If Kirk Cousins doesn't play well enough to take us to the playoffs, or he gets injured again and we miss the playoffs because of that, Michael Penix Jr. has to play.
Okay, but here's you're assuming he's going to get injured again.
No. I'm saying if we miss the playoffs, even if he plays bad.
Right, but okay, so like his injury history is like almost like outside of last year is almost non-existent.
It's clean.
It's a clean history, so I'm not worried about further injuries. Could they happen? Yeah, it's the NFL, but I'm not worried about it. Okay, if we don't make the playoffs, I'm gonna sit here today and tell you more than likely, if we don't make the playoffs, it's not going to be because of Kirk Cousins.
No, it's going to be
It's
because
not.
of the defense, right?
Yes.
That
All right,
exactly, Savion. See, that's the point.
Yes.
It'll be because of the defense, and you knew that prior to the draft. So to do this is kind of.
But at the end of the day, you had to the one of the tweets I saw was like Terry Fontenot stressed this: the QB position is the most important position on the team.
And
You
you
fixed it
addressed
already.
it. You put so
You addressed
many
it for
resources into
you
it.
addressed it.
I'm
You
not
addressed it for 2
understanding.
years.
Hey,
You
look
addressed
at
it for 2
Savion.
years.
You addressed it.
That's
for 2
it.
years. So you give yourself a window. You gave
Yeah,
yourself
Liam.
a window. Hey, Liam,
No.
but yeah.
Hey,
but
Liam, what's up?
Jonathan, you gave yourself
Grab the
a
mic.
window.
Grab the mic,
That's what-
Liam. Please.
I'm gonna go eat. I'll be right back.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Man, hurry up.
I'll be right back. Though.
But Jonathan, that's what the Kirk Cousins contract does. It gives you a window to go and find your guy.
Yep.
14.
If you think that if
Yeah.
So Latham got taken up at 7.
But so but the problem is we saw what happened after we picked Penix. What happened? Bo Nix, who nobody thought was actually going to be a first-round quarterback. Okay, Bo
I thought
Nix
he might.
is picked. JJ McCarthy is picked. If Penix isn't picked and they feel like he's the guy for us, okay, he was going to be gone. This guy was not going to be there. Okay,
I have a question for y'all.
Yeah.
So I do have a question. Man, is it possible that they went and they grabbed Kirk because like Penix was supposed to be gone by this point? So when he was still there, the team was like, "Oh shit, we gotta get him now because we wanted him, but we didn't think he was gonna be here."
Well, Penix had been Penix had risen up draft boards recently from where he was. There was a lot of talk that we could get him in the second round. Obviously, that was incorrect.
Okay.
But there was the talk of him being in the top 15, let alone the top 10, just started like this week, maybe last week.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, did you guys see that? Apparently, Daniel Jeremiah said that Kirk Cousins wasn't informed that this was going to be a pick.
I'm
And
sure
see,
he was.
that's what I was worried about as well. How does Kirk
he
feel
was.
about that?
I'm sure he wasn't.
Well, now, like, if y'all saw
So
it, just
hold
popped
on.
by that J Ben guy.
This is how
Apparently
we're
Blank
starting.
overrode
This is
Terry.
how we're starting this new regime, man.
That's a,
Yeah.
it's a
This
script
is
show.
how we're starting, bro.
Have we done this one while I was away?
No.
Okay.
No.
Willie Doc, we appreciate you greatly. He says, I had to pause the stream prior to the pick at 8. Just saw the reaction. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. I was always on the Penix hype train, just not at 8. Holy smokes. Thanks for the grass coverage. Unbelievable. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
JR,
sir.
I want to get your out. Like so far, we've gotten a little bit of your thoughts, but I want to hear like what's going on in your mind right now as to what the current situation is.
This is you're inviting BS when
So
you didn't
much.
need to.
So
Like,
much.
especially if what this J Ben character is saying is true, that Arthur Blank overrode them and made the call, so to speak, which I've heard plenty of times that top 10 tends to be influenced by the owner. And that, to me, if that's the case, then it's hard to say that he has confidence in what Terry wanted to do. I think this is, I hate to say it like this. This may look bad in a few years from now, but this is what bad teams do.
This is exactly what bad times
This
do.
is what bad teams do. And that hurts me and that pisses me off in the sense of you go out, you get the bell of the ball in free agency in Kirk Cousins. You're probably going to get docked picks for tampering, which is stupid. At this point, you're professionals. You ought to know not to keep your mouth shut at the podium. Okay? So that's one. So before he's even taken a snap, the actions of Kirk Cousins has cost us something, right? And then the actions of Terry Fontenot and them to allow that to even happen has cost us something. Okay. And then now you go and add this to the mix. Like, no, there's no to me right now,
Yeah.
there's no saving face here. Go ahead, Jay.
Diana Rossini. Diana
Uh-huh.
Rossini just tweeted the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned.
I would
Because man,
imagine.
Savion
Makes
had
sense.
already said he did say I plan on retiring as a Falcon, and that flies in that face directly. Like we are going top 10 quarterback. That flies in
Yeah.
the face of that directly.
And for them to call him when they were on the clock, like, "Hey, yo, we taking Michael Penix right now." And what is he supposed to say? Like, "Oh, all right, okay,
Don't do
I
it,
guess,
please.
I guess." I
But
thought you
no,
could
like,
get me Romo Dunze, or I thought you could help my defense out this year. But all right,
yeah, like this
that
is I hate, like I said, I hate to say it. Like this is a move. This is a ridiculously desperate move that bad teams do.
yeah,
Um,
man.
and so hopefully the rest of the draft goes well, and we got some players to talk about. You know, whether it's a Dwayne Carter or a, Chop Robinson or whatever, and we can just look at this and saying, "Oh, this is just one pick out of 8." But like in a way, I feel like how Green Bay fans must have felt when they traded up for Jordan Love in a year where Aaron Rodgers needed receiver help, and you trade up and got a QB.
Yep,
They're happy now, and maybe we'll be happy in 3 years. But
maybe.
right now, like in this moment today, this is this is stupid. You know?
And that's the thing. Like, I don't want in 3 or 4 years people to say, "Oh, y'all never liked Michael Penix. Y'all wanted him to fail." Like, that's not what I'm trying to give off.
No.
I am just
No.
very, very shocked that this is how this turned out tonight. I did not expect this. Like I said, I like Michael Penix. And if the league
Sure.
valued him this high, who am I? Okay. I sit on my couch, I do a
Hey
podcast
man.
sometimes, and I be on Twitter. All
Right.
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 I be on Twitter. So it's like I'm not gonna
But
sit here and poo-poo on it, but you're so right, JR. Like, it's gonna be a minute. Like, we have to see it work for me to just be like, okay, yeah, it's a home run pick. Like,
Right. Like
But
right
but hold
now.
on. But I just want to say this that I just want to say this. This just man life. Now I had a job where the boss was a asshole, and I was gonna beat his ass. And he annoyed me, and I asked him for a raise. He got smart with me. He said something slick about Johnny Yates. I almost slapped the shit out of him, and I
Oh yeah.
didn't. All right, but I quit the job, and I was furious at that point. Like, man, I couldn't pay my rent. How am I going to do this? It was a bad move in when at the start of it, and they come to find out because I quit that job. Had I stayed at that job, I would have made a fourth of what I make now. And I started my own business, and in like retrospect, turned out because I didn't judge that space in the moment, it turned out all right in the end. So sometimes it just appears fucked up, right?
Look at the end
But
of
in
the
the
day,
long run, it could be in your favor. That's all
look
I'm
at the end of the day, I'll gladly eat crow. I did it with famously for me anyway with CP84. You know, we
right.
signed him, and I was like, okay, you're paying $3 million to a returner, whatever. And then
yeah.
for basically 2 years, he was our offense. And so,
Yep.
like, I'll eat crow, and that's fine. But like, let me ask y'all this: like, for the ones who, for John Yates and Michael and Savion, like, how's your next show? Like, how do you sit here and not defend it? Because but how do you roll into it feeling good about it? Uh, especially if it's true that Arthur overrode everybody. That means you have
I'm not saying that anywhere, but
that J Ben guy said it. And I'm not saying that he is true or whatever, but if he overrode everybody, and he's really serious about look, I'm on the tail end of my lifespan. My son's gonna take over. I want to make sure he's good for the next 10, 15 years as far as a QB goes. But like you said, how does this help you today? And it doesn't.
I do this, man. I talked to John and Damsky, some people who watch college faithfully, and I just asked, if this dude could he be 10 years worth? Is he like a 2-year, 3-year, or is he a 10-year quarterback? And I just gotta trust on what they say. If they tell me no, I'm pissed and sad. But if they tell me yes, then I gotta trust in what they say. Because I gotta trust my man Johnny Yates. Johnny Yates. Is he a decade quarterback, or is he a 3-year guy, and then we moving on from him?
Well, he's 23 now, right? He'll be 24 when the season starts, isn't that right?
Something like that, yeah.
So theoretically, things go right. He gets on the field at 26. Have him for, 10 years would be about 10 to 13, yeah, which is great. Not too many teams have a quarterback for 10 years. That's not the norm, you know what I mean? So if that happens, then great. But again, man, what would you ask too, JR, about the show? Like, it's hard to sugarcoat it. It is what it is. I don't love it. I'm not gonna love it. I'll listen to what Terry's got to say. I'll listen to what Raheem's got to say. I'll take all that into account. I want to trust the team knows better than I do. Clearly, I'm just a fan who just likes to talk about the team. But at the same time, it's hard to you're going to have an opinion, and I'll get over it. We're all going to get over it. Let's be fine. We'll move on. But I want to see what they do the rest of this draft, man. I want to see what else they address, because that's going to be important at this point.
Colts took Latu.
Yeah, Colts took Latu. So his fall wasn't very far.
Nope.
Which means you're probably going to see Dallas Turner. Yeah, you're going to see Dallas Turner go soon. You're going to see Verse go soon.
Yeah.
Y'all shocked Dallas is still on the board right now?
Yeah, Dallas Turner's still on the board. So is Jared Verse. So is Byron Murphy. So are all your defensive guys.
Literally, I think Latu was the first defensive player drafted.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
The whole draft is nuts so far. Bo Nix got drafted early. Man, y'all was saying second, third round. Oh, man, this is hilarious. Nothing is going as planned, buddy. 2024.
Yeah. No, this is.
This is not good. You guys see all this Kirk Cousins stuff?
Yeah, bro, he's gonna be pissed.
At the end of the day, I don't really care whether or not they told Kirk Cousins.
I know, but
why wouldn't you?
Here's my thing.
Why wouldn't you?
No, I know. I get it. He had 7 years of no playoffs. Now you just pissed off the guy who's probably going to try to get us to the playoffs. And then
why would he be pissed off? He's QB1.
What do you mean? Because he needs help. It literally says in the text that he was expecting help with the number 8 pick to help to win now. Michael Penix doesn't help to win now.
The only thing I saw was he
There's been more. You just got to look. It's all there.
He was surprised that his successor was picked at number 8. That was it.
Yeah, if you walk in the door and say you want to retire a Falcon, and then the first guy they pick is a QB, that's going to make you pause a little bit. I get it.
Yeah,
you got your money.
Here's the tweet for Jane Slater. As we all sit in shock over Atlanta's pick, a source told me Kirk Cousins is just as shocked and disappointed. Never said anything or his reps about a QB1, despite suggesting they would. Still, it's a business. There's another one. Kirk said, understood, be considered, but not believe his success was taken in the first round. A bit stunned. There was another one saying about he was expecting help. I know, I literally see it. Give me a second. I'll find it.
No, there's no loyalty. That much is for sure. In that aspect, but it's like I said, it's a business, right? And King 7 says, "Okay, I'm back. I don't smoke or drink, but after that, I might need to do both."
Look, I get it. It is not the pick everybody wanted. I'm not sitting here saying that this is a great pick or this is anything like that. But at the end of the day, I'm not worried about what Kirk Cousins thinks. The man should be a professional. He's getting paid guaranteed $100 million. Be the quarterback one of the Atlanta Falcons. Okay, so come in and be a professional, do your job, and that's all I expect of you. Okay,
Well,
that's all I expect.
There's a human element
There's a
to these type of things, though.
Human
There's a human
aspect to
element,
this.
and that
There's
adds
a human
nuance to
aspect
the
to killing
situation.
somebody.
He's not a robot. He's not a robot. He's
There's
gonna
a
feel
human
that
aspect to
any
this.
quarterback that you just told, hey, we're marrying you, we're locking in with you. Oh, by the way, 5 seconds before I do this, we're about to take your successor right now. Okay, bye. Talk to you later. Come on,
Yep.
that's
But
not.
okay, look, if
Yep.
this was a guy, okay, hold on a second, I gotta hit full. Thank you,
Well,
Bradley.
Bradley says, and he's making the point I think we're all trying to make. The whole point was Minnesota wouldn't commit to Kirk for more than a year or two. It was like a year. And we just did basically the same. We just did him dirty. He thought he would be fully supported him. And like, regardless of, and I understand how you feel because like I've been in a very like similar situation where we had a transition at work and, you know, I thought I was going to get a position that I didn't. And then like that was 5 years ago. And for the first year or two, like I was not happy. You know, there is a human element. I understand that there
And I
is a
get it.
business to it, but now you got to like you want this guy to go pour his heart and soul out on the field and to will your team to win and everything else, and yet like right off the rip you don't do, at least in the first round, you don't do anything to support him. Like I get the and you draft his replacement. Like so before he even takes snap one, he's staring at his replacement. You know, and he's staring at I can't screw up at all because the guy who they want to take over for me is already here. Like that's a different mentality. I know, I get the whole idea you got to be a professional. I understand that. And I don't think he won't be. But there's
JR,
still
man, is it better like Favre and like you know how like Rodgers was ready because he sat behind Favre? Is that better or is that harmful?
Depends. Like you can look at the same situation with Green Bay. They're in a little bit of a different scenario because they don't have an owner, so they don't have that same kind of pressure on them to make those decisions. But you look how it ended with, you know, Aaron Rodgers and when they took Jordan Love. That's what I brought up earlier. You know, same deal with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes. Like this move in a way doesn't surprise me. It surprises me that it happened before he ever took a snap.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part that inevitably is surprising because he hasn't suited up yet per se. And now, if all the things to be believed that Raheem fell in love with this guy and all this, so now Kirk Cousins has to go in and perform anyway. And again, I get it. Hey, you're getting paid a crap ton of money. Go perform. Go do what you're supposed to do. And I get all that. I get in the fact that you might add in that we might lose a pick or something of that nature. But it's still right now on draft night a hard pill to swallow. And like Southern Preparedness is saying, JR, those other teams made the playoffs, when they drafted, right? So can it happen? Sure. Obviously, it can still happen. We could still see the success that we want and see the success that we hope for. But I just don't think this is the right way to go about that. Whether from a team building, from a human standpoint, from, everything else. Hell, if you'd have taken if you'd have traded up next year, maybe it felt like they couldn't, all this other stuff. If you'd have traded up next year and took a Carson Beck or something, I'd have been like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. But to do it before Cousins even takes a snap, like to me, that's the part that's tough to swallow. That's all I'm saying. That's the part that's tough to swallow.
I mean, and I get it. Like I said, I would I have preferred to get Rome Odunze? Would I have preferred that we had gone with Dallas Turner or Latu or one of those guys? Sure. I would have that's what I thought the pick was going to be. Okay, but I'm trying to look at it from like the front office perspective. If they felt like this was their guy, okay,
John, talk to him, Jonathan.
Like if they felt this was their guy, they don't want to. They do not want to be in QB purgatory again in 2 or 3 years. Okay, if they felt like this was the guy and he could potentially be a franchise quarterback for them in the future when when he takes over, whenever that is, okay, then you have to make that pick. If you feel like that guy can be the guy, whether it's next year or the year after or the year after that, then you take that guy. That's all I'm saying.
What this is an overcorrection from the last 3 years of just not taking the quarterback position seriously.
That's how I feel.
This is an overcorrection of not taking the quarterback position seriously. And now we have overlooked possibly a blue chip receiver, any type of top tier edge rush help,
a cornerback
opposite of AJ Terrell. And I'm just saying that's going to take a long time for me to swallow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Byron Murphy's off the board. He's going to see.
So I got a question for Savion.
Yep. Vikings traded up with Jacksonville.
Forgot about the interior pass rush that we could have possibly got to.
Savion.
Vikings just traded up.
I'm not speaking about who we needed. Is Penix more talented than all of those players, or is he not? Or is it equal? Or is he a superior talent to all those players?
Are you saying it's Penix?
Huh? Yeah, you Penix.
Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
So Penix is probably the most natural thrower of the football that we have in the draft right now. And I say the ball comes out looking like Rich Eisen calls it the NFL films ball because that's how it looks when it comes out of his hand. It looks remarkable, and it looks like it's very catchable. Rome Odunze said it's the easiest thing that he's ever caught in his years of playing football.
Okay.
He does not create outside of the pocket. He is 24 years old by the time that he plays out after Kirk Cousins. He will be 26 years old as essentially a rookie.
Yeah.
Somebody keeps telling me to look at the Penix tweet, and I can't find Penix on Twitter. Like that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you at this point.
Look at this point, somebody just copy and paste it in chat if it's that impactful. Vikings just traded up for Dallas Turner.
Super. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Super.
Liam, come on, buddy. What you think, man? We went rogue and we drafted a quarterback. What are you thinking right now, buddy?
Defense. I would like defense.
We should have drafted defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we all kind of
and that's what Chris talking about. You talk about everybody was worried about, Kirk Cousins with his one injury. Everybody's like, oh, he's injury prone. This guy is injury prone.
Penix is?
Yes.
Michael Penix.
He's had both ACLs in the shoulder.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
No, yeah.
Oh yeah, you didn't know about his injury history too?
No.
Oh, he's had 2 or 3 season-ending injuries in his college career.
Mm-hmm.
He messed up. Was it an ACL? I don't want to put that on.
Oh, I'm not in agreement anymore. I take everything back. No.
A shoulder.
I'm not in. Hey, listen. I was trying to be. No.
That's another thing, man. His medicals were a big reason why a lot of people thought he might fall, but apparently he wouldn't have fallen far because the QB run went heavy with Denver choosing Bo Nix and.
I don't care. We shouldn't have been in that run. I don't care. I don't care if it's
Hey, you ain't wrong, JR. You ain't wrong.
Seriously, look. The year we picked London,
Maybe.
I was like, okay, cool. We started the QB run.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, not the QB, the wide
The
receiver.
wide receiver run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fine,
Yeah.
whatever. We knew that was coming. Okay, we shouldn't have been in the QB run at all.
Yeah, we shouldn't have been. Just
It should have
straight up.
been Dallas. It should not. I mean, even Dallas. It should have been, flapping the Raiders. It should have been Broncos. It should have been those guys. It shouldn't
And
have
then-
been us. We shouldn't have been in it.
man. Nah. The top 2 edge rushers are now off the board. Well, my top 2 edge rushers are now
Yeah,
off
no,
the board.
look. You look who you gonna get at in the second round if you don't trade up or what have you is
You
going
would
to
have to
be
trade up to even try to get Chop Robinson. or somebody.
Adisa
you're gonna
Isaac
get
is probably going to be
Adisa
the pick,
okay. So you get a D
Chris
size,
Braswell too.
Braswell
or
at edge,
Braswell. Yeah.
or if Newton might still be hanging around, but
Oh yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Like all I know
Liam.
is it sounds like, at least with the reports coming out, it sounds like either Arthur Blank overruled him or now Arthur Blank's upset. Like I'm seeing both sides. Like it does not sound like it was
Either way, it doesn't
I
sound
just-
like this was a consensus. And
That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
right.
It doesn't
It
sound like
doesn't-
it was a
it
consensus.
doesn't.
I just didn't want drama from it. The start, like from
Yeah.
the
Look,
y'all had
hey,
this from the start.
Here,
Yeah.
Yates, check this out. Not only do you sign Kirk Cousins to a gigantic contract that nobody else is willing to sign him for, you're possibly going to lose draft picks for him talking. And now you look like a goofy bastard because you picked a injured, often injured QB at 8. Like again,
You know what's the
This
funniest part too?
yeah. What's up?
Is that they paid Tyler Heineke his extra.
Right.
Yeah, and you paid Tyler Heineke.
For no reason now. Yep.
it is an
I forgot about that. I forgot Taylor Heineke is still on his team.
But well, hold on. He also took
A pay cut. Yeah, he took a pay cut.
He took a pay cut. I'm not like, but still, like,
He need to take a roster spot cut this offseason then.
but this is not
Yeah.
what you want to be in the headlines for.
No.
Man, we are going to get dragged on every sports show tomorrow. It's over.
We're gonna be in the headlines today and
Yep.
tomorrow and for the whatever. But again, I'm not
Jonathan, do
worried
you think
about
this
the
was the
head.
correct pick? Do you think this was the correct pick?
It's not
Bro,
the
go
pick I
get me
would
a
have made.
DB and I'll be okay. I'll
Yeah.
survive today.
It's not the
Liam.
pick I would have made. But
Liam.
I'm not sitting here telling you that it's a bad pick. Okay, this is a pick that they feel sets them up at quarterback for the next decade plus.
John with the optimism.
If that
Jonathan with
pans
the
out,
optimism, buddy.
all I'm saying is if it pans out and their plan works and they do have their QB, whether it's Kirk Cousins for the next 2 to 3 years, and then he's the QB for another decade after that, then it worked out and nobody's going to care about it. Nobody's going to care about it.
I'm with you.
But
Now,
if we
John,
Today, I'm
everybody
not going
gonna care about it.
I'm not going to look down on anybody that looks at the pick today and is like, this makes no sense. It's we're not a serious organization. You got all the different things you want to say about it. I'm not going to tell somebody they're wrong for thinking that. That's perfectly a valid opinion to have.
Yeah, no doubt.
I try as best I can to not, especially when it comes to the draft, because we don't know how any of these guys are going to pan out.
Nope.
None of them. Okay?
No, you're right.
So-
You're 100% right on that.
So I try to look at it, and especially in this situation, I'm trying to think of what are they thinking, and their thinking is we want to make sure that QB is not a worry for us over the next 10 to 12 years.
Hell, I don't think that they're going to have to worry because I don't think they're going to be here in the next 10 to 12 years.
Well, see, that's my thing, right? At this point, I'm over the pick. Now I'm on to the optics and what is happening behind the scenes because it seems like a last minute thing for some reason. It seems like somebody jumped up and was like, we need to take
impulsive.
Like, I don't like that. What is that about? It's not BPA. It's not drafting for need. Those are two things that Terry said they was gonna do. They didn't do either one of them.
Well, you say.
Like,
Hold on,
Jack
you
Robinson
say,
was probably like, you gotta, like, I know what, please. Like, that's the only thing I could think of for it being impulsive.
you say,
Zach,
yeah.
was saying, "Dog, I'm telling
But
you, I
so
know what to do with it."
they must have believed that someone was going to trade up for Penix or something.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
if they believed this whole time they could get Penix at 8, they would have been had that discussion and said, "Hey, if this guy is there at 8, which he probably will be, this is our guy." This no one should be shocked that Penix got. No one in the building should be shocked that Penix is the pick. If you're taking a franchise quarterback in the top 10, everyone needs to be on the same accord with that.
yeah. No, that's right. No,
That
I
points to
fully agree.
organizational. What's going
Yeah.
on? What's
The
going on?
So
whole,
hold on,
I'm
hold on.
talking about the water boy should have known that.
Everybody. All I heard all off season. Okay, all I heard was there was two whether it was Rich McKay was being the guy that everybody said was meddling in this, or Arthur Blank
Yeah.
is this, or Arthur Blank, or it was this guy and this guy and this guy, whatever.
Yeah.
Now let's just assume that this is a Terry and like front office and head coach pick. Okay?
Yeah.
Those two guys got together and they said they both and Raheem that we've already seen something out there about Raheem loved Penix.
Yeah.
Zach Robinson guarantee you had a huge amount of insight or input into who like all the different quarterbacks in this draft had to have loved him to pick him at 8. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
Everything like that. So my guess is this is a Terry and Raheem pick. There is no Arthur Blank came in and overrode anybody. Arthur Blank can have an opinion just like anybody else. He may not. He may have thought like I thought we were going to go defense or whatever. It's like no. This is the guy
Yeah.
set at QB for the next 10 to 12 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now that's what I think.
Yeah. And that's the thing, Jonathan. You could very well be right, and I want this Penix thing to work out. I'm just shocked, and I just hope that the rumors of everybody not being on the same accord aren't true, because I mean it doesn't matter if they're true anyway. At this point, it is what it is. But like, that just doesn't vibe right. Year one, you're already not agreeing on the guy. Now, like you said, if Raheem and Terry got together on this and was like, "Oh, this is our guy," then definitely they have. I don't want to speak on their leash. I don't know what this does for Terry's leash. I don't know how much leeway he has because But like you said, Jonathan, they're expecting Kurt to play well this year and take us to the playoffs. So then the conversation about the leash doesn't even matter, right?
Yeah.
They're looking at it as if we're gonna win this year regardless. So let's go ahead and implement that future plan.
And look,
And
if
if
we're
it
sitting
works,
here, if we're
it
sitting
ain't.
here at the end of the season and we're in January and we're in the playoffs, don't nobody care that Penix was the pick. But if we're
Right.
sitting here at 7-10 again, picking
And we
8
can't pressure the
overall
quarterback.
again,
Yep.
like, and then you add on top of that the loss of whatever picks for tampering.
Yeah.
Like here's a nice stat for you. Like we all like stats. We're stat heavy people.
Yep.
Let me get back down to it. We are the first team in history to be paying a quarterback $45 million and then draft another quarterback in the top 10.
Are you dumb?
So,
Nice.
there's that.
I got a
for you.
question, Liam. I got a question for you, buddy. Can this bonehead move be overcome?
Maybe in the next 2 years, maybe.
Maybe. Can we still go to the Super Bowl this year, Liam? Or is that off the table now?
I mean, if we draft defense next 2 rounds, then yeah. I mean, we have Kirk right now, so we have the QB currently.
I
And
love
I feel
what
like we'll go to the Super
I'm
Bowl.
glad somebody remembered.
And Liam said that. He's 13 years old. He said that.
I
Arthur
love
Blank,
this.
listen to the man.
Bradley
Double
says
E.
they must really believe in guys like Ebiketie, Zach Harrison, and Darnell Mooney. They must really feel like they got something.
Or they really believe in Penix. One or the other.
Well, like I said, before the draft, 2 to 3 days before the draft, Terry Fontenot came out and said, "We feel good about the guys we have on the team right now, and basically we feel like if we had to, we could go. Like if we were going to start the season with the guys we have, we feel good about that." Okay, if that's the case, then again, you're just drafting BPA, and when you're saying BPA, Fleek is like, this guy, what he was, they obviously didn't go BPA or needs. They went with some other way. But the problem is like you're thinking of it as BPA from your own personal or somebody else's list out there, whatever the ratings that other sites have that says, here's how we're rating guys based on whatever metrics they use. You're going off of that. Okay.
Yeah.
The Falcons have their own list of BPA for various other reasons. And yeah, if we want to talk about straight athleticism, if we want to talk about that kind of stuff, is he the BPA as just a freak athlete? No, he's not. But in their mind, I guarantee what they're thinking of is this guy's got it up here. And we heard this not long after Raheem was fired. He's looking, when it comes to the quarterback position, he's looking for guys who are fast processors and all that jazz. Everything that he talked about, if this guy fits that mold, then he shoots up your list in the BPA factors, right?
Yeah.
Because at quarterback, it's not all about how athletic you are. Yes, it's becoming more so a requirement to be quarterback for a lot of teams out there, but there are still teams out there that's like, I don't need you running around all over the place. I need you to drop back, recognize the defense, know where the ball's got to go, get the ball out quick. If you do that for me, you don't have to ever run the ball. Do that for me. And
John and Tyler, no, you don't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So hold on, Fleet. When you saw him in college, did you think he was top 10?
Penix?
Yeah. Honestly.
I thought he was, when I was watching games, because I haven't fully dove into Penix tape fully. I've watched a couple games and I like Penix. That's the thing. I like Michael Penix. And I thought that he would be a first round pick. I didn't think he would be top 15. I thought he'd be I thought somebody might trade up for him, or I thought he might be a guy that might go in the 20s. Now, I knew Denver and Vegas needed quarterbacks, but I didn't know if they would like Penix and Knicks as much as they probably obviously do, because Denver took Knicks. I didn't know how they viewed that tier of QBs. Obviously, they liked them. But honestly, when I was watching Penix live, I like Penix. I think he could be successful in the league. I think as long as his injury history doesn't come back to bite him, and him being able to learn, if everything can be copacetic and he could just learn under Kirk for however long, even if their plan is a year, 2 years, 3 years, for however long, if he can learn under Kirk, everything can be copacetic, his injury history doesn't bite him, we may have a guy that can be our guy for 10 years. It's just shocking in this moment. It's just shocking in this moment.
Okay,
I'll say this.
He's crock-potting right now, which means he's slowly coming around. Okay, he's crock-potting is what I like to call. He's slowly getting to that point. Question, JR. When you saw his eye test, when you saw him play, just off your eye test, you thought he was top 10 or no?
I thought he was like one of the more accurate QBs when everything was going his way. Like when everything was clean, when everything was okay. And you also got to think he's throwing to 3 NFL wide receivers.
3 of them.
In Odunze, in Polk, and in McMillan. Like all 3 of those guys.
He's still going to throw to 3 NFL wide receivers when he.
I get you. I understand that. But what did Michigan do in the game? What did Jesse Mentors do in the game in the national championship? They heated him up.
Mm-hmm.
And when they heated him up, and they kept bringing that pressure, like he wasn't able to perform, and that's my only concern in that aspect. But I'll say this:
the Rams took Jared Verse just now.
Yeah. So all 3 of your top edge rushers are gone. As far as that goes, I don't know what she's barking at, but.
I still say if we're looking for an edge in the second, my guy to pick in the second would probably be Marshawn Neal.
Marshawn Neal could still be there.
I gotta ask Tavion. Savvy, come on, man. I know you know. If we've made the blunder and we got to pick an edge in the second, who you picking? And I want you to tell me, is he of quality or is he not somebody who you really want? or is it somebody you think, man, I want that guy and he can be that good?
Yeah, that would be Marshawn Nealand, Adiza Isaac come to mind.
But there's such a big drop off from the top 3 to the
It's
next
so
two.
big.
Yeah.
Like a huge drop
Yeah,
off.
okay. Let me put it to you like this, Mike. All the guys that we're talking about in the top 3 were double-digit sack guys. Marshawn Nealand had 4 sacks at a lower division school.
Oh, that's a huge. Oh, that's
Isaac. Not
Adiza Isaac.
Adiza Isaac. Didn't he have like 4 or 5 sacks as well at Penn State?
Well, Chop Robinson was there, so
Chop
there's
Robinson.
that.
So I mean, if you're looking at production, like it was those 3 guys. Like I wouldn't mind double dipping at edge had you grabbed one of those 3 to somewhat solve the answer. But again,
wait, who was Carter? Man, Freeman saying, Dwayne Carter.
Dwayne Carter, he's a interior interior D
he's
lineman.
Okay.
And like he's interior, like Michael Hall Jr. could still be there. Like he'll be there in a second. You got a handful of but they're all the 3 tech style, penetrating.
The day shift strippers.
Basically, yeah, shift strippers.
Yep.
That's what they are.
Yep. Damn. But that's a huge. Now that's a drop off. I know exactly what you mean now.
Right. only missed.
Yeah, it is not the same.
Y'all might as well forget Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, that's done now.
Yeah, you just took a quarterback in the first round. That's who you're hanging your hat on. That's who gets your coach and your GM fired.
I will take Penix over Shadur Sanders.
So this year, sure.
Jonathan is coming with Penix. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Jonathan liked Penix. I think he loved the pick.
I like when we at the very start of the offseason, right around the NFC, the Super Bowl and around the time of the national title game and the semifinals before that. Like when I watched him play, I watched a few games of his this year, and when I saw him, yes, was he throwing to Odunze and Polk and those guys? Yes, he was. But I saw a guy that was literally putting things in, dropping it in a bucket 50 yards away, and perfect catchable ball. Like this guy was so pinpoint accurate, it was absolutely nuts. And so, if you're looking for a guy, and if we look at the type of offense they're looking for, they're not looking for a guy that's going to run around all over the place. They're looking for a guy who's going to play from the pocket, can escape the pressure if necessary, and move around the pocket if necessary. But a guy who can sit in the pocket, is extremely accurate, throws with a lot of anticipation, and is a quick processor of information. Penix ticks all those boxes.
So I'm saying, Jonathan, what is his your mobile level like? Like who you think he can run like that? So I would understand. Who in the pros is he mobile like?
I mean, he's probably probably something like
he's a good athlete.
Like a younger Stafford.
Okay.
Maybe pick up a first if he has to. Mike, you're going to want to go back and watch the Texas game, the Texas playoff game.
I'm about to make a note of that,
JR. That is the perfect version of Michael Penix. Is the Texas playoff game. He was able to evade pressure, step up in the pocket, make some folks miss, and was also extremely accurate and everything else. So, yeah, that is what that is.
Adam, I just saw your tweet. That's hilarious, dude.
What'd you say?
Hilarious.
What did he say? He just
you got one of those link in bio tweets. So on Mike, you probably don't know, but recently you've been you'll tweet something, you'll get this link in bio for some chick, and it's all bullshit or whatever.
Yeah, it's all bots.
Adam quote tweeted it and said, "Dorothy, not now. Falcons just made some random draft pick."
Yeah, not now, Dorothy. We're
Yeah,
mourning
a
over here.
lot of people.
That's great.
A lot of people said they found you in that. So that's why we're here. I said good vibes today, and I'm really moved by that. So we're just we're getting on with our day. Hopefully, these DBs are slipping, bro.
They are, man.
Like,
let's talk about how long Fleek has been stuffing his face for, because it's been at least an hour.
Yeah,
okay, Fleek has been eating for over an hour. So let's talk about what he's eating and why it's taking so long to eat it. Fleek, what are you eating, man?
Everything. I'm stressed out.
Fleek says I'm stressed
out.
Hey, look, my wife
eating.
she brought me cake. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I love it.
That look good.
So
I got a big can of Pringles. I got the party stack. It's like I knew what tonight was gonna bring me, so I made sure I was prepared.
Oh boy. Yeah, I watched a decent amount of when we were looking at QBs, a few of Penix, and like JR said, that Texas game. Playing a good defense when that pocket starts collapsing, like his footwork wasn't the best, but I mean, you can't. I hate taking one game for somebody, you know what I mean, and their worst game, like kind of like AJ Terrell got cooked against Alabama
LSU.
years ago, or LSU, my bad, yeah. And everybody was like, well, I don't want that, but AJ's turned out to be a really, really good pro, obviously, So you can't over analyze one game, but. He could throw the deep ball, man. He's got like JR said, he's got a pretty pass. There's nothing wrong with his passing throwing game. I mean, and nobody. That's the thing with Mike. We talk about it all the time, dude. It's just it's QBs. You don't know. I mean, he could be great. He could be terrible. Nobody.
I mean,
look
at San Francisco with Brock Purdy, right?
Right. You never know.
And
you never know, dude.
They've gone to the Super Bowl twice with him.
Yeah.
So it's. Yeah, we don't know. But I need to get this man's opinion from across the pond.
Hey,
across the pond, Andy.
Yo, that Frank Sinatra?
That
Hey,
is.
look,
What is happening in so many different ways? What is going on?
Give us something good, Andy.
What was the thought, man? When you saw the pick, what went through your head?
Come on, Andy. Come on, buddy.
Well, surprise is the first thing.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all. It felt as if we'd kind of gone through every possible outcome for what could happen there. And I know that throughout the process, a few people had thrown out, maybe Penix is going to be the guy at 8. And we kind of laughed at them, really. Most of those people that posted that, we said, they're so out of touch with what's going on. It just doesn't seem to fit with any kind of plan. I suppose if you look at it in isolation, I'm not a big enough fan of Michael Penix to take him at 8. But it is what it is. Quarterbacks go high all the time. If you need one, you go and get him.
Yeah, but
the difficulty is when you talk about the time frame, and you're looking at the time frame, these things are coming out now that's saying that Kirk Cousins wasn't aware of it. In reality, would he have signed if he'd known that the first pick was going to be his replacement? Not sure. There was tweets out there saying that Penix wasn't aware that it was going to be happening, so he was just as surprised as we were. It's just strange for a team that has kind of these holes that need filling. We know that the team needs a cornerback 2, possibly even a cornerback 1 if you don't think they're going to re-sign AJ. I think they probably are. There's not much on the edge. We're putting a lot of faith in either Ebiketie stepping up or kind of the selection of old guys just being brought back on 1-year deals. I think wide receiver, there was obviously some real talent on the board. It just doesn't make a huge amount of sense to me, I'd say.
And here's one for you. Caleb McGarry's now on the blind side. Think about that for a
That's what
second.
I've been saying
John,
since day
John,
one,
go ahead,
dude.
John. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Johnny Yates. I know you
No.
locked and loaded. Go ahead.
No, that was the first thing I saw when when Penix was even talked about when we were talking like second round pick. I was like, oh, that's great, but Kale McGarry is your right tackle. So that's who you want, like guarding blocking a speed rush that he can't do to save his life. Like he's not going to all of a sudden be able to do it. He's 5 years in. He is what he is. So
Yeah.
but like we said earlier, if things go right and Kirk does play 2 years healthy and plays well, and say Penix does, you're going to have to address that right tackle at that point. I mean, he's going to McGarry's going to be moved on. We have to have something new for him.
Yeah.
Because right now, not a huge deal. I mean, it's still, Kirk's not exactly super mobile either. So, I mean, we still have to protect him. But, I mean,
At least you can see the pressure coming.
I'll put it like this. Anytime, like if you want to bring up the like Green Bay aspect or the, Kansas City or whatever, those teams were winning. Like those teams were routinely in the playoffs, and we haven't been, right? So that's the part that makes this a little more confusing. Is again, I would have completely understood next year.
Mm-hmm.
So you make the playoffs this year with Kirk Cousins, everything's looking fine and fun. Next year, you go into the draft and you grab, heck, even if you traded up and you grabbed a Carson Beck or Shadur Sanders or whoever, I don't care. Doesn't matter. Then I've been like, yeah, I mean, I don't love it, but sure, go ahead, whatever. But to do it this year before anybody has taken a snap under this new coaching staff, under this new regime, I understand. We all know that Zach Robinson identified Patrick Mahomes before Patrick Mahomes identified Patrick Mahomes. I get that. Like he saw him when he came out the womb, apparently, and was like, that's the dude, right? And so, and I get that, right? And that's fine. If that's what we're banking on, awesome. That's great. That's fine. But it's just the timing of it is just so weird and off to me. Like it does not fit in logic.
I'd say as well, JR, like we're talking about it as like people keep pointing to the Packers and saying, oh, they sat Jordan Love for 2 years and now he's come in and after a kind of a mixed start, he looks as if he might be the guy. And like, if that works out for them, that's great. But I'd also say in that time, despite the fact Aaron Rodgers won back-to-back MVPs, like the Packers still lost. The Packers still got to a point where they missed out. They didn't make that Super Bowl run, at least partially because they didn't take, for example, a wide receiver away.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Like they missed out on premium talent because they were doing it. And so I think there's like, if it works out, obviously that's perfect. None of us will be talking about it as a kind of like a mistake or any of those kind of things. Like, do you guys? You've probably discussed it. Do you think that the potential pick loss impacted it at all? Do you think there's a possibility that it could be the Falcons maybe even lose a first round pick next year and they've gone, okay, so our next opportunity to what are you smiling for, Adam?
I've just come to
get a guy is 2026.
So
have we considered that the Falcons are not a real NFL franchise?
I have.
Don't be like that. Come on now. But
everyone is going to say that all week long.
For a while.
Oh yeah, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear it from fans. You're going to hear it from the media. It's not a serious franchise. Yada yada yada. It is what it is. Could that be a potential situation? Absolutely. We talked about it earlier, saying like we don't know what the penalty is going to be next year. Okay. For all we know, though, as far as we know, the Falcons might know about it. Just because the NFL hasn't said, "Hey, we're concluded," "Hey, we're this, that, and the other," they may already be telling the Falcons, "This is what we're looking to do." And so, if they already know we're not going to have a first-round draft pick to start with next year, and on top of that, again, this could all change by this time next year. But on top of all that, as it looks today, next year's draft class doesn't look like it's going to be all super special. So Like,
I don't know.
if they felt like this was, I just fall back to this. If they felt like this was their guy, okay, and this is, I don't care if you're talking about a QB, an edge, running back, a wide receiver, whatever. But if you feel like as a organization this is your guy, and you feel like he's worth that pick, then you go make that pick. Don't worry about what everybody else is going to think. Don't worry about what the media, don't worry about any of that. Do what you feel is best for the. Yeah,
like you can't care if you're making this pick. Like you can't care anything. Like whoever.
There's Chop Robinson to the Dolphins.
Right.
I'm so fine with that. Like I didn't like Chop at all, but these DBs keep falling, man.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
One's gonna go to Philly, I think. Dallas got to take over, right? So
All I'm saying is, right now, how do any of y'all view the Cleveland Browns?
A good
Like,
Browns.
Don't compare to the Cleveland Browns. Come on, JR. Come on, buddy.
I'm just saying, like, that's, they got a great defense, sure. But their QB situation is crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I don't see how like we're not heading in those directions, like historically, I guess.
Well, the reason why their quarterback situation looks crazy is because they paid a absolutely bonkers contract to a sexual assaulting person. So,
But still, like you're paying a anyway. What were you going to say, Andy?
I was going to say, so I think this, like we maybe not happy, but we'd have all been kind of accepting of it if it had been like a trade back into the late first for Penix, I think. Not ideal, but we'd have kind of understood the logic. So I suppose the way of rescuing it is if they end up either getting a guy in the second or trading back into the first and getting, for example, Quinion or Terrion Arnold or whatever, and you just kind of look at it as, you know what, first round we've got future quarterback and we've also got a stud who we think can make an immediate impact, and you just kind of ignore the way round that it was. It's just it does feel as if there's a lot of holes at the moment on the roster. With they need at least one edge rusher. They need a quarterback. They need
King says
all this, and it's just
King says he still thinks Terry's working with the Saints to destroy us. He's still playing.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like if we end up with like one of those top corners that I would have took at 8, I'm calling it a wash. Is what it is. We took Terrion Arnold at 8, and we took Michael Penix at 31 or whatever, or
43 or whatever. Yeah,
43. Wherever, if we end up trading up or whatever, I'm just gonna look at it like that.
There you go.
Worked for the Lions last year.
It did.
Yeah, they made some weird picks.
Branch and Branch and
yeah, it was the linebacker Campbell. It was Campbell and it was Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round.
Yeah.
Those.
So,
and so do you think with the DBs getting pushed down as far as they are so far, do you think Cooper DeJean might make it to 44?
I'd die.
I think he'll be
I
traded.
think he could be an all-pro player, man. I would, I'd be all.
Yeah, man. I'm down.
So,
Yo, you know what? Oh, this is the last time I'm gonna say. Negative about this shit. Yo, Kirk Cousins was at the draft party in Atlanta today.
He was?
You gotta get closer, man.
he said Kirk Cousins was at the Ben's draft party.
Yeah, he was there.
So I wonder how many chains he was wearing. Did he take a few off?
Right, yeah.
Did he take a few off?
To be a fly in that room, man.
You know what's so interesting too?
Oh, okay.
Hunter's in that room.
Hunter is in that room.
Oh, is he down there?
Yeah.
Well,
It's,
we might.
So is Brian Thomas still on the board? Like,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
And so is Jalen Polk. Travis is talking about they're 100% grabbing Jalen Polk in the third. Polk's still there. McMillan's still there.
Lad McConkey,
Bro,
baby.
oh
Lad
my
McConkey. Yeah.
Is
I mean,
Steve
look.
the Eagles just picked?
No.
Yeah, it says pick is in for me.
Let's see.
I'm tired.
Yeah, I am too.
Oh yeah, now I see who it is. I'm gonna go. I need to go get some fresh batteries for my mouse. I'll be right back.
All right, bet.
I don't have a good pass rush. I just want a good secondary. Like, there's not much I have. You know what I mean?
Right, and we do have a staff full of secondary coaches, former secondary
I know.
coaches.
You think they'd be like,
Fleek
oh my
is
God,
getting more and more positive as the show goes. I'm telling you, man. He crock-potting. I see what he's doing. I love it.
2023 is the year AJ Terrell interception. Count it. It's happening.
Yeah.
Hey, Andy. Well, can you say Bond, James Bond?
Something wrong with you.
For all of us, man.
My accent is really weird though. Like
No,
even
I
more
love
than
it. It's
normal-
awesome. It's like better
even
than
more
all of
than,
ours.
like normal British people. Well, you want to say Bond, James Bond.
Oh, I love
That's
it.
my audition saying.
James Bond.
That's the clip. Man, clip that.
That's it.
Viral.
Yeah, just every pod just opens with that.
Viral, man.
Yeah. No, my accent always catches people off guard. Even over here, it's a strange one. Who have the Eagles taken? I'm so far behind on my stream.
So am I.
I haven't seen it either. Who is it?
It still says pick is in for me. So
Yeah, me too.
All right, so to Biggs has got interesting things. Says let's address the elephant in the room. What if Michael Penix beats out Cousins in preseason?
Then it makes your cousin's contract look
You
even more
don't.
ridiculous than he did in the first place.
Even
that won't
stupider.
happen.
doesn't it?
He won't be given the opportunity to do so.
I don't think
Well, the only thing that Fontenot can do, to me, in
No
my
way.
opinion, when he hits that press conference, he's got to say that right off the rip. That
Yeah,
Kirk
exactly.
Cousins is QB1. Like, no question, there's nothing Penix can do. Like, he
Yeah.
has to say that.
Yeah.
So
if he
Can you
around,
imagine paying a quarterback $45 million to go compete?
Right.
yeah, hell no.
Rookie?
No.
No,
Oh my
there
god.
there is no illusions of who the starting quarterback is going to be. Okay,
Yeah.
Like, there can't be.
you can talk. There isn't. It's not that there can't be. It's not there shouldn't be. It's not there might not be. There isn't. You paid Kirk Cousins to come in here and be your QB1
And be a bridge
minimum
quarterback.
at minimum 2 years.
Hey, the Eagles just took.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm tripping. Never mind. I thought he's still
JR.
talking. Okay, now he about to say it.
Question for you, JR. Is when they got Kirk Cousins, did they already know that Penix was going to be drafted?
God, I hope not.
No.
Man,
No.
you can't. Because if you know you're going to draft Penix, you sign Gardner Minshew, you sign Jacoby Brissett. You don't.
Quinyon Mitchell to Philly.
There you go. There's
Good
your first
for
corner.
good for
That's so
them.
good.
Good for
That's
them.
what smart franchises
Of course.
But
Yep.
suppose they wanted him to sit though. Like that's not a plan
No,
on you.
I get that. I really do. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, and they have stated that, the KC model and all that other jazz. Like, I understand they've talked about wanting a successor, wanting to be able to drop a quarterback into a pre-built team and not necessarily, like, develop the bad scar tissue of,
Like Bryce Young.
well, not just Bryce Young, but I mean, look at, like, I make jokes and I poke fun, you know, especially at Adam just for craps and giggles about the Justin Fields draft where you had Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, and Justin Fields. There's only one quarterback still on the same team that drafted them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And those other three guys went to situations that didn't work out.
Yeah.
I understand that. Like, I get the idea of wanting him to sit and learn and all this other jazz. But you don't do that. Like, you could have gotten Jacoby Brissett and
Yeah.
ran it a year.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
yeah.
But
Exactly.
this
You
is
do it if you've had a guy for like 5, 6, 7 years, don't you? You don't do it in the same off season that you get
Yep.
in.
that's the thing.
Yep.
It's like
Exactly.
this is literally what we're watching is what they say you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Mhm.
This is literally
Yep.
what you're trying to do.
What?
You're paying Kirk Cousins, and then now you're trying to also draft his replacement in the same year. And I just
Like you said, we
Real
broke a
quick.
record. We're the only team to ever do it.
yeah, there you
Real
go.
quick. Andy, your question for you. Who do you go get, like, if you don't pay Kirk to still start in front of Penix? Like, for put, like a cheaper deal. Like
Is it
who you
who
have in
would be the
mind?
bridge?
Right.
Who would be
Who
the
would
bridge?
yeah.
I'd
Who?
have people wouldn't like it, but I'd have probably been in on the Russell Wilson sweepstakes and
Okay.
guys like that, where you go, you know
I
what,
got
it the ceiling's probably not there anymore, but it's just kind of a bit more stable. Like
Yeah.
it's not a great option. It's probably going to end up being a wasted season. You're probably looking around the kind of 500 mark again. Whereas I think with Kirk, I mean, everyone still, even after this pick, is still thinking the Falcons should be making the playoffs this year, aren't
Yeah.
they?
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that should be the expectation, right?
Yeah.
so, yeah, exactly. So there's that, and there's also, and maybe you look at it and say that they've looked at Penix and said, you know what, he's not going to be ready to start this year. We think he needs some developing. We think that like all of the pre-draft narratives can't hit the middle of the field, which is admittedly a bit concerning when you look at the Falcons' skill position players. But they've said, you know what, we'll work these things out, but we need to get in Kirk Cousins because he will get us 10 wins, he will get us 11 wins, and that means that we'll still be around when Penix is ready to start. So I can kind of understand that aspect.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't. It's a fair question. It wasn't a great year to go and find a bridge quarterback without signing up a team that hasn't made the playoffs for 7 years or whatever it is to probably another season of not making the playoffs.
Well, and I want to say, like we talked, you go and get a quarterback. You're talking about, well, you wouldn't pay this quarterback a bunch of money. You don't go then and get his replacement in, the succession plan. You don't go get his replacement in the draft that same year. If we had signed Kirk Cousins 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I would absolutely agree with you, 1,000%. Okay. Did I think we were going to go QB in round 1? No. I thought at most we would go QB maybe round 3, Spencer Rattler. That's what I thought was going to happen. Okay. But it's a 36-year-old quarterback. Like, yes, we're thinking that he's going to be good at minimum the next 2 years. Okay. That's why we gave him most of his money in those 2 years. In 2026, if for some reason they feel like moving on, yeah, they're still going to take a hit, but it's not nearly as bad of a hit as it would be the first 2 years. It just puts your succession plan in place, and I don't necessarily see that that's a problem to do with a 36-year-old quarterback. Like, I don't see that that's necessarily an issue. Even a guy that you paid 160, 180 million if he plays out the entire contract. So,
well, I think the issue. I think the issue is if you're signing up to what's a short-term window, like by signing Kirk Cousins, you're basically putting yourself in win now mode, aren't you? You're saying that with Kirk Cousins, whether you think it's a Super Bowl window, whether you think it's just kind of like, we'll use Super Bowl window. If you're saying we've realistically got a 2-3 year Super Bowl window, you are then saying you're then not putting him in the best position to maximize that. I'd say similar to what the Packers did with Rodgers, really, because there's the possibility to either add a weapon for him or improve the defense, and you're taking a guy which you are saying, unless there's an injury, is going to have zero impact. But for basically the duration of that window,
Brian Thomas.
Dude, I didn't know if that was the dog or you were like yakking underneath the table. I didn't know.
He's talking to him. He's like, Biscuit, you got to calm down, bro. But no, like Brian Thomas just went to the Jags.
Yeah, so that's another team that could have targeted DB that didn't. So I'm just hoping for a good DB now.
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, like it is what it is, right?
Kool-Aid.
Like we'll call. It just sucks to see a first round asset in the best scenario. You're not reaping benefits from a first round asset for 2 to 3 years
immediately. Yeah,
and that's, to me, that's the biggest. Teams who are winning have the luxury to do that.
Yeah.
That's where I have a different like view at it.
So it's like another analogy, right? And I've said this before. It's like you have a car and you getting like the rims and the radio first. When they like need an engine and a transmission and tires, like things you need that are blurring, you went and got like some speakers.
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and call it, Mike. Where I grew up at, that's what people did. Okay? they got the rims and the radio. They lived, they had $2,000 rims on a $500 car.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like that was a full on joke we always made where I grew up at.
To go back to the whole thing of why Arthur Blank's name came up as well. I was looking at Twitter and I saw Carl Dukes' tweet, and I do listen to 92.9 The Game faithfully, and he did mention like 3 days ago that the owner really liked him. That's what he said. He said the owner really likes him. He could be picked at 8, and everybody said no, that's crazy. But he said, all right, the owner really likes him. That's all I know. So maybe Arthur Blank did have a big part in it.
Arthur Blank's
Did he visit us,
probably win now mode.
Did he visit us, Fleet?
No, we went. We sent.
We went to him. We sent a large contingency to Seattle to go see him.
Yes.
Yeah.
We went to go see him. All right. Okay.
Yeah. But see, at the time, a lot of people said that was probably smoke to try and get someone to trade up for him. They didn't really think.
Yeah.
But hey.
So like, how is his leadership and his like character? Is he like Matt Ryan or is he like an asshole?
Oh no,
he's awesome.
He's what you want as far as like a face of a franchise. Like you ain't heard me say one iota about that. Like his character is impeccable. He's a great guy.
And he'll have a matching do-rag for the uniform too, so that'll be cool.
Durags are going to be flying off the shelf.
Injury-prone quarterback.
It's not the pick itself. It's not the person that is being, that has us just dumbfounded. It's the process.
Right.
The process of.
I'll put to you like this: if you had not signed Cousins, and you went in this draft with like we're going to give Heineke a shot, whatever, then this makes total sense.
Don't laugh, Fleet.
So
well, no, because I just thinking of a world where they would have been like, yeah, we'll give Heineke a shot. Like that's
right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, I don't know, man. It's just like I said, it's the process that makes us or makes this team look on paper foolish. And we don't need any help with that.
I'm understanding y'all right because y'all are confusing me. Y'all all are saying he's a pretty good dude, he's a great quarterback, but just not at 8, right?
Not at 8 and not with signing Kirk Cousins.
Not right now, not here, not now.
Yeah, the Cousins thing is just kind of like this. I guess hearing everything that they've said from like since Raheem took over, like win now, like we just and signing Cousins was kind of like a sign to everyone, like okay, we do want to win now. Like they're not going to try to rebuild with a quarterback in the first round or whatever. So that was kind of like all right, cool. So we kind of figured, everybody kind of figured going into the draft that we're going to build around Kirk at least for the now, and we might address quarterback later. Maybe a Spencer Rattler later, maybe a guy next year, maybe a guy the year after that. Like, there's quarterbacks that come out every year. We all just assumed that we were going to go for it like right now, that we wanted to beef up the offense as much as possible or beef up the defense as much as possible and everything around Kirk. So it was just more of a surprise than anything. Like, it's
I got you.
like we'll all be fine with it. Like I said, nothing we can do about it. It's like stupid to even get lose sleep of it or anything like that. But I mean, it was kind of out of nowhere.
Darth Magoo says Matt Ryan retiring got Arthur
Yeah,
Blank
dog.
QBs.
I like that, dog.
Yeah. I mean, Chris says like he called it smoke as well because the same group went to go see Bo Nix the next day.
That was probably that trade.
Might have been in on him too.
Might have been.
The Cowboys traded the pick to the Lions.
Oh, well, cute.
Well, the good news, like the trade back clearly wasn't on because you said that those quarterbacks had gone in the first 12 picks, so they couldn't. If they did love Penix.
Andy, can you believe Bo Nix went at 12?
I'm telling Sean Payton going to use that man properly, man. Trust me when I tell you.
That's
Army knife.
I do have faith in Sean Payton. He's anyone else, I'd be questioning it. There's probably five coaches in the league where I'd say, you know what, he can probably make this work. 12 is early. There's no doubt about it.
Our resident Oregon fan, Chris, says, yes, I can. He's standing on
shout
business.
out to you, Chris. You got a top 15 QB guy.
Another
He's
one.
standing on business for his
Another
QB.
one.
I love it.
Yes, sir.
Fleet. Question for you, Fleet.
What's up?
So, Bo Nix, right? His ceiling, if he's used properly, his ceiling is what?
Like, yeah, are you asking
used by Sean Payton, the genius. His ceiling is what?
Like a number? Like you saying like a top 20 quarterback?
No, I'm
something like that?
saying like what do you like? Is he like amazing? Is he excellent? Is he average?
I think he'll be good. Like in a great situation with Sean Payton and who are their weapons? I know Jerry Judy got traded. They didn't move the other receivers, did they? Okay, so the other receiver stayed. So he has decent weapons. I don't know what's going on with the run game. I like Javonte Williams coming out, but I think he's been struggling with injury. But I mean, listen, like Andy said, he was a rival for a long time, but I trust Sean Payton. So if you're talking about a situation, I think he went to one of the best situations he could go to. So I think there is a future that Bo Nix could be good because of the situation he's in. And he's not a terrible player. I give Bo Nix a lot of poo-poo because he started off his collegiate career at Auburn, and I'm Roll Tide. I hate Auburn. And he did a lot of nasty things at Auburn, man. I watched him play a lot of stinky games. But, he went to Oregon, got into a different scheme. He made a lot of plays. Nothing wowing. I mean, I think he was one of the quarterbacks with the lowest yards per average, like passing down the field because of the offense that he ran at Oregon. But if Sean Payton sees something in him and thinks he can scheme something up for him, I'll trust it. And then if he can, then Bo Nix can be good because he can deliver a football accurately.
Right. Well, I mean, you look at we all would probably agree Russell Wilson wasn't very good last year. Like they made their feelings pretty clear on that. Russell Wilson threw 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions last year while not being very good. So would it really surprise anyone if it comes to the end of the season and even if you don't think he's been the best quarterback, Nix had put up good stats and ends up winning Offensive Rookie of the Year off the basis of he's thrown low risk passes. They rely on yards after catch, and they've got good end zone weapons. They've got Courtland Sutton who can go over the ladder and no one gets it. And at the end of the year, you look at it and go, it might not be pretty. Like you might not want to watch the games, but
they're winning.
But the numbers are like enough to support something.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Positive Dayway says, in the second round, do y'all think we will go wide receiver or defense?
Better not be wide receiver now. I'm sorry.
I think it got to be defense now.
Tight end, probably.
Tight end.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. Theo
I
Johnson.
love.
I don't know.
We need a long snapper, guys. Come on,
Yeah,
Listen,
I would.
I love AD Mitchell and I love Lad McConkey. But I feel like we really, really, really gotta address something on defense right now. I don't know if it's gonna be edge or DB, but we gotta address something there because I do think in the third round there will be still good receivers. Like this is a deep receiver class.
It is.
So, and the way the board has gone, I think there's gonna be some receivers. I think we like Javon Baker, right? Haven't we met with him a
We
couple
have
of
met
times?
with Javon Baker.
That's a
I
guy
mean,
that should be there in the third.
Like receiver wise, I
Polk,
don't think
maybe.
I don't think you have to get one in the. I mean, look, you're also coming from like there. You got the coaching staff that came from the team that selected Cooper Kupp and Puka Nakua in like what round was Kupp selected in? Because I know Nakua was like fifth round.
No, third, was it?
What's
Puka was
Kupp,
5, JR?
I'm not 100% sure.
He was late.
I know Nakua was 5, like was in the 5th round. So
he was.
You know,
That's crazy if Puka was in the 5th.
Third round for Cooper Kupp.
Okay, so third round for Cooper Kupp. Nakua was like the 5th round. So
the 5th, yeah.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me.
Terry and Arnold to the Lions.
Yeah, they traded and selected Terry and Arnold. I think you're getting that run on corners now. The slide stops for a lot of these guys.
Nice job, Lions.
What?
Yep.
Let me see.
As far as like again, I will fall to. Would I like to see a defensive guy taken in the second round? Yes. If they take a McConkey or if he's still there, Xavier Worthy, if they take one of those two guys, I'm not going to hate on it. If they decide to take Marshawn Nealon, I'll be happy about that. You know, I like Marshawn Nealon. I like what I've seen of him on tape. So
I do want to see what their plan is for this defense. Like at this point, there's no sense in continuing to bemoan about Penix at 8. Now it's like, okay, what can we do moving forward? Like, is it a Tyler Nubin at safety to pair with Jesse Bates? You know, is it a Kool-Aid McKinstry if he's there in the second? You know, to be opposite AJ Terrell. Like, is it Johnny Newton to place in the interior of the defensive line? Again, this is a coaching staff that should not be scared of a smaller penetrating 3-tech.
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how it works out with Grady there and with Onyemata there, but I think I wouldn't argue if someone said the best 2 pass rushers still on the board are Newton and Michael Hall Jr.
That's what I'm saying. Like right now,
I don't know how it exactly works out and how it fits.
I don't know how you deploy them, but
I think in terms of if you look at the guys who were consistently getting pressure, I think those 2 guys are a step above any of the edges.
And then there's, like, do they have thoughts and theories about, using Troy Anderson as more of a rush linebacker and then like getting Jeremiah Trotter or Junior Colson from Michigan to plug in beside Caden? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm still trying to figure out how they view this defense, because you still have Dave Huxtable, you still have Jerry Gray, but then you bring in Jimmy Lake, and so like, what is he going to try to run what they did in L.A. with the more of the 5-man fronts? Like L.A. ran a lot of 5-man fronts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what you want to call it. There's 5 men on the line. So
Johnny Yates, I got a question for you, Johnny Yates.
What's up?
Are you cool if they have confidence in the defense with what is as is? If they say, oh no, like I think we cool with what we got and we gonna go get Xavier Leggett or something, like, man, wide receiver, and the defense is cool. Are you like no, or do you think they know something we don't know? Or are you absolutely against that?
With the second round pick, you mean? Like if they go,
Yeah, like if they are confident, like the reason why we went, a quarterback and then we went receiver is because we confident in our defense. Are you like, why would you be, or like, are you trusting that?
I mean, you no, I mean, clearly got holes. I mean, like, you got a hole. You don't want Richie Garrett playing there again. I mean, he might be, but that's not like your ideal spot. You got to have a pass. You hope you get a pass rusher because Bud Dupree's not back that we know of yet. We don't know what Calais is going to do. Harrison's in his second year, which we hope he keeps progressing the way he was going. Lorenzo Carter's not a good pass rusher. We don't know what they're going to do with Troy Anderson. So it's like you got some holes to fill. Like, and yeah, we haven't had a CB2 that's been good outside of AJ since AJ's been here. It's been consistently good. So you gonna go with Clark Phillips there? Or you gonna go like I mean, which if you want, if you're confident enough in Clark to go there, okay, fine. But no, you got to address it at some point. Like if they, I'm cool if they go Xavier Leggett or Ladd or whoever they want to go with here in the second round. But if they, I would be shocked they don't address it in the first 3 rounds. One of those positions in the first 3 that would blow me away.
Yeah.
Let's say Adam says at least Penix will make the preseason interesting.
Man, it's Kirk's job. I promise you, it's Kirk's job, buddy. I don't care.
No, but it'll be a nice little offense with Penix at least. Or we'll be like, look at our QB of the future. Look at him.
Training camp will be awesome. Training camp is gonna be good.
Man, y'all remember when Mike went down and then Schaub came in and everybody was like, man, Schaub needs to be our starter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. I'm like, no, he doesn't. But
no, he doesn't.
And Schaub, he had a good career, but man,
man, I need Cooper this year to keep falling out.
Go back up.
Yeah, take that fleet.
So you guys know who Jordan Schultz is, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So he tweeted out about an hour ago. He said he got a text from a GM on the Falcons taking Michael Penix Jr. And the GM said he's going to be a star. He's a franchise quarterback. That's the best way to play.
We'll see.
Hopefully.
Look at Damski's face right now. Look at Damski's face right now. He's just dissatisfied.
We'll let you know in 2026 or 2027.
Right, because like Damski just retweeted from Peter Schrager. Cousin Penix situation is a little similar to Rodgers' Love in Green Bay. If Cousin gets Atlanta to the playoffs, they won't have a high pick like an 8th overall anytime soon. Always hard to make sense of at draft night, which is what we're attempting to do right now.
Right.
But that's the long-term thinking when QB2s are taken in the first.
I get that too, but it's like they did that in the 20s. This is a top 10 pick, right? Like it's so dissimilar. Like it's not similar to anything that's ever been. Like honestly, it's never been done anything like this. So it's hard to like really like what are the aspirations of the Falcons, right? Like at this point, like I don't know. Like I thought they were all in to win this, like to try to go to the playoffs, and maybe that's still the goal. But it's like there's still so many holes on the team. Like you don't really have money unless you put stuff into future contracts. I mean, you still have 6 more picks or so. I just don't know. I honestly don't know yet.
It's like right now, sitting here, you talk about the money thing. You have just enough money to sign your draft class.
Yeah, like you got to start pushing money, right? Like you can push money. Like on guys like Chris Lindstrom, like you're going to push that money because he's going to be here probably for the next 7 years or so anyway. Yep. So that's a common sense. You can probably make $20 million out of that. But like if you're not going all in the next 2 years to try to do something with Kirk, like what was the point of Kirk?
You've already seen Kirk on a good team, haven't you? You've seen Kirk on the Vikings. That
usually when you make a power move for a QB, you're like, okay,
you feel like you're one away.
We're going for it, right? And like it's kind of been like after Kirk, it was like Darnell Mooney, who was okay, Rondell Moore, who's okay, and then just a bunch of like depth signings. So I don't know. Like honestly, I mean, we're gonna have to see the full draft and the full rest of the offseason up to training camp to see exactly what the intention. Like, don't get me wrong. From last year to this year, it seems significantly better. Just based on quarterback play alone. The
Yes.
team's going to be better significantly. That's not even the question. It's just like, are they going to be able to compete with? I'm not even saying Dallas is like they should be able to beat Dallas now because Dallas lost a lot of play. But like, are they going to be able to go toe to toe with San Francisco if they met in the playoffs? Or like even like honestly, like we shit on New Orleans, but are they going to be able to beat New Orleans?
Now, hold on, Steven. Now you're going too far.
Yep, way too far.
Well, but at this
Now
point,
you're
like,
going too far, Damsky.
like
It's
you
true. Like I just question the whole thing because like you look at the defense. Honestly, the defense is gonna be a Fangio defense. You can just see the bones of it. You can what everybody said, what Raheem said, and like they're missing like right now our outside linebackers are Lorenzo Carter and Arnold Ebiketie. Those are who are gonna start. Like they're they're okay, but like. Are you going to get by on just okay, like throughout every single level of your defense? And then who's the cornerback too? Like
right.
Kevin King, like you know what I mean? Like so, like I understand Raheem Morris said, "Oh, young corners are going to play," and then maybe D. Alford slips to safety, so maybe that fills the position. But who's your nickel back? So I mean, it's just a lot of wait and see right now. So I'm not getting too high. I'm not getting too low. Like I still expect to make the playoffs, but I just expected more. Kind of like I'm not disappointed because it's whatever, man. Like honestly, I can't. There's nothing we can do to change it. Like Penix is a cool player. I would have liked him in the second round. I would have been fine with that. But it is what it is. Honestly, like we could be the Broncos and have Bo Nix and Zach Wilson. So,
Yeah, exactly, bro. Tight shit.
Damsky, are we making the playoffs, Damsky?
Yeah, I think so. I'll put that. I'll put playoffs.
Hey, this Aaron Lecter, I don't know how to say his last name on Twitter. He said the Atlanta Falcons make history as the first NFL team to use auto draft.
Hey, that's hilarious. Hey, that was a good one.
That's good.
But it's funny is what we did. Okay, we didn't sign him to a new contract, but in 2021, the Falcons literally did what fans were asking them to do in 2021 with Matt Ryan and Justin Fields.
And Justin Fields, yeah, I know. I was thinking that, but the thing is, Matt Ryan, we thought at the time was going to be playing for one more season or two more seasons, most with the team if they would have drafted Fields. I think a lot of people had the expectation that Kirk is 3 years plus here, which he still could be, like you said, Jonathan, which would be stupid to me. But if he is, then like that just changes. It's a little different. It's like no one expected QB here at all because we just locked up Kirk Cousins, and a lot of people wanted Michael Penix before we signed Kirk Cousins. That's the thing. A lot of people were fighting and saying, "Hey, instead of trading up for JJ McCarthy or something, because people thought JJ McCarthy was going top 7 or something, why don't we just take Penix at 8?" But then you sign Kirk Cousins, so everybody's gauge kind of like was like, "All right, well, we don't need QB. Let's look somewhere else." So the fact that they made this pick, it is what it is, like Damsky said, and it can work out. And if it does, I'm ecstatic. We will all be ecstatic. Like I said, I just think it's a shock. Obviously, this guy wasn't making it past like 13. So picking him at 8, if you think he's the guy, I'm not even mad at 8 because he wasn't making it past 13. So that's fine within itself. It's just
Savion is having none of it.
Savion, you okay over there, bro?
I know, bro.
Savion, we ain't heard from you in a minute.
No, he is distraught. I'm telling you, I know my man. He is pissed off and distraught. He's trying to make it make sense in his mind, and he can't make it make sense mentally.
That's exactly it. I really can't.
And here's the deal, though.
That's the problem.
I know my man.
For Savion, he just spent last year covering the Vikings.
Yes. Yep. Tumultuousness.
So, like, he watched, the Kirk Cousins thing at least for 8 games.
And so with that, you would think that, seeing how the team sort of, took a dive after he got hurt, I would kind of understand this a bit more. But I just can't wrap my head around why.
Remind me, what was the big falling out between the Vikings and Kirk Cousins? Wasn't it that they wanted to only
It
keep
was
him
the
for 2
fact
years
that
or
they
something
were
like that, and
not
then move
able
on?
to lock him in past 2 years.
Yeah.
That was the whole reason why they were not able to come together on an agreement. And surely enough, what do you think we do? We
So
tell him,
so you're telling me
we got you.
Savion.
We got you. Come over here. We're going to have you here for as long as you can play. 4 years, up to 4 years, $180 million. And then you come back in the first round of the NFL draft and pick his successor. Is he going to sit for those 4 years? I don't think so.
28-year-old started.
No way, Savion. The best mental picture is picturing Terry Fontenot calling Kirk Cousins at Mercedes-Benz, and he's like, "Hold on, let me find a quiet area. What's up? Yeah, no, we're taking Michael Penix. Huh? You know, we're taking Michael Penix right here. Wait, what do you mean? Is he Michael Penix? That's that Washington receiver?
Ain't that a quarterback? Ain't that a quarterback?
Man.
Okay, Kirk, love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
He's cool with it. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah,
he's cool with it. Turn the card in.
But what do they tell Kirk? Like, hey, it's a just in case. We still want you here as long as possible.
No,
it's a just in case.
Barring any injuries,
they just shot him a text, man. They just shot him a text and said,
"Here, wait,
hey.
hold on a second. Did he say it just in case? We're picking Justin. We're
right.
We have not been in the playoffs since 2017, exactly. And we're picking just in cases with the 8th pick overall.
That's my point. Like,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you tell him? Like,
Kirk's like, why the hell did you have your medical staff come and speak to me before I signed the contract? If you,
exactly. Y'all worry about my Achilles and never mind.
Oh, wait, maybe Terry Fontenot is getting back at Kirk for slipping up in that press conference and losing us picks.
He's gone.
Oh, that's Petty Eddie. Hey, that's Petty Eddie. That's where you go.
I'll put you like this. Whatever the scenario is, it sounds like the part that worries me more is if we're drafting out of fear.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the case. That's the worst.
You don't draft out of fear in the first round.
Or foresight.
Not in the top 10, bro.
Foresight. It could be foresight.
It could be foresight. Hey, Darius Robinson, another edge off the board to Arizona.
Yep.
Of course. That's the problem. All we can do is talk in hypotheticals because we don't know. And we're not going to know.
We won't know for so long.
I know. So that's all we can do.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay because luckily the Falcons always knock it out the park with us.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Absolutely.
They just gave us all free content for like 2 years.
Oh, come on.
We can never stop talking about this.
But is it the content we want?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
every draft. Man, we
did they say to who yet?
And but they do this every draft. Kyle Pitt, what? A tight end?
Yeah.
That's 4?
I'll tell you this. I don't care who anybody says. This ain't stacking up in like the favor of Terry Fontenot right now.
No.
It's one pick.
No,
I'm talking about the body of his work. I ain't talking about one pick, bro.
This has not been a good. 21 was not very good. 22, no.
Maybe.
I mean, kind of. 23
was
is
nice.
to be determined.
We got Jesse Bates.
To be determined, but so far it's looked pretty good. And now we're starting here with a questionable. He needed a no holds bar. This is okay. I can understand every single pick here type draft. He needed a I won't say flawless, but
just go with consensus.
Guaranteed.
Just as close as damn possible to a sure thing. That's what I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. As close to a sure thing as possible.
What if in his mind this is as sure a thing as possible?
Quarterback is never a sure thing, Jonathan.
But does that not make
none of
you
it's
worry?
ever a sure thing. That's what I'm saying. Like none of these picks.
He said, Jonathan, like your mom would say it when you didn't wash the dishes right. Hold on for a minute. So here, hold on for a minute. I just want to ask everybody this. I want to just, go around. I want to say, who do you feel like was the biggest culprit who won at Penix? Is it the
Culprit.
owner? Was it the coach? Is it Zach? I want you to tell me who you think it was that called for Penix, because I'm saying Zach. Come on, JR. Who called
The
for
only
Penix?
thing that could pull anything like this. would
Yo,
have
the
to be-
Chiefs traded up.
Oh, the Chiefs traded up.
Oh
So
God.
when I saw they
Xavier
traded, that
Worthy?
was really.
You think
Oh,
it's worthy? Fuck,
God.
It might be worthy, bro.
To
That's
me, it's
fine.
got to be
Just
the
let
owner.
Cooper DeJean fall.
Yeah,
Apparently
let
Dallas
him
is
fall.
trade out too.
Hey,
Oh
if it-
Lord!
if
Did
it
anybody
wasn't-
see this official
if it wasn't
comment from
Tony-
Kirk's representation?
No.
Please read
You
What?
talking about
Please
Pete? You
read
talking
this.
about Pete Thamel? Talking about Pete
Like,
Thamel?
This is tweeted from Mike Garofalo a minute ago.
Oh,
Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is, the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard of it. It never came up in any conversation.
Bro, that
That's a
had to be
terrible look,
Zach.
man.
That was
Why?
Zach,
Of course
Why?
it
Oh
is.
God.
That's a terrible
Why would
look.
it? Why would it ever
Professional
come up in a
courtesy, Jonathan. That's
No,
why.
Professional
Professional
freaking
courtesy.
No,
$180
You
million.
got-
You just
outside of that front office room, nobody else knows anything about what we're going to do in the draft. I guarantee, and that happens across the league. That they're not going to make Kirk Cousins privy when they're negotiating with him, or even right as they sign the contract of what their plans are going into the draft. They're not going to do it. There's no reason to do it.
because he's an employee. Huh? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm simply
Steve
saying.
Jobs don't talk to the janitor. That's what you're
I think
saying.
it gets out.
No, what
If they
I'm
told
saying, it's
a few weeks ago,
trying
it gets out.
it's trying to keep it under wraps. You tell the least amount of people as possible. That's what you do.
See, but my thing is the fact that Kirk's official representation is addressing it this quickly tells me that Kirk feels some type of way.
Okay,
If he
so
does,
here's
then
what I'm
he's not
trying to
worth
ask
the
y'all.
$180 million we gave him.
So
If
here's
he
what I'm
feels
trying to
some
ask
kind of
y'all.
way, he's not worth the money we gave him, and he needs to move on.
So
Period.
here's what I'm trying to ask y'all. Y'all, it was clearly impulsive. Who do you think is the driving
I don't think it was
force?
impulsive. I don't think it was
You
impulsive.
think this is the plan the whole time?
No,
To sign a $180 million contract and then draft a QB.
I think if he was there, that was the pick.
Yeah,
Then
I
it's
think
bad team building.
I think when they went
Bad team
to
building.
all those
Just like
reports
Dr. John
about
says
them
right here.
loving, all those reports about them loving Penix and like them going and loving his workout, I think so. Now we know that had to be true. So I'm guessing that's when Michael Penix at 8 entered the chat in their mind, and they're like, "Hey, all right, let's evaluate this guy again. Let's evaluate our top 10. Let's go back to our board. Let's see where he falls." And he fell in the top 8. He fell in there.
I think for them to take him, it can't have just been that they thought he was good. They must have thought as you say, they must have watched that pro day, must have watched his games with the exception of the national championship, and gone, yeah, you know what, this guy's special. This guy's
Patrick
good.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that it was Zach saying, "Man, look, if he available, I'm telling you, if you get me him, I know what to do with him." And I think the whole team was like, "Okay."
You don't make a pick in the top 10 last minute. Like that's not how that works. Okay, it just doesn't happen. So I mean,
Unless you're the Falcons, Jonathan.
You can call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it bad team building, and that's fine. I'm not going to look and say you're wrong because we won't know for whether he starts this year or 2 years from now or 3 years from now. We still won't really know for at least 3 or 4 years. We won't know. Okay.
Jonathan is PR. I'm telling you, I don't care if I get caught on tape doing something. I want Jonathan to defend me. I'm telling you, he's public relations, man. He's gonna defend me to the teeth. I love it.
Terry Fontenot said today's surplus is tomorrow's need. He said that in his press conference, what was it, 2 days ago?
Yep.
When I heard that, I immediately thought, okay, so that means that wide receiver is on the table.
O lineman's on the table.
O
Wide
lineman
receivers,
is on
yeah.
the table. Honestly, I kind of considered like maybe defensive tackle, but that's actually a need, so I don't know. I just did not think that quarterback.
Hey, he is so disturbed by this pick.
Savon said, "Fucking words."
Talented Mr. Ripley is saying this is the same stuff that made Matty Ice walk away. It's called respect. There is a difference between that situation and this one. That situation was potentially trying to trade for a free agent guy or a guy who's on another team or in a free agent situation. That's a totally different scenario. When you're talking about draft and what your strategy is and who you're looking at and all those things, none of the players are going. Yes, they even heard. He has said like he was told that QB would be a consideration. He was just shocked that it was at 8. Okay, so he knew that QB was a consideration in the draft. That's more than anybody else outside of the organization is going to know about that.
Terry said throughout. He said we're going to add a quarterback.
We're going to add another quarterback to the room.
I think there's a big difference between it being at 8, which is clearly
what is the same
sooner rather than later. Like not this year, obviously, probably not next year, but we are drafting this guy because we don't think you've got the 4-year deal in you, basically.
That's the sense, and the thing is, it looks bad because the reason why Kirk Cousins chose here instead of Minnesota was because he thought he was getting more than the 2 years that Minnesota was going to guarantee him.
Yep.
And now Atlanta has essentially flipped on him, which again, Jonathan, I do understand that he's not, owed any.
He ain't owed anything but his guaranteed money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that he's owed anything other than the guaranteed money that they came to an agreement on.
He'll be fine. Kirk will be
like
fine.
money, like whatever.
Kirk's going to play. He's not going to maybe there's a couple of things that leak out, but by the time
the season rolls
he's
around,
coming to terms with things. He's come he'll overcome bigger adversity than this, but
he's still the starting quarterback. It's still his job.
Yeah, and we don't know the conversation that was had. Like if the conversation with Kirk was that if that's the thing, if they told him like, yeah, this is for you're guaranteed to, but we want you to play 3 or 4. Like that's our hope, and then you go do this. Then I can see how Kirk would be a little pissed because like if that's what they told him, if they didn't guarantee him anything for playing time wise, then it's all whatever. That's whatever happens. But
well, I mean, I also think like the implicit I can't think of the right word. I'm thinking implicit agreement here would be, we're going to sign you to this 4-year deal. We obviously have outs after 2 years for less money and after 3 years for even less money, right? So those are built in there. He knows that those are possibilities. Okay, it's not his first contract he's ever signed. Hell, the last 2 contracts I think he signed have been fully guaranteed. But at the end of the day, he understands like that because there's not fully guaranteed throughout the entire contract, we have outs. So we are giving him the opportunity that if he keeps playing at a high enough level, yes, he will play probably 3 years max. Okay, that's probably the absolute max that he's going to play. Maybe he plays a 4th year, okay, and then rides off into the sunset and retires a Falcon. Okay, maybe that happens.
The problem is,
so what do you do with this year's?
If he plays 3 years, what's happening with that 5th-year option? You're basically signing that before he's played a game.
So you sign the 5th-year option. It's still not that. It's still not crazy
expensive. That's a terrible decision, mate.
Jonathan, I'm telling you, he countering everything. Johnny Cochran. I'm gonna call him Johnny because his name's Jonathan. Johnny Cochran. He is not. He did not come to play. He came to stay.
I'll say this: if Kirk Cousins plays 3 years, that means we're winning and he's playing good. And that's fine. That's great. Then at the end of the day, you're not getting any production out of your 2024 first round pick. And in my mind, first round picks should always be a starter.
But if you're winning, if you're and I do agree with you by and large. And like I said, if I was sitting there making that pick, do I pick Penix? No, I don't. Okay, but I don't know their board. I don't know what it looks like and all this other stuff. I'm probably taking Dallas Turner, maybe even Odunze. Maybe I take him at 8. Okay, but I was not thinking Penix at 8 at all. Like that surprised the hell out of me, just like everybody else. Okay, but at the end of the day, if we're winning for the next 3 years, and Kirk Cousins is helping us to get those wins, and then some of these other picks that we get this year and next year and the year after that, and they're helping us to do the things. And we've had 3 years of success of getting to the playoffs, being a player in the playoffs, whether we're getting to the Super Bowl or not, whatever. But if we're having success during that time frame, then in 3 years, nobody's going to care that we picked him at 8. Okay, and then if he comes in day one when he becomes a starter, and if I'm not saying it will, I'm not trying to predict anything, but if he comes in and plays good when he finally comes in and is the starter, then again, nobody's going to care that he sat for 3 years. It'll be looked at as a great thing because it helped this guy get better acquainted with the league and all this other stuff. That by the time he got his shot, he was fully ready to go. That's what it's going to be looked at as if he is successful. That's how.
I got a question, JR.
Doesn't necessarily mean the team's winning.
I got a question, JR.
So what if you've got 2020?
Like, I agree with you said.
Go ahead, Andy. What were you saying?
I was just going to say, like, let's think of like the Falcons in 2020. Matt Ryan. This was just before the draft where we all, what looks like incorrectly, wanted Justin Fields or Trey Lance or whoever. Like, Matt Ryan was still playing pretty well at that point, I would say. Like, but the Falcons weren't winning games. So I think the situation is what happens at that point if it's Kirk Cousins is still playing quite well. The Falcons just kind of hovering around 500, not winning. Like maybe make the playoffs occasionally, that kind of thing. Do you think, and I know it's speaking a lot of hypotheticals here, like, do you pull the plug on a quarterback who's still playing quite well because you feel you need to see your young guy? Because at that point, yeah, let's say it's year 3, Penix is 27 at that point, which is like, it's old for a guy just starting, but in the grand scheme of things, he could still play 10, 12 years.
10 years, 14, 12 years,
but it's that, yeah.
So do we think that?
Andy, that's a hard one. I don't know.
In that situation, do you think that we end up in a situation where they're trying to get a team to take, if Kirk is playing well, get a team to take Kirk Cousins' last 2 years of his contract and try to trade him?
No,
we could.
Oh man, you ain't getting nothing for that.
No, and that's what I say. Like, it's not gonna. You're not getting great compensation because he'll be 38.
Yeah.
So you're not getting great compensation, and I'm not saying that you're trying to get much, if anything. You're trying to move money, and you're trying to get your top 10 quarterback on the field at that point. Especially if you've seen him the last 2 or 3 years, and you like his progression, you think he's ready to start. I mean, might as well go ahead and start weaning that money off your books. Take that dead cap as soon as you can, as much as you can handle, and move on to the future after a while.
I'm not even worried about the money, right? With the cap going up pretty much year over year, you're not really going to see, like, the idea of seeing a COVID type situation pop back up is probably not going to happen, right? So money is going to continue to go up. The money part, I'm not like super worried about, okay? Honestly, because you can kick cans down the road, you can do whatever. Like, Terry Fontenot comes from the New Orleans Saints, where the cap isn't real anyway. So, like, with that being said, I don't even care about that. Like, I don't even care about the money. I just care about, for me, is it comes down to if everything goes 100% the way you think it should, you're getting no production out of this year's first round pick for 3 years. And that's the best case scenario.
So JR, so that brings me to my question for you.
Yeah, man.
Like I agree with what you said. I think if you draft in the top 10, he should start. I'm all in with that. Do you think for a quarterback that could have an asterisk? Like there are times where the quarterback would benefit from sitting because it's a mental job. He can sit and learn first. He can go through practice. He can learn from the veteran. He could learn first for a year or two, and then he'll play greater than like Bryce would because he got scar tissue. He might be scarred from, man, I was getting hit up. I was throwing interceptions. I'm not that good. What do you think about that? Like, I agree with what you're saying. In the top 10, you should start. But for a quarterback, could it be a greater angle that he sit first for a year or two? Or
Of
is that
course,
not
like,
okay for you?
okay, what you're talking about there used to be the model. It used to be the model until Matt Ryan and Joe Flacco came in.
Now you're talking, but go ahead.
Both of those guys were drafted. They both beat out their bridges, and they both went on to just hit the ground running. And from that point on, that became the model of what we did with quarterbacks. Now, the league over the past decade and a half has now seen, okay, look, there's a ton of misses because of that. Because we're throwing QBs into bad situations.
Yep.
They're developing horrible habits.
Yep.
Again, I am with that idea. If you want to try to let a guy sit, for a few years, not a bad idea. But again, to me, it's the process. It's the optics of
Okay.
signing a guy and what have you.
Yeah.
And
Money.
right, I would have felt different had you done it like a Green Bay, had you done it in the year that we drafted Pitts.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I know
Yeah.
all that is subjective.
Okay.
Because Jonathan's not wrong. It is a business. Like, these people sign their contracts. They know they can get cut and or replaced a day after they signed them. It happens all the time.
Yep.
Like
So
it
I've got a
does.
question, and I don't know the answer to this. You guys, I'm sure, know more about quarterback play than I do. Out of the concerns that people have for Penix, how many, which ones do you think are fixable? Like that sitting for a year or two will sort? Because most, obviously, it's not going to sort age, it's not going to sort the injury concerns. Does someone learn to does someone just get better targeting the middle of the field? For example, I know that people draw similarities between obviously Jack Robinson's coming from the Rams, where they've got basically a statue with a big arm in Matthew Stafford there, but
statue with a big arm,
accuracy issues. So how are these things fixable, do we think?
I don't know. Okay, and the reason why I say, Chris, who's in chat, just tweeted out the Michael Penix route tree, what he's successful at throwing, and I'm trying to see if I can't get back to it real quick. Here it is. So, a corner route, 40% success rate. A 9 route, 44%. Post route, 54. Dig, 55. A comeback and a curl are his best routes, percentage wise. Flats at a 70 some odd percent, but it's not a great route tree as far as what he's good at throwing.
Well, but how does that compare? I mean, I've never looked at that for a QB before. Do we know what the comparison is to say any of the other quarterbacks in the draft, what their route trees?
I would have to pay for that for receptions. I did that last year. and last year they didn't add quarterbacks, so I guess that's a new thing for them. So no, I can't compare his to Caleb Williams. But I don't know. It's going to be for fans. It's a tough pill to swallow. I'll be interested in 15 minutes or so, or 5 minutes or so, what Terry Fontenot says at his presser. Like, he knows they got to know that they're going to have to justify this.
Oh yeah.
We can say whatever we want to about it being a business, but part of the business is optics. As we just talked about earlier with you want your guy to be a franchise guy. You want him to look the part, sound the part, be the franchise. And so, but part of that is the optics of you're selling a product to fans. So
yeah,
they're going to have to sell this until we hit the field. Again, winning solves all. Winning is the great salve for every ailment. We go off and start ripping off wins, nobody's going to give a crap. But I'll give you the opposite side of that coin. If we end this season dead last in the NFC South again, and picking 8th or above, the other side of that optics is getting people fired.
Yeah.
So
they rolled a big dice today.
A huge one.
Big set of
huge
dice.
one. And hey, look, good on them. Like,
we're gonna start with Jonathan. He the first one to go because he was the most enthusiastic. No, I'm just playing.
To answer or to try to answer Andy's question, like the things that are fixable are the things like we talked about his footwork breaking down, like getting better with his footwork, so that he's in a better platform to make a throw on a more consistent basis, right?
Yeah.
So maybe if his footwork suffers when he's trying to get out of the pocket, he can work on that kind of thing to make sure he's throwing off the right foot, he's throwing in the right rhythm, all those things, and that can help with your accuracy for any number of routes. So that's stuff that can be worked on. Matt Ryan talked about working on his footwork every single year. Like all the time, he was constantly working on it. So stuff like that, recognizing defenses and what different defenses do in different situations.
Yo, the Bills
those
traded out.
Oh, they did?
Again.
Is it us?
It doesn't say to who.
Please, you way too optimistic.
Well, no, because I'm seeing the Niners apparently are picking Cooper DeJean, so I'm like, bro, we got to get Kool-Aid McKinstry or something, bro. We're gonna miss out on the DB.
The Niners
his name is Kool-Aid. Is his nickname?
The Niners picked Ricky Pearsall.
What?
Which is insane.
What is John talking about?
I had Ricky Pearsall in like the 3rd round.
I had him late second.
I had him second, but Pearsall with Shanahan.
Pearsall before
like it.
AD Mitchell is crazy.
And Lab McConkey.
And Xavier. Well, Xavier Leggett, same.
Well, Xavier Worthy's already gone.
Yeah, I'm talking about Leggett.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to throw this in there. Andy, your JR said, and I do trust his word because he's smarter than me. He said that the guy has problems when he gets pressured. That helps when you sit because you can read the defense a little bit better. If he struggles when he get pressured, I would assume, I'm just assuming, that when he sit, he'll be able to process quicker. I'm just assuming. Because I'm gonna trust his word. So I would assume because man, it don't matter who I ask, you all are like praising the guy for the way he quarterbacks, and you're praising him for the person he is. So I would assume him sitting would perfect the dude.
Oh look, Carolina traded up with Buffalo. They're probably about to take Leggett. Maybe they apparently loved him.
Yeah,
apparently.
No, they need receivers.
They do.
Carolina traded that.
Yeah. So, what's your thought on that, Andy? What Mike was saying?
Yeah, I think it absolutely makes sense. I think it's putting a lot of pressure on coaching staff, putting a lot of pressure on. I mean, again, yeah, Zach Robinson will obviously be at the forefront of this, and he's not hugely experienced, but he's coming from Sean McVay, who is one of the best around. So you're hoping that kind of play calling wise, he'll be able to help things out. Who else on start? Matt Sharp, is he still?
Matt Sharp,
working with quarterbacks, so like he's been there and done it. He should have some kind of like thoughts and influence that he can pass on. I guess the difficulty is, yeah, it will probably have to come down to the like ability to process. Sorry,
no, you're good.
And read the field and stuff, because you're not going to teach him to suddenly start escaping the pocket and.
Sorry.
No, go on.
No, I was just gonna say I thought that Cooper DeJean went to the Niners because Dove Kleiman had tweeted it.
Oh, why you still following him?
I don't, but a person that I am cool with does, and they were like, "Oh man,
you got man."
I did get got.
It does look like it's Xavier Legette.
Yeah. Okay.
For the Carolina Panthers. I don't know, dog. Like,
I just can't wait till Penix balls out in preseason and the fan base is in turmoil.
Training camp is going to be unreal. I'm telling you, training camp is going to hit the fan.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say we get to 43 and the pick is in and we get Johnny Newton. How are you feeling then?
Delighted.
Why
I mean,
did we
yeah,
still
it makes
pick Michael Penix?
Yeah, like it still doesn't fix.
You said what, Damsky? You said what?
But you
Why
just
did
look
we
at
take Michael Penix when we could have had fucking Dallas Turner and Newton?
Yeah, but
Dallas
you just look
Turner.
at it. You just flip it, wouldn't you? You just say, "Okay, we got Newton at 8 and Penix
Yeah,
at 4."
you could say you got Newton at 8 and you got Penix
Yeah.
at 43, but still,
Yeah.
like,
That's how it
again, it's
happened.
the like Josina Anderson just tweeted out 3 minutes ago. It says, as we're nearing the end of the first, league executive sources are still commenting on the acquisition of Michael Penix at 8 after signing Kirk Cousins. One texted in their opinion, it's just an opinion, says, great start to the relationship. Agent won't forget it, and I suspect the player won't either. Like, that's the thing. It's like this is something that was
seems
just
like communications 101. I mean,
right. It just seems like it was an unnecessary. Like, you're putting yourself
Rift.
in unnecessary
It's an
drama.
unnecessary rift.
Yeah, like that's the part that, like, if you'd have stuck, I know it sounds so stupid. I know it does. In the grand scheme of things, at the end of the day, I know it sounds stupid. But if you take, Spencer Rattler in the 3rd or the 4th, it doesn't have near the same implications as taking Penix at 8. And we all know that.
Yeah.
No matter which way you want to sugarcoat it, we all know that.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I don't think you can really get past. And now they're going to have to, like, everybody's going to have to put their, I mean, look, we've all worked for people and bosses that we didn't like. We did the job.
Yeah.
We got paid. We went home.
These are
But how
facts.
much better did you perform at your job when you felt wanted and needed and you felt like you were home?
Yeah.
Like, you can't divorce the human side of it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you used that word because I got a great analogy for this. It's like having a girl or a guy that you love and you think this is the best option there, but then you get like a better looking option and you just go with I'm gotta go here now. And it's almost insulting to the one that you just chose and you committed to. So Kirk has to feel insulted because you just told him it was his team for the next few years. He was the leader. He expected to take us to the playoffs, and then the hot pretty girl came, and you said, maybe not.
And she
maybe
look,
not.
and to add to your analogy, Mike, she isn't even that hot and pretty.
See, and that's what I was asking y'all. How hot and pretty is she?
She's girl next door, not stripper model.
Yeah, see, and girl next door, I don't know about, especially injury prone, wooden leg, lazy eye. I don't know.
I mean, she got an eye patch
I
and she
don't
walks with a
know.
limp, but she's sweet.
The corns on her
She can cook
feet.
good.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
I don't know if I do that or not. I don't because you just told Kirk it was his team of the future. He's gonna retire
And
here.
here's the deal. He just went on his like social media tour of throwing out first pitches and hammering the spike at you know
Goes
Atlanta
to every
United.
sports game.
Yep.
Yeah, he was at every every sports game with his Falcon Kirko chains
Yep.
and so yeah, like again, like you can't divorce the human side of the element, and you're putting in an unnecessary rift off the bat. But hey, first round's over.
Yep.
Penix is in the building. We got six more rounds to go.
Yep.
We got 7 more picks. Like by the end
Welcome,
of it,
Michael Penix.
right? Hey, welcome to the A. Do rag and all, right?
Do rag and all.
Now we need to get like a red black do rag.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
Man, I'm gonna get it tomorrow.
Like,
Yep.
hey, look.
Hey, bro, look at Savion right now. Look at Savion right now. Screenshot it. Just screenshot. Capture the screen.
Hey, Savion's like face has not changed for 2 hours, bro.
This man's having
He's
to
trying
write
to make
articles
it
about
make
Michael
sense, and
Penix that he
it's
never
not
thought
making
he'd
no
have to do.
logical sense.
Hey,
Bro.
at the end of the day, at the end of this day, I appreciate all y'all staying, like, hanging with us. This was may not have been the way we wanted it to, but we just talked for 4 hours and 9 minutes.
That's crazy.
Yep.
You know what I'm
That is
saying? Like,
crazy.
and we
Yep.
did that
You
with
know it.
a good chunk of people watching us from various different platforms. And we
Yep.
appreciate all y'all. I know we didn't spend a lot of time in chat because there was a lot of people on the panel, to talk to. But we thank y'all so much for being with us tonight.
Thank
We're going
y'all.
to start going around the room. I'm going to start with John Yates. John, tell them where they can find you, brother.
Yeah, man, y'all can find us, me and Mike and myself out of your Falcon Mind, man. Y'all can come by the channel. We'll have a show probably next week. Mike might have to broadcast from Virginia. He'll be out of town, but we'll have a show talking about the draft, obviously, going over the picks and what we think. And then, you can follow us on Twitter, out of your effing mind. And during the season, y'all can always check us out. We'll be previewing games and reviewing games and having guests on and having a good time. So we appreciate you, JR, for getting this all together, man. It was another, even though we didn't know what the pick was going to be, but we still had a good time over the 4 hours. So we always appreciate you, man.
There you go. Fleek, what you got for me, brother?
Yeah, man, you can follow me on Twitter at Ron Rico Season, as it's spelled right here. I am a co-host with my guy Savion here, Trey, Hunter. You guys all know the gang, hopefully. And you can follow us at NM Falcons on Twitter. That is our podcast, New Millennium Falcons. Thank y'all for allowing us to be a part of this again this year, man. This was weird and awesome. This was awesome. It's definitely a lot different vibe as from last year. Shock, both times shock, but both completely different kind of reactions.
Different side of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Mike, what do you want to say to the folks?
I just want to say this, man. I always speak to the people and I speak to the chat, but I'm gonna skip y'all today, even though I love y'all to death. I want to speak to the people I'm here with now. When I was a kid, I remember I'm not from here, so I was from a place where I was the Falcon fan, the only one, and I had the lobby like that. And just to see how much y'all care about the team is fucking awesome, man. Because I don't care if you mad right now, you happy to be on this panel. If y'all want to talk about the Falcons for 4 hours, I remember I couldn't talk about the Falcons for 3 minutes before I got cut off. And it's like, why are we talking about these bums? So if you're mad or you're happy, man, just the fact that y'all care this much about the team I love, it means the absolute world. Everybody got their jerseys on. You got on the red Matt Ryan jersey, which I gotta go get. But everybody got their stuff on, man. If Tavy, he even right for the team. The fact that y'all care so much about this team to be mad or to study the players that we might get, we might get them. And the fact that y'all put in so much effort to the players we might get, and then we don't even get them, and you wasted your time, right? But I love y'all for that. And I know I always speak to the people in the chat, but I just want to say the people I'm here with, like this, the fact that y'all care, I thought I was the only one that loved the Falcons this much. And y'all prove me wrong each and every time. You all are out of your Falcon mind, and I love you guys. So thank you, Pat.
There you go.
Love you too, brother. Thank you.
That's it. Savion,
Appreciate you.
come back to life, brother.
I'm still here. I ain't leave. Hey man, I really appreciate it, man. No matter what happened, I couldn't have been on here with a better group of guys, man.
There it
I
is.
really appreciate all of y'all, bro. Every single last one of y'all. Even you, Jonathan. You fought me all day. You fought me all night. But I appreciate you too, bro. You can follow
I appreciate you, Savion.
Ain't nothing but
and I read almost all of your articles too. Just
There it is. Almost.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate
Twist that knife a little bit more. Almost all your articles.
Almost.
It's whatever. I write a lot.
There it is.
So yeah, you can actually find that writing at sportingnews.com /NFL. You can find my writing through my link right now. We're trying to get a team page so that we can get all of my guys' all of our guys' stuff up there that goes for me, Ron Rico season over here, Hunter Thompson and that boy Kenny G, Trershawn Diaz as well. Follow me on Twitter at MixingS_NFL. And yeah, man. I'm also over there at New Millennium Falcons at NM Falcons on Twitter as well.
There it is. Damski.
Yeah, it's just Damski now. I think I changed it. Pretty sure.
No way.
Is it Damski 32? It might be. I don't know.
Let me see, bro. Did you get just straight Damski?
I might have, yeah.
This man don't
No,
know.
it's just it's still 32.
Yeah,
I was gonna say they knew what it was. No, I'm just joking. No, I don't do too much content anymore. I just do like schematic stuff on the old timeline there when I'm not being argued with about schematic stuff. So that's fun. But yeah, I don't know. Check out all these guys. Obviously, they have great content. At Your Falcons of Mine and Pound for Pound. Obviously, the two best out there. And my boys, New Millennium, and just Andy does stuff. I guess I don't know.
Andy
does stuff.
Andy just had him to come today. I think. Are you doing Falcon tomorrow, Andy, with me?
I can hear that.
Now he's asking if you were doing Falcoholic tomorrow with him.
Yeah, I think I am. Yeah,
so I get another 4 hours tomorrow.
It's whether
Hopefully I got some more energy.
Yeah, I will be. Yeah, well, plenty more opportunities to get upset with the team.
There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
Andy, tell folks where they can find you, brother.
Yeah, pretty much just on Twitter at the moment for me. The handles there at Andy S. Gallagher. There's not much kind of serious analysis going on. Like, but we have some fun. So
hey, that's all right. Everybody enjoys a good shit post from time to time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, from time to time is the key part there.
He's good at it,
It's all the time.
Jonathan, my man, my co-host.
You can reach me at Jonathan M. Holder. Come by, say hi.
If anybody ever want to blame anybody for me doing this bullshit, it's Jonathan.
Yeah.
Like he's the only reason why I even know who the Falcons are. So
and last year had a blast. Doing
this year not so much. No,
this year was even better because of the controversy.
There you go.
But yeah, it's I enjoyed talking Falcons football with anybody who will do it. You know, we may disagree on things. I may get heated from time to time, but it's never with any ill intentions. I love everybody that's a Falcons fan, and yeah, just I just want I want this team to be a success as much as possible, and I try to look on the bright side as much as possible. So
there it is.
That's just me.
As always, Falcons fans, y'all can follow me on Twitter. I'm at Grim1128, GRIMM1128. We'll be back live tomorrow night at 6:45. Don't know who will be joining us, but maybe some folks. And hey, we appreciate y'all. As folks are dropping out, we thank y'all and have a great night. As always, Falcons fans, rise up.
Rise up.